Chapter 1135. Your Majesty, according to the palace guards, there seems to be a blazing fire in the direction of Yanhuang College. At Ganlu Palace, Li Er had not gone to rest. He was still bitterly working overtime to read the memorials. At this moment, Zhao Song walked in from outside and bowed to Li Er. Why do you say there seems to be a blazing fire? Whether there's a fire or not, can't you confirm such a simple thing? Li Er's mind was sharp. He immediately caught the loophole in Zhao Song's words and asked with a frown. Zhao Song replied, Your Majesty, I also went up to the city gate to take a look. In the direction of Yunshan there's not just a blazing fire. Other than that there's red, orange, green, blue, purple and all sorts of other colors. It looks like the rainbow divine light that was accompanied by the gods in ancient legends. Rainbow divine light? Li Er was shocked. He stood up and said, Follow me to the Black Tortoise Gate Tower. Hey, Your Majesty, put on this fox fur coat. Zhao Song took a coat from the rack by the wall and said quickly. Now that the palace was heated, Li Er was only wearing a single layer of clothing. It would be strange if he didn't catch a cold when he went out like this. Okay. Li Er nodded. After he was armed, the master and servant left Taiji Palace and headed north to the Black Tortoise Gate Tower. If Li Zishuan knew that the fireworks he set off were mistaken for the rainbow divine light by Li Er and Zhao Song, he would probably laugh his head off. At the same time, this also showed that Li Zishuan's pursuit of the path of the gods was not completely dead. If he believed in Li Zishuan's atheism, why would he make such a big fuss at night to see the so-called rainbow divine light? Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Er brought Zhao Song to the Black Tortoise Gate Tower. When the general on the tower saw Li Er, he quickly cupped his fists and bowed. Li Er was unmoved. He looked straight in the direction of Yunshan, but all he saw was darkness. There was nothing. That was because the fireworks at Yunshan had already finished. Didn't they say there was a rainbow divine light? Why is there nothing? Li Er frowned and said unhappily, Your Majesty, the seven-colored light in the direction of Cloud Mountain has just disappeared. Zhao Song looked at the soldiers guarding the city. The soldiers quickly stepped forward and answered. Oh. Li Er's face was filled with disappointment. He looked in the direction of Cloud Mountain. After a moment of silence he said, Send someone to Cloud Mountain tomorrow to find out what happened. Zhao Song bowed. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Er flicked his sleeves and turned around to descend the city gate tower. There were no neon lights in this era. Naturally, there was no light pollution at night. Generally, the sky was pitch black except for the night of the full moon. The fireworks show on Yunshan dyed the sky red, which was quite conspicuous in the dark night. Therefore, not only did Zhao Song and the generals of the imperial city see the rainbow divine light in the night sky, but many people in Chang'an City also saw it. Early the next morning, the people in the city immediately started discussing. It was close to the new year, and most people were preparing for the new year. They were busy all year round, and this was the only time they could have some free time. It was normal for them to gossip with their neighbors in the morning. Hey, Old Lu, did you see the rainbow divine light in the east last night? I also faintly heard the sound of thunder over there. Hey, Old Hua, you saw it too? I thought I was the only one who saw it. Hey, do you think it's the divine light brought by the gods who descended from the heavens? Yo, that's possible. But shouldn't that direction be Cloud Mountain? Could it be that a literary star descended on Cloud Mountain last night? Hey, what you said makes sense. Yanhuang College's students are so outstanding. Who knows, there might be one or two literary stars among them. TSK. Yanhuang College is indeed a godly school. If my little brat can get in, even if I Lu Dali die immediately, it will be worth it. With the lively atmosphere close to the new year, more and more people knew that the rainbow divine light had appeared in the sky in the east of Chang'an City last night. There were all kinds of speculations. Some said that a divine immortal had descended to the mortal world. Some said that a divine light had descended from the sky. And some even said that a divine treasure had appeared. There were all kinds of different theories, but the most popular one was that a literary star had descended from Yanhuang College on Cloud Mountain. Yanhuang College had been completely pushed to the altar by word of mouth this time. This was something that Li Zishuan had never expected. Your Majesty, after dinner last night, I heard from the servants in the mansion that there was a divine light in the east. I went to the tower to take a look and saw the rainbow divine light in the east. I guess that a divine immortal must have descended to the mortal world where the divine light descended. This is an auspicious sign. I congratulate Your Majesty. I congratulate the Tang Empire. Taiji Palace Morning Court. After the ceremony, a middle-aged official in his 30s came forward and bowed to Li Er, and said in a loud voice. Hearing this, the officials were stunned. Many of them had indeed seen the divine light in the east last night, but seeing it was one thing. Wasn't he flattering the emperor? Oh no, he was flattering the emperor. Wei Zheng's face darkened and he said angrily, Su Sharon, don't talk nonsense. How can a divine light be auspicious? After that, he cupped his hands to Li Er and said loudly, Your Majesty, I impeach Su Jingzong of the Secretariat for flattering Your Majesty and speaking nonsense about a divine immortal. Your Majesty, please punish this person severely. Otherwise, it will hurt Your Majesty's wisdom. Su Jingzong, this person was actually Su Jingzong, the censor of the Secretariat, the person who held the position of Prime Minister during Li Ji's era. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I was just speculating. How can I flatter Your Majesty? May I ask if Wei Zhuoqing saw the divine light in the east last night? Su Jingzong didn't get angry at all after being scolded by Wei Zhuoqing. Instead, he defended himself and asked Wei Zheng back. Wei Zheng glared at him and said, So what if I saw it? Could it be that the heavenly light was an auspicious sign of the arrival of a true immortal? Su Sharon, before you investigate clearly, don't jump to conclusions. The Great Tang's current prosperity is not due to an auspicious sign from the heavens, but due to His Majesty and the hundreds of civil and military officials working hard to achieve it. During Zhengguan's era, the governance was rather clean. As the saying goes, when the water is too clean, there will be no fish. Under Li Er's leadership, the court was filled with upright officials. Wei Zheng's words were so persuasive that they could enlighten even the apathetic. Immediately, he gained the favor of many upright officials. Kong Yingda stepped forward and said, I agree with Wei Zhuoqing's words. Auspicious omens can't be trusted. The Great Tang is able to have peace today because of auspicious omens. Su Jingzong opened his mouth and was about to step forward to argue with Old Kong when he heard Li Er's slightly angry voice. Stand down. The Great Tang is surrounded by wolves. How can there be auspicious omens? If there's nothing, the court is dismissed. Chapter 1136. Inside the Taiji Palace. Hearing Li Er's angry rebuke, Su Jingzong was stunned. He didn't understand why Li Er rejected his idea so decisively. Was this still the same Emperor Li Er who loved to achieve great things? What he didn't know was that when Li Er woke up this morning, he received news from Yunshan. Last night, Li Zixuan was only setting off a new type of firecracker. Thinking of this, old Li's face burned. Someone else was setting off firecrackers in Yunshan, and he actually thought that there was a real immortal descending with colorful lights. If this matter were to spread, wouldn't he, the emperor of the human world, be laughed at? Now, Su Jingzong's bootlicking had completely failed. The words auspicious sign from the heavens were extremely ear-piercing to Li Er's ears. He had already restrained himself by not throwing Su Jingzong into jail on the spot. Your Majesty is wise. Wei Zheng, Kong Yingda, and the others cupped their hands in front of Li Er in satisfaction and flattered him. If old Li had made any other choice, Wei Zixuan would probably have said, You are a tyrannical and fatuous emperor. Your Majesty, as you wish. At this time, it was undoubtedly irrational to continue with his admonishment. Su Jingzong sighed in his heart, cupped his hands in front of his chest, and obediently retreated. At that time, he was just a secretary under Li Mi. Later, Li Mi was defeated by Wang Shichong in the Great Battle Royale, and he himself became a stray dog. Wagong village naturally collapsed, and he also became a stray dog. Fortunately, he was full of poetry and was quite talented. He was discovered by Li Er. Soon, he seized the opportunity and entered Li Er's literature hall, becoming one of the 18 scholars. However, what was depressing was that although he was also Li Er's aide, compared to people like Zhang Sunwuji and Fang Xianling, his official fate was a little worse. Zhang Sunwuji had been prime minister for several years, but he was only a fifth-rank imperial secretary. Among the 18 scholars of King Qin's manor, he was the most unknown existence. Of course he was unwilling, but in terms of strategy, he was not as good as Feng Xianling and Du Ruhui. In terms of foundation, he was not as good as Zhang Sun Wuji. In terms of admonishment, he was not as good as Wei Zheng. Therefore, after much thought, he could only take this unorthodox path in hopes that Li Er would remember that he, the 18th scholar of the Duke of Qin's manor, had yet to be entrusted with an important task. If Li Zishuan knew what Su Jingzong was thinking, he might have laughed and said, "Old Su, don't make it so complicated. You are still young. Endure until all the other old officials in the imperial court have retired. That will be the day you rise to prominence. It's not a dream to become an official." Although the truth was not entirely like this, it was not far from it. In the end, Su Jingzong was able to become the prime minister. Of course, part of the reason was that he had no moral integrity, but more importantly, it was because he could endure. Qualifications were obtained through hard work. Cloud Mountain Villa. Even if the outside world was turned upside down, Li Zishuan could only sit at home and watch the flowers bloom and wilt in front of the courtyard. He smiled as he looked at the clouds in the sky. The fireworks last night had left a huge impact on Lan'er, Han Yuxi, Li Jingma and the others. When they found out that Li Zishuan planned to make more fireworks for the new year, Madame Li agreed with both hands, and Lan'er even agreed with both hands and feet. At this time, Li Jingma could not say anything against it. He even subconsciously felt that if there were fewer fireworks for the new year, it would be a lot less interesting. San Bao, Fu and the other loyal servants of the Li family were all summoned to Cloud Mountain to help make the fireworks. After breakfast, Li Zishuan ordered Peng Feiji to prepare a large amount of raw materials for the fireworks. He called San Bao and Fu over and taught them the steps of making fireworks. Coincidentally, Faubert also rushed over early in the morning. Li Zishuan might as well teach them all together. Anyway, the loyalty of these three people was unquestionable. Li Zishuan was not worried at all that they would leak the secret. "Young master, why don't we make the fireworks in the workshop? After all, if these things are not stored properly and cause an explosion, it is still very dangerous." After receiving the training, Faubert suggested to Li Zishuan. Last night, others were watching the show, but he saw the dangerous side of the fireworks from the show. Li Zishuan thought about it and felt that Faubert's words made sense. He nodded and said, "Yes, then let's do it. But the method of making fireworks must be kept a secret. San Bao and Fu will go to the workshop soon. Faubert, if you have any confidential matters, just let them do it. The secret recipe that I have given to the three of you must not be leaked under any circumstances." The reason why Li Zishuan wanted the recipe to be kept a secret was not because he was worried that someone would get hold of the recipe and imitate the fireworks, thus affecting the profits of the workshop or using the gunpowder in the fireworks to harm others. In fact, he was not worried about this at all. Firstly, even if someone got hold of the recipe, it would be very difficult for them to mass-produce it without the advanced craftsmanship of the Strange Taste Pavilion. Secondly, the gunpowder in the fireworks was very weak, and would not be able to cause mass destruction. What Li Zishuan was really worried about was that someone would use the recipe of the fireworks to deduce the recipe of the gunpowder. Although the probability of this happening was very low, it was better to be safe than sorry. If someone really got hold of the recipe of the gunpowder, it would be a disaster for Tang Dynasty. By then, who knew how many good men would die from the gunpowder? Thus, as a precaution, Li Zishuan gave a third of the recipe to Faubert, San Bao and Fu each. This way, unless the three of them betrayed him at the same time, and the person who got hold of the complete recipe was a peerless genius in chemistry, the real recipe of the gunpowder would not be leaked. In fact, the probability of this happening was basically zero. "Young master, don't worry. This old man understands." Faubert could roughly guess the problem that Li Zishuan was worried about. He clasped his hands and replied, San Bao Fu, you two better keep your mouth shut. This is the first time I, your young master, am entrusting you with such an important task. I hope that the two of you won't disappoint me." After saying that, Li Zishuan looked at San Bao and Ah Fu and instructed them. The two of them had gone through thick and thin with him. When the flying snake tried to assassinate him outside the city, the two of them almost lost their lives as well. In terms of loyalty, there was no problem with them. Young master, don't worry. San Baofu will definitely not disappoint you. The two of them said solemnly. Go. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said with a smile. The three of them left. At this moment there was a commotion outside. Li Zishuan went out to take a look. It was Li Tai leading a group of students from the academy. Yamacho, aren't you a little too cunning? The firecrackers you taught us the day before yesterday were of inferior quality. The ones you set off last night were of superior quality. As soon as Li Tai came up, he acted like a resentful little wife, and spoke in an aggrieved manner. Oh. Chapter 1137. What do you mean by inferior firecrackers? What do you mean by superior firecrackers? These things are called fireworks. In the Yunshan residence, Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai, whose face was full of resentment, and said unhappily, fireworks? Li Tai was stunned. The day before yesterday, when they came to Li Zishuan's place to make firecrackers, Li Zishuan did not tell them that those things were fireworks. However, when he thought of the scene last night, the little fatty narrowed his eyes and sighed. Yes, fireworks is a good name. It's worthy of its name. When that thing exploded in the sky last night, it did look like a flower. Yes. This name sounds better than firecrackers. Sun Zifan also nodded and said, Yamacho, do you have any more of those fireworks from last night? We want to make a few ourselves. We can even buy them. Yes. That's right. Yamacho, do you have any more? We can even buy some with money. Li Tai agreed. Li Ku, Zhang Sun Chong, and the others looked over eagerly. Obviously they had the same idea. They were the children of officials and did not lack money. However, the eyes of the rest of the students behind them dimmed. Not everyone in Yanhuang College came from wealthy families. However, Li Zishuan's next sentence made their eyes light up. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, I don't have any more of those fireworks at the moment. The workshop is stepping up production. However, you don't have to pay for them. I plan to hold a fireworks show at the college during the new year. All students can watch it for free. Take it as a thank you to the students for your hard work in Operation Warm Winter at the end of this year. Oh, thank you so much, Yamacho. Yamacho is so generous. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, many students who lived in other places and could not go home for the new year because of the long distance suddenly cheered loudly. At this moment they really felt that this winter break was worth it. No one in the college could deny the beauty of last night's fireworks. Moreover, these fireworks were currently unique in the entire Tang Empire, and could not be bought with money. From this, one could see how precious they were. However, Li Zishuan did not hesitate to take out a large number of fireworks for the college students to celebrate the new year. How could they not be moved? How could they not cheer? Yamacho, how many fireworks will we set off? Class 1's Kushirqing asked loudly. His hometown was in the Basha region, and he couldn't go home for the new year either. This year was his first time celebrating the new year in another place. Although it was Chang'an, the capital of the Tang Empire, no matter how good it was outside, it couldn't compare to the warmth of home. Going home for the new year was something that the Chinese would never be able to let go of. However, Li Zishuan's actions made him feel some familiarity. Yamacho, how many fireworks will be set off during the fireworks display? The rest of the students reacted and asked in unison. Last night, Li Zishuan had set off 64 fireworks. Although it was far more than the previous 9, many people felt that it wasn't enough to satisfy their cravings. Li Zishuan smiled and announced an even more exciting news. Haha, Shirqing, I can't answer your question. I don't know how many fireworks I will set off because I plan to set off 2 hours. 2 hours. Everyone's breathing quickened and their eyes widened. Some people were frantically calculating how many fireworks they could set off in 2 hours. However, they were confused because it was impossible to calculate. Thank you, Yamacho. Thank you, Yamacho. No matter how many fireworks there would be a lot of fireworks. This time the students could fully feast their eyes. Therefore, they cheered to their heart's content. Their voices were so loud that it gave Lanner, who was in the backyard, a big fright. Li Tai, Sun Zifan, Zhang Sun Chong, and the other officials' children were depressed. They had to go back to Chang'an for the new year. In that case, wouldn't they only be able to watch the gorgeous sky in Chang'an? Most of the students were satisfied with the answer. However, Li Tai and the others did not leave. The little fatty came up and said with a smile, "That, Yamacho, I wonder if there will be more fireworks? Every year during the New Year in the palace, it's boring. If there aren't any fireworks to liven things up, it won't be perfect." Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Sunchong, Sun Zifan, and the others nodded in agreement. Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, "It's hard to say. Even if there are some left, there probably won't be many. Qingke, if you want some, it's best to wait until next year." Next year. Li Tai opened his eyes wide and shook his head. "We can't wait. Yamacho, can't you ask the workshop to send more people to make more?" What a joke. After seeing the charm of fireworks, Li Tai felt that waiting for one more day was too much, let alone waiting for next year. Li Zixuan said angrily, "You brat, it's easy for you to say that. Don't you know how many days are left until the new year? Do you know how long it takes for the workshop to prepare the fireworks for the academy? If you really want to see the fireworks, just come to the academy. On the night of the new year, the academy will start to set off the fireworks at midnight. midnight. You can come after dinner in Chang'an City. Coincidentally, the curfew in Chang'an City will be lifted that night." In order to maintain the security of the capital, the Tang dynasty followed the curfew system of the Han dynasty. Of course, the walls could protect the safety of the people, but at the same time it restricted their freedom and affected their livelihood. According to the rules, on special days such as the Lantern Festival, the workshop could stay open all night. On these days, the people would be so excited that they would usually celebrate all night. That's the only way. Li Tai muttered gloomily. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, "Oh right, Yamacho. Why don't you set the fireworks show in Chang'an City? At that time, the people in Chang'an City can feast their eyes." In fact, these were all excuses. He was just too lazy to run errands. After all, Chang'an City was more than 20 miles away from Yunshan City. Li Zixuan frowned and said, "There are many people in Chang'an City, and the houses are close together. If we set off the fireworks on a large scale, it will easily cause a big fire. When His Majesty blames us, who can bear the responsibility?" Although he said so, Li Zixuan thought in his heart, "Your master is now grounded in Yunshan City. If the fireworks show is changed to Chang'an City, I won't be able to watch it." The master and disciple looked amiable on the surface, but they actually started a battle of wits and courage in secret. In the end, Li Tai gave up and said, "All right then. When the time comes, we'll come to the academy to watch the fireworks show." "Oh right. Yamacho. Last night, the people in Chang'an City also saw the fireworks at Yunshan City. My father even sent someone over to ask what happened." Before leaving, Li Tai suddenly whispered to Li Zixuan. Chapter 1138. "Oh? What did His Majesty say?" In front of the Yunshan residence, Li Zixuan heard from Li Tai that Li Er had sent someone to Yunshan this morning to investigate. Li Tai rolled his eyes and replied, "My father didn't say anything. But many people in Chang'an City saw the colorful light last night and mistook it for the colorful heavenly light brought by the deities descending to the mortal world." 7 colored heavenly lights? Hearing this, Li Zixuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never expected that the first fireworks show in the Tang dynasty would be related to immortals. Wasn't this 2F King ridiculous? In fact, what he did not know was that Li Tai also thought so at first, but in order to save some face for his father, he deliberately concealed this point. After Li Tai left, Li Gang, Li Anren, and Yin Xiaoning came one after another. Their purpose was more or less the same, which was to see the fireworks. In desperation, Li Zixuan told them about his plan to hold a fireworks show in the academy during the new year. These people were the homeowners of Yunshan and planned to spend the new year in Yunshan. After hearing this plan, of course, they did not have any objections and returned with satisfaction. As for the other native of Yunshan, Sun Simiao, the old Taoist priest brought him to the county at the foot of the mountain early in the morning. Moreover, even if he had time, he would not be so bored as to come and ask Li Zixuan for fireworks. Compared to this, the old Taoist priest was more concerned about the strange medical skills in Li Zixuan's mind. The imperial palace. After the court, Li Er returned to the Ganlu Hall. Just as he took off his dragon robe, he could not help but say to Zhao Song beside him, "I asked that kid to shut himself in Yunshan to reflect on himself, but he did it well. Today he has a hot pot feast. Tomorrow he will fiddle with some new firecrackers. His life is more comfortable than mine. Is he grounded, or is he on vacation?" It was no wonder that Li Zixuan complained. As a sinner, Li Zixuan did not reflect on himself sincerely all day long. Instead, he was treated like a master at home. On the other hand, although Li Zixuan was the emperor and was in charge of the life and death of the people in the world, he still had to work overtime every day to deal with state affairs. What's more, it's fine if you say you're living comfortably at home, but why did you have to make such a big commotion and make him mistakenly think that an immortal has descended to Earth? If it weren't for the fact that he had sent 100 riders to bring back the news early this morning, he might have really believed in Su Jingzong's nonsense in the imperial court and thought that the fireworks were rainbow-colored heavenly light, an auspicious omen, and felt complacent. Then the news on Cloud Mountain would be transmitted back to Chang'an. At that time, as the monarch of a country, where should he put his face? That was as awkward as it could get. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong, and has always had wonderful ideas. Otherwise, where would our Tang Empire have the curved plow? Where would we have the honeycomb coal and heaters? And where would we have the Yanhuang College? Zhao Song laughed dryly and spoke up for Li Zixuan without leaving a trace. If it weren't for the fact that this kid is truly talented, I would have removed him from his position long ago. Li Zixuan sat on the couch and said unhappily, "Haha, is your Majesty angry at the Marquis of Yong'an?" At this moment, Empress Zhongsun walked in from outside the hall. She nodded at Zhao Song and indicated that the latter could leave. Then she walked to Li Zixuan's side and put down the lotus seed soup in her hand. She smiled gently and said, "Your Majesty has just finished the morning court and must be hungry. Your Majesty, please fill your stomach and warm your body first." Li Zixuan's eyebrows finally relaxed. He took the lotus seed soup and smiled as he ate. "Haha, it's been hard on you. If my officials were as understanding as you, Concubine Guanyin, I wouldn't be so tired usually." Empress Zhongsun smiled and said, "Your Majesty must be joking. 1,000 people have 1,000 faces. All the civil and military officials in the court have their own talents. Some are more stubborn, some are more tactful, and some are more cynical. They all have their own personalities. How can you expect everyone to have the same personality? This isn't good for handling government affairs." Haha, Concubine Guanyin's words are reasonable. Li Zixuan's thoughts suddenly became clear. He put down the soup spoon and laughed. "Your Majesty, I heard that the rainbow sky at Yunshan last night was the Marquis of Yong'an's new type of firecrackers. Is it true?" Zhongsuan's eyes were smiling as she looked at Li Zixuan and said. Li Zixuan nodded and replied, "Yes, there is such a thing. I also just received the news this morning. It is said that the kid made a batch of firecrackers the day before yesterday. They can shoot into the sky and explode, but only the flames can be seen. Who knew that he would improve it again yesterday? So when the firecrackers shot into the sky and exploded last night, it became a rainbow of colors." Empress Zhongsun blinked and said, "If I guess correctly, the Marquis of Yong, and making such a new toy at this time should be to prepare for the new year, right?" Li Zixuan thought for a bit and felt that Empress Zhongsuan's guess was very likely true. He said unhappily, This kid is already a married person, but he's still like a child, fiddling with these little toys all day. He doesn't have any manners of a marquis at all." Zhongsun shook her head and said, "Your Majesty, I feel that the Marquis of Yong'an's actions aren't just for his personal enjoyment. It is said that a large portion of Yanhuang College's students this year didn't have the chance to go home for the new year because of the Warm Tang Foundation's Operation Warm Winter. I think that the Marquis of Yong and probably wants these students to have a regretless new year at the academy." As the president of the Warm Tang Foundation, although she was only in name and didn't usually manage things, since the Yanhuang College's students stayed at the academy because of the Operation Warm Winter and didn't have time to go home as the president, she more or less felt that she owed them. And Li Zixuan's actions of caring for the students made her have a good impression of Li Zixuan in her heart. Naturally, she also had to say a few words for Li Zixuan. Yes, if that's really the case, Then this kid did the right thing. Li Zishuan nodded. He was half doubtful and half sure as he said. He has indeed taught this batch of Yanhuang College's students well. In the future they will all be pillars of the country. We have discovered that this kid isn't good at being an official, but he is very competent as the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Empress Zhongsun covered her mouth and laughed. Your Majesty is still the wise one. Back then, you stood your ground against the opinions of the masses and allowed the Marquis of Yong to establish Yanhuang College. Only by using people to their fullest can they display their greatest abilities. For a genius like the Marquis of Yong, only Yunshan can accommodate his talent. Hey, Maid Guanyin, don't praise him anymore. As long as that kid doesn't cause trouble for us every few days, we will be satisfied. Li Zishuan complained with deep resentment. Oh. Chapter 1139. The days passed and soon it was the 28th of the 12th lunar month. What was strange was that Chang did not even have a single snowfall at this time of the year. It was said that a timely snow promised a bumper harvest, but there was not even a single snow seed this year. How could there be a good harvest next year? The children were immersed in the joy of the upcoming new year, but some of the experienced farmers were frowning more and more. Li Zishuan, who was living in seclusion in the Cloud Mountain, suddenly had a trace of worry in his heart. He looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, if there is no snow for a year, the locust eggs in the ground will probably survive in large numbers. The next year's locust plague will definitely be fierce. Fortunately, the Tang Empire was prepared. The first voyage of the Tang Empire's fleet brought back a large amount of food. After that, Li Xiaogong went to Lingnan to take up the position of the Left Commissioner of the Department of Shipping. He was in charge of the trade between the Nanyang countries and the Tang Empire. Gradually, he brought back a lot of food from other countries. Now the Tang Empire's warehouses were all full, and the warehouse near Chang'an was still expanding. It could be said that the Tang Empire's warehouse had never been so full before. Young master, according to your instructions, we have distributed the 280 bicycles produced by the workshop to the members of the Chamber of Commerce. They should be selling them today. Faubert came over early in the morning to tell Li Zishuan this news. The workshop was now well staffed. In just a few days they could produce more than 200 bicycles. On average, they could produce dozens of bicycles a day. Li Zishuan was quite satisfied with this speed. He nodded and said, I got it. Prepare a reward for the craftsmen and masters in the workshop. Let everyone go back for the new year. We will start work on the 7th of the first lunar month. Faubert smiled and replied, Okay, young master. Everyone was waiting for you to say that. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Don't be stingy with the reward. Give as much as you can. Everyone has worked hard this past year. Oh right, after the holidays, Faubert, you have to arrange a few people to guard the workshop. Fire prevention and theft prevention. The guards will get 5 times the salary during the new year. Ask around and see if anyone is willing. The new year was one thing, but the workshop couldn't be left unguarded. If it caught fire or attracted thieves, the loss would be too great. Faubert nodded and said, Don't worry, young master. This old man will find a few craftsmen who live nearby and ask. We won't let the workshop's business go out of business. Yes. Chang'an City was particularly lively today because the citizens had received news from the Datong Daily that 280 bicycles had arrived in Chang'an and were about to be sold. The workshop only produced 40 bicycles during the first sale. Li Zishuan took out 5 bicycles as a gift and gave the rest to Chao Wendong, Feng Jihua, Lin Wenyuan and other members of the Chamber of Commerce. In addition, the members of the Chamber of Commerce would also privately detain 1 or 2 bicycles as gifts. In total, there were less than 30 bicycles entering the market for the first time. Those who managed to get their hands on the bicycles back then could not be said to be unlucky, because in just over a month, the price of the folk bicycles had been secretly inflated to 700 to 800 strings. It couldn't be helped. Some rich people just didn't lack money. They just wanted to enjoy themselves. For those middle-class families who were not very rich, it was a little frustrating. They could still afford a bicycle that cost 400 strings of coins but 700 to 800 strings of coins. They couldn't bear to part with it. But now the bicycles were being sold again, and they were directly supplied with 280 bicycles. This time there were 280 bicycles, and no one was secretly detaining them. Compared to the previous sale, it was 10 times more. Although 280 bicycles were still not enough for the huge population of Chang'an City, the chances of getting one of the bicycles were undoubtedly higher. Therefore, countless citizens and wealthy businessmen rushed to the Chao family's Jianbao Pavilion, the Lin family's Qingyezhai, the Zhang family's Yixian and other places. This was because the second batch of bicycles was also not being sold by the Strange Taste Pavilion. They were all given to the members of the Chamber of Commerce. Hey! The Strange Taste Pavilion is finally being generous today. According to the Datong Daily, there are 280 bicycles for sale today. Haha. According to my position, it will definitely be my turn today. Hee. Fortunately, this old man lives nearby. I have to thank Brother Tao for informing me in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make it in time. Haha. There's no sincerity in an empty thank you. After buying the bicycles, Brother you won't be able to escape this meal. Of course. In a while, I will invite Brother Tao to Zuishan restaurant for a big meal. With a bicycle, it will be much more convenient to go to places to pay New Year's greetings. Yes. This foolish brother thinks so too. In front of the Lin family's Qingyezhai, there was a long line. The people at the front were naturally elated, while the people at the back were dejected. Just like what the two old men at the front had said, it was almost the new year. If they could buy a bicycle, how cool would it be to ride a bicycle around to greet the new year? Everyone would feel embarrassed. Hee. Madam, how is it? Your husband's previous judgment was correct, right? For this second batch of bicycles, our family has a total of 34 bicycles. On the second floor of Qingyezhai, Lin Wenyuan looked at the dense line of customers downstairs and smiled as he spoke to Madame Lin beside him. Madame Lin couldn't help but say, "There are only 30 bicycles in total. If we sell them, we can only earn about 3,000 strings of cash. Look at how happy Master is." Lin Wenyuan shook his head and said, "Madam, you don't understand, right? This old man heard that this batch of bicycles only took 5 days for the Strange Interest Pavilion to produce. Previously, because the workshop was busy producing honeycomb coal and coal furnaces, they didn't have time to make bicycles. Madam, think about it. If the workshop could concentrate on producing bicycles, how many bicycles would they be able to produce in a month? More than 3,000. With such a huge profit, you don't know how much other people would covet it. Besides, Marquee Workshop doesn't only have bicycles. In the future, there will definitely be other products. Also, with so many people coming to our Qingyezhai to buy bicycles, it will also drive the sales of other things in our shop. If we really want to calculate, we definitely earned more than 3,000 strings of cash today." Hee. From what Master said, won't we be able to earn back the money we invested in the workshop next year? Madame Lin's eyes lit up as she asked with a smile. Lin Wenyuan chuckled and said, "It won't just be earning back the money. There will definitely be a lot of extra money. Let's not talk about other things. Just the 45,000 strings of cash that we bought from the Chamber of Commerce, if we sell it for 60,000 strings of cash, there will definitely be people who will buy it." Madame Lin subconsciously thought that her husband was bragging. She rolled her eyes and said, "I don't care about the rest. The important thing is that we finally have some extra money for the new year." Lin Wenyuan's old face darkened. He quickly coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Previously, he had taken out more than 40,000 strings of cash to invest in the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, causing the Lin family's shop to be in a tight spot. Without liquid capital, doing business would naturally be a big hindrance. They had to scrape together funds left and right to barely survive until now. During this period, the Lin family could be considered to have lived frugally for a long time. Now that Li Zishuan had finally released a large number of bicycles, the Lin family could finally use this opportunity to earn back some money. Oh. Chapter 1140. Young Master. All the fireworks produced by the workshop have been moved to the Academy's warehouse. Brother Emojong will arrange for someone to guard them. I guarantee that there won't be any accidents. When it was close to noon, Sanbao rushed back from the workshop and reported to Li Zishuan. The workshop had received orders from Li Zishuan early in the morning to start a holiday. The batch of fireworks produced by the workshop naturally had to be handed over before the workers left. Li Zishuan did not instruct these matters. It was all decided by San Bao, Faubert and Fu. Well done. Li Zixuan nodded, then looked at San Bao and asked with a smile. How is it? Have you and Fu gotten used to the workshop recently? San Bao was flattered and bowed. Young master, what are you talking about? It's my and Fu's good fortune to be able to work for you. What's there to not get used to? Li Zixuan said angrily. You rascal. You're such a smooth talker. You can laugh and joke around normally, but when you're working you have to pay more attention. San Bao quickly said seriously. Young master, you're right. San Bao will remember it. Go. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said. Yanhuang College. Hung Yi, did you return to Chang'an again? In front of Guanghua Building, Chan Tianhua saw Hua Hongyi walking towards him. Seeing his travel-worn appearance, he knew that this fellow had just returned from outside. Hence he smiled. Although the three of them lived in Chang'an, they were already used to life in the academy. Seeing that most of the students did not go home during the winter break, they stayed in the academy. Coincidentally, the academy's canteen was free of charge during the winter break. The benefits were amazing. As for the Chinese New Year, they planned to go back for a reunion dinner and come back to the academy to watch the fireworks at night. Haha, Tianhua. You don't know how lively Chang'an's West City is today. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that tens of thousands of people came out to watch. Hua Hongyi walked over with a beaming face and laughed heartily. Speaking of which, during the winter vacation, the students who didn't go home didn't just stay at home in the academy. Most of them often went to Chang'an City when they had nothing to do, especially those students from other places. It was not easy for them to come to Chang'an City to study, but the academy was located outside of Chang'an City. Moreover, they usually had a lot of homework and had no time for other things. Now that it was the winter vacation, how could they live up to themselves if they didn't go to Chang'an City for a walk? Moreover, Yun Mountain was only about 20 miles away from Chang'an City. Along the way, they might meet some villagers from the Han Village, Plum Village, or other villages who were driving their ox carts and planning to go to the market. With a few polite words, the villagers would usually happily give them a ride. This would save them a lot of effort. This morning, Hua Hongyi rode on Old Hu's ox cart to Chang. Is it because of the bike? Chan Tianhua rolled his eyes and said indifferently. Obviously, he had already read today's Datong Daily. Hua Hongyi gave a thumbs up and praised. It's the bike. Tianhua is indeed Tianhua. You don't even have to go out and you already know what's going on. Amazing. TSK, today's scene is really crowded. Even if Yamacho released 280 bicycles, they would definitely be sold out by this morning. Chan Tianhua interrupted him impatiently. All right. Stop talking nonsense. I say, Hong Yi, didn't you say that you've already planned out your first novel? Why don't you take advantage of the winter break to start writing? You have to know that next year's homework will definitely be more intense. Hua Hongyi was stunned when he heard this. He then said, Tianhua, you don't know. Actually, regarding this novel, I've already started writing it a long time ago. It's almost done. Chan Tianhua was suddenly energized. He said with great interest, Oh? You finished writing it so quickly? Can you let me take a look first? Hua Hongyi scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I meant that the outline is almost done. Pfft. Chan Tianhua almost vomited blood. If the person in front of him wasn't his best friend, he would have punched him. Haha, Tianhua. This novel of mine is a little special. I'm sure you've never seen or heard of it before, so it'll be very difficult to comprehend it. You can't force the progress. Hua Hongyi quickly explained. Chan Tianhua looked at him suspiciously and said helplessly, All right. Since that's the case, do whatever you want. Just let me and Feichen know when you're ready to release the book. Of course. Hua Hongyi nodded. Suddenly, he saw many students crowding around the Guanghua building. He pointed in that direction and asked curiously, Tianhua, why are they crowding around there? Chan Tianhua looked in the direction Hua Hongyi was pointing at. Then he looked away and answered, In the morning, the Yamacho sent people to move the fireworks for the new year here. They used a lot of ox carts, countless of them. Now the fireworks have been placed in the warehouse on the first floor. Those people are crowding around the warehouse, probably wanting to see the fireworks in advance. What? The fireworks are here? Damn! I want to see it too. Hua Hongyi opened his eyes wide and ran over excitedly. The fireworks were his biggest anticipation for this year's new year. Master, the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop has been established. In just a few days they can make almost 300 bicycles. The process requires iron, sulfur and other raw materials. They are completely self-sufficient. This is terrifying. Chongren Square, Zhongsun Wuji's house. The layman just enjoys the show, while the expert appreciates the skill. While the people outside were crazy about the 280 bicycles, the experts saw the terrifying production capacity and efficiency of the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop. From the looks of it, their way of smelting iron is undoubtedly more efficient. It's hard to imagine that Li Zixuan has such achievements in smelting iron. I have really underestimated him. Zhongsun Wuji sighed with his hands behind his back. Master, with the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop, our smelting speed will definitely not be as fast as theirs. If the Marquis of Yong wants to snatch business from us, we won't be able to do so. The middle-aged man standing below Zhongsun Wuji, who looked like a manager, complained carefully. Zhongsun Wuji squinted his eyes. If the manager could think of this problem, how could he not? However, don't bother about this. No matter what, during the cholera outbreak, Li Zixuan saved Chong'er's life. If we were to fall out with him because of the business of the workshop, wouldn't we be a joke? Moreover, from the looks of it, the iron produced by the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop is for their own use. Li Zixuan doesn't have the intention to sell the iron to others. We don't need to complicate things. After a moment, Zhongsun Wuji shook his head and gave the final word. Chapter 1141. The largest iron-making workshop in Chang, and was owned by Zhongsun Wuji's family. After all, it was still the era of salt and iron officials. Even if there were iron-making workshops among the commoners, the scale wouldn't be large. Zhongsun Wuji used his status as a relative of the emperor to not only own an iron mine, but he could also forge iron openly. Not only that, the imperial court would purchase large amounts of iron from the Zhongsun family every year. The Zhongsun family could be said to be filthy rich through the iron-making business. Of course, this was the special favor that Emperor Li II Emperor gave to the Zhongsun family. There was probably no other family in the entire Tang dynasty who could do this. However, all of this was already a thing of the past. Now that the Curious Pavilion had become the largest private iron-making workshop in Tang dynasty, the Zhongsun family was the first to bear the brunt. Their business would definitely be affected. If the other party wasn't Li Zixuan, Zhongsun Wuji might have taken action to suppress them. If this happened 30 years later, no matter who the other party was, Zhongsun Wuji would mercilessly suppress them. This was because by then, he would already be in complete control of the imperial court. Why would he have such fear? However, there weren't so many ifs in this world. The reality was that the current Li Zixuan couldn't be suppressed even if he wanted to. Li Zixuan, who was far away in Yunshan, didn't know of Zhongsun Wuji's thoughts. Actually, he was worried that his iron-making workshop would make Zhongsun Wuji unhappy. However, after thinking about it, with his current status and connections, it wouldn't be easy for Zhongsun Wuji to bully him. Furthermore, he had saved Zhongsun Chang's life. Even if Zhongsun Wuji wasn't grateful, he couldn't possibly bite the hand that fed him, right? If that was really the case, the old fox's reputation would definitely be tarnished. However, even though he wasn't worried about Zhongsun Wuji's revenge, Li Zixuan still left some leeway. For example, the iron produced by the Curious Pavilion was never sold to the public. This was because the daily consumption of iron in the workshop was huge. On the other hand, Li Zixuan was taking care of Empress Zhongxuan's face and didn't want to make things too difficult for Zhongsun Wuji. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, other than his family and elders, Empress Zhongxun was someone who took care of him. Li Zixuan naturally respected this woman from the bottom of his heart. On the other side, the 280 bicycles were all sold out in just half a day. Those who managed to snatch the car were still the lucky ones, as they could easily earn hundreds of strings of cash by casually selling it. In the end, there were too many monks and too little gruel. The number of bicyclists in Chang was still very large. Unlike the last batch, which only had dozens of bicycles, There were now 280 bicycles in Chang'an. People could often be seen riding bicycles on the streets, which was impossible a month ago. Nowadays, the children in Chang'an City had one more fun, which was to wait on the streets for rich people to come by on bicycles. Once they saw one, these naughty children would crazily chase after the bicycle on their scooters. Speaking of which, these people were really reckless. On such a cold day, they were actually willing to ride bicycles or skateboards in the cold wind. If they were in modern times, they would definitely be idiots. Cloud Mountain Villa. The new year was the day after tomorrow. Although there were few people in Cloud Mountain, the New Year's atmosphere was very strong. Every household had already prepared all the New Year's goods, such as chicken, duck, fish, tea, wine, soy sauce, North and South stir-fried goods, sugar bait, fruits, and so on. In addition to these, every household had to prepare some gifts for visiting relatives and friends during the new year. Families with children also had to buy new clothes and hats for their children to wear during the new year. However, for a big family like the Li family, they did not lack these. Lan or this girl wore new clothes every day, no one would object. What surprised Li Zishuan was that there was actually bacon in the New Year's goods. He thought that this thing did not exist in the Tang dynasty. In fact, this was his own ignorance. Bacon had a very long history in China. At least in the era of Confucius, the ancestors knew how to make bacon. Confucius had a special fondness for bacon. He once said, "As long as you give me 10 strips of bacon, I will teach you." Confucius had 3,000 disciples and 72 followers. If they all gave him 10 strips of bacon as filial piety, this old man would not be able to finish it even if he opened his stomach. Later, it became the custom of students giving their teachers bacon. However, in the ancient language it was called shu xiu, which meant a bundle of dried meat. Tsk. This bacon stir-fried with garlic core is a delicious dish. Wife, your husband will teach you a new dish in the afternoon. Li Zishuan looked at the bacon hanging in the house and said with joy. There were still garlic sprouts in the winter because garlic was a crop with relatively strong cold resistance. It could withstand a short period of -10 degrees Celsius. If the temperature below -10 degrees Celsius was low for a long time, or if the temperature was extremely low, garlic sprouts would easily freeze and die. However, the temperature in Chang'an City was not that low this year, so it was not difficult to find some garlic core. This was the first time Han Yushi heard of this dish. She thought for a while and nodded. Okay, hubby, you can tell me later and I'll do it. Hey, that's right, my wife, I asked you to buy more pork. Did you not buy it? His original plan was to buy a batch of pork before the new year and give some to each household in his village as an auspicious sign for the new year. However, he realized that there was not enough pork in the New Year's goods at home. Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan angrily and said, "Husband, you asked for more than 10,000 pounds of pork. Do you expect to pile it all up at home? Don't worry, Uncle Wang has already taken care of it." He bought more than 100 pigs and temporarily raised them in the field in front of Uncle Hu's house. Uncle Wang plans to distribute the pork to each village tomorrow. Then, the village chief of each village will personally distribute the pork to the villagers. Oh! Li Zishuan touched his nose embarrassedly. Then, he suddenly thought of the pig slaughtering banquet in the village in his previous life. He said, "Wife, we will distribute the pork tomorrow, but you have to let Faubert keep 8 pigs. I plan to hold a pig slaughtering banquet in each village during the new year the day after tomorrow." Pig slaughtering banquet? Husband, what is a pig slaughtering banquet? Han Yushi asked curiously. Li Zishuan thought for a while and replied, This pig slaughtering banquet is to put different parts of a pig, both inside and outside, into a big pot, half boiling and half steaming. Then the meat in the big pot can be divided into many dishes, such as garlic minced meat, garlic minced heart meat, firewood meat, hand-chopped liver, pickled vegetables stewed with white meat and blood sausage, and so on. Wife, let me tell you, don't think that the pig slaughtering banquet is tasteless just because there are so many things cooking together. In fact, if it is done well, it will be delicious. Chapter 1142. Cloud Mountain Residence. Hearing Li Zishuan talk about the pig slaughtering feast so seriously, Han Yushi was also a little tempted, but, husband, although the pig slaughtering feast is good, don't forget that you are still grounded by His Majesty. Grounding, the desire for the pig-slaughtering feast that had just appeared on Li Zishuan's face instantly disappeared without a trace. Once a person was pleased with himself, it was easy for him to forget himself. He was a typical example of this. All right then. Let Uncle Wang distribute all the pork to the villagers. Li Zishuan waved his hand dispiritedly. At first he thought that being grounded for 2 months was no big deal. After all, he liked to stay at home. However, now that it was close to the new year, he realized that he couldn't even leave Cloud Mountain. How frustrating. Sigh. Now I have no choice but to be an otaku even if I don't want to. Li Zishuan sighed in his heart. He had heard what his father-in-law had said to him earlier. He knew that he had caused too much trouble this time. Taking advantage of being grounded, he had to lay low for a period of time and let everyone gradually forget about the Chui family. That was the wisest move. During this period, Li Zishuan was determined not to cause any trouble and let others have a hold on him. Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan was as dejected as a child who didn't get a toy. She felt an inexplicable sense of pity in her heart. She couldn't help but giggle and say, "Husband, why are you so dejected? If we can't have the pig-slaughtering feast this year, we can have it next year. Anyway, there will be a new year every year." Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly and forced a smile. "Haha, wife, you don't have to comfort me. It's just a pig-slaughtering feast. Your husband is not a greedy person." Han Yushi smiled when she heard that. She thought disapprovingly, "Husband, if you are not a greedy person, then who in the world would have the nerve to call themselves greedy people?" Ooh. The 30th of December, New Year's Eve. Finally, it was New Year's Eve. Yen Lide and Yen Libin had already moved to Yunshan 2 days ago to live with Yen Xiaoning. Because the imperial court would give the officials a lunar New Year's Eve holiday every year. There were a total of 7 days. It was the 3 days before Lunar New Year's Eve, the first day of the Lunar New Year, the second day of the Lunar New Year, and the third day of the Lunar New Year. Therefore, old Yan's family happened to be here for a holiday. Although Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong both had houses in Yunshan, of course it was given to them by Li Zishuan, they still had many connections in Chang'an, so they had no time to come over during the day. It was rare for Sun Simiao to give himself a day off today. He suspended the free clinic activity at the foot of the mountain. The Hu family had been helping him tidy up his house and buy New Year goods these few days. Could be said that they had worked hard. Therefore, although the old Taoist priest had been running down the mountain recently, he was quite well prepared for the new year. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan, the host, invited the big group of people to his house for a meal. It was considered a welcome for them to celebrate the new year in Yunshan. To be honest, those who could be long-term residents of Cloud Mountain were not simple people. Every one of them was quite knowledgeable, and most of them knew each other. Therefore, during the banquet there were toasts and conversations, and it was very lively. The meal lasted until around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Zishuan lay at home for a while, then brought Sanbao out and walked towards the academy. He was indeed grounded at home now, but Yanhuang College was also his home. The current situation was that as long as he didn't leave Yunshan, no one would find trouble with him. After entering the academy, Li Zishuan went straight to the canteen. He found the canteen manager Wang Dahu and said, "Dahu, have you prepared the flour and ingredients that I asked you to prepare?" Eru, you're here too?" Li Zishuan saw Wang Eru, who was busy not far away. When Wang Eru heard him, he quickly ran over and said, "Yes, young master. Today the Drunken Immortal restaurant is on holiday, so I came here to help my brother. At the same time, the whole family will celebrate the new year at the academy." In the modern era, during the new year, the business was the best in the restaurant industry. Usually, the employees of the restaurants and hotels would not be on holiday at this time, because many people were too lazy to prepare a reunion dinner, so they would celebrate the new year at the restaurant. But it was different in the ancient era. In this era, the concept of home was still very strong in people's hearts. During the new year, basically no one would eat a reunion dinner outside. Therefore, Li Zishuan simply let everyone in the Drunken Immortal restaurant go on holiday. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded, then asked, "Eru, you brought your father and mother over too?" Wang Eru quickly waved his hand and said, "How can I? This is the academy. How can my father and mother come in casually?" I let my father and mother wait at a farmer's house at the foot of the mountain. After my brother and I are done with our work, we will go down the mountain to find them and have a reunion dinner together. Pa! Li Zixuan slapped the back of Wang Era's head and said, "It's so cold now. How can you leave your parents at the foot of the mountain? Although Yanhuang College does not allow outsiders to come in casually, you and Dahu are not outsiders. Hurry up and bring your father and mother over here. Your whole family can celebrate the new year with so many students at the academy today. Speaking of which, if possible, who wouldn't want to have a family reunion? However, the academy was a sacred place for scholars. How could outsiders enter just because they wanted to? Therefore, Wang Eru did not dare to bring his parents directly to the academy. At this time, after listening to Li Zixuan, Wang Eru and Wang Dahu were touched. They bowed and said, "Thank you, young master, for thinking highly of us." After that, Wang Eru ran out of the cafeteria happily. Wang Dahu finally had the time to answer Li Zixuan's question. "Young master, the flour and ingredients that you asked for are all prepared here. The quantity is definitely enough." Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Haha, that's great. Bring everything to the table. Today, I will let the students have a dumpling making competition." It was the new year. How could it be called the new year if they did not make dumplings? Wang Dahu was stunned and said doubtfully, "Dumplings? Yamacho, what are dumplings? At first, I thought you were going to make wontons." "Wontons? Ahem. Actually, the two are similar. It's just that the names are different. In the future, it will be dumplings, no wontons. We must eat dumplings for the new year," Li Zixuan quickly explained. In fact, there was no such thing as dumplings in the Tang dynasty, but there were dumplings in the Tang dynasty. Today's wontons are shaped like a crescent moon. They are eaten everywhere. This was the first sentence that talked about dumplings in ancient Chinese literature. It was written by the Northern Qi writer and educator, Yan Jitue. Although Yan Jitue said wontons, he said crescent moon-shaped wontons. Then wouldn't crescent moon-shaped wontons be dumplings? In the middle of the Tang dynasty there was a new name for dumplings, jiawan. In the Song dynasty, in order to distinguish it from wontons, people began to shape it into a crescent moon shape. It was actually a triangular shape with two pointed corners, and was called jiaozi. Zhou of the Song dynasty even wrote in his Old Stories of Wulin that there were records of multicolored buns, multicolored dumplings. Since jiaozi and dumplings both appeared, the name dumplings appeared naturally. Therefore, dumplings was officially named in the Song dynasty. Wang Dahu nodded his head in confusion. Li Zixuan said to San Bao, "San Bao, go tell Mozhong and the rest to inform all the students in the school to come to the cafeteria to participate in the dumpling making competition." "Yes, young master." Chapter 1143. Dumplings? What are dumplings? In the Guanghua building of the Yanhuang Academy, Ku Shiqing was reviewing his homework. He used to be the top student in the School of Mathematics. Ever since the new students of the School of Mathematics joined the Yanhuang Academy, he had never been the top student again. As a person who had once been in the clouds, if he accidentally fell halfway, he would definitely want to climb back up again. Ku Shiqing was the same person. In the past 6 months there was not a moment when he did not want to climb to the top again. Since he could not go home during the winter break, he had been revising his homework in the hope that he could deepen his understanding of engineering. When he heard the news from his classmate, he could not help but wonder. Zhang Ziren scratched his head and looked confused. He said, "I don't know what dumplings are either. Anyway, Yamacho asked us to go, so we'll go." Today was New Year's Eve. Most of the students in Class 1 had returned to Chang'an for the new year. There were less than 15 students left. The 2 of them were from out of town, so they could only stay in the school to study by themselves. "Yamacho is here? Let's go and see." Ku Shiqing's eyes lit up as he stood up. Ever since the fall of the Cui family, Li Zixuan rarely came to Yanhuang College except for the hot pot banquet. It was said that he had been staying at home and rarely went down Yunshan. This made Ku Shiqing a little worried. Although Li Zixuan did not say it, his intuition told him that the Cui family had brought a lot of trouble to Li Zixuan. If this was a year ago, Ku Shiqing wouldn't have cared if Li Zixuan was dead or alive. However, in the past year, Li Zixuan's vast knowledge and powerful charisma had won over most of the students in the school. He was one of them. Li Zixuan was now the one and only spiritual idol in his heart. Of course he would be worried if something happened to his idol. The two of them walked together and arrived in front of the cafeteria. At this time, many students had gathered in front of the cafeteria. The crowd was noisy and everyone was talking about the dumpling competition. Jian, what are dumplings? How would I know? But since these dumplings need to be wrapped by hand, and Yamacho told us to come to the cafeteria, these dumplings must be eaten. Therefore, I'm guessing that these dumplings are probably food similar to steamed buns or hundun. F***ck. Jian, your analysis makes sense. So we're all in for a treat tonight? Haha, was there even a need to ask? Since it's Yamacho's new food, it definitely won't taste bad. That makes sense. Hey, Yamacho said it was a dumpling making competition. Does that mean there will be a competition later? Yeah, since it's a competition, there must be a winner and a loser. I wonder what surprises Yamacho will bring us this time. Ku Shiqing and Sung Ziren looked at each other. They found the group of students from Class 1 and walked over. Is everyone here? In the cafeteria, Emozhong pushed open the door and entered. Before he could speak, Li Zixuan raised his head and asked. Emozhong cupped his fist and answered. Yamacho, everyone is here. Since it's New Year's Eve, there are only 300 students left in the academy. The rest have gone home for the new year. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Okay, I'll go out and talk to them about something. By the way, Emozhong, the guards of the academy must be vigilant tonight. This place is decorated with lanterns and decorations, and there will be fireworks at midnight. It's easy to catch fire, so you have to strengthen the patrols. It's been hard on all of you these 2 days. You can't reunite with your families during the new year, and you still have to guard your posts. From tomorrow onwards, all of you will go home and rest for a few days. I'll let Pang Feiji take care of the academy's safety for the time being. Emozhong didn't expect Li Zixuan to be so considerate of the guards. He couldn't help but feel touched. Yamacho brothers, it's not hard at all. We've been in the academy for so long, and this place has long become our home. There's no need to reunite. These words were not out of politeness. People's hearts were made of flesh. Ever since they came to Cloud Mountain, they could clearly feel how Li Zixuan treated them. He really treated the academy as his own home. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Okay, I'm very happy that all of you feel a sense of belonging in the academy. However, you still have to take a break. All of you go back and rest for a few days before coming back. You can't reunite with your families tonight, but you have to make it up to them tomorrow. Emozhong thought for a while, and finally bowed deeply to Li Zixuan and said, Thank you, Yamacho, for your understanding. Brothers, go back and rest for a few days before coming back. Okay. Li Zixuan nodded and walked out of the door. He couldn't help but feel a wave of happiness in his heart. Emozhong and the others were originally from the Mo clan, and the academy's imperceptible influence on them during this half a year had finally caused them to develop a sense of belonging. He reckoned that it wouldn't be long before this group of members from the Mo clan would completely belong to the academy. Although they might still think of themselves as belonging to the Mo school, in their behavior, the line between Mo school and engineering would become more and more blurred. Yamacho is out. Quiet down, all of you. Yamacho is out. As soon as Li Zixuan came out, the students in front of the cafeteria became restless. Then they automatically quieted down. This was Li Zixuan's prestige in the hearts of the students. No one could replace him. At the same time, this also showed that the first batch of students from Yanhuang College truly loved engineering the academy, and, it was worship and respect for Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan stood on the steps in front of the cafeteria, facing the fanatical, worshipful and respectful gazes of the students and said, Today is New Year's Eve and tomorrow is New Year's Day. On behalf of all the teachers of Yanhuang College, I wish you all a happy new year. I wish you all the best in your studies and progress in the new year. By the way, I'll also give you a poem. Hard work ends today, the youth can still be praised. In modern times, after New Year's Eve, the first day of the first lunar month was called the Spring Festival. However, in the Tang Dynasty, there was no such thing as the Spring Festival because there was only the lunar calendar. The first day of the new year was called New Year's Day, Yuan Day, Yuanzheng, or Sui Day. As for the poem, Li Zishuan said it was an encouraging poem sent to his younger brother, Su Zhe, during the new year by Su Shi, an 8th rank official in Shaanxi. The general idea was, young people should seize this day well, only then will they have the spirit to guide the country. Thank you, Yamacho. I also wish Yamacho a happy new year. The students were secretly praising Li Zishuan's literary talent and poetry, as they cupped their hands towards Li Zishuan and said in unison. Li Zishuan was in a good mood and laughed. Haha, okay, I'll accept your blessings. Let's stop with the pleasantries. Next, I'll tell you the rules of today's dumpling making competition. Chapter 1144. Yamacho, what are dumplings? In front of the academy's cafeteria, someone finally asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and explained. Dumplings are similar to wonton, stuffing the dough with fillings. But I think dumplings sound better. Tonight, Z hour is the beginning of 2 years, the time to welcome the new and bid farewell to the old. It has a special meaning. Dumplings are named after the meaning of coming of age. Z means Z hour, which is homophonic to dumplings. It represents festive reunion and good luck, indicating good luck in the new year. In the future, no matter what position you hold or where you are, as your former Yamacho, I hope that you can eat dumplings during the new year and remember today's dumpling making competition. Good. Anyway, Li Zishuan said that the name of dumplings sounded good, so it sounded good. All the students cheered loudly. Li Zishuan continued. Today's dumpling making competition will be held in classes. The time limit is 2 hours. The dumpling wrappers and dumpling fillings have already been prepared by the chefs in the cafeteria. After 2 hours, the class with the most dumplings will win. Note that those dumplings that are randomly made to make up the numbers will not be counted in the total, and the corresponding amount will be deducted from the qualified dumplings. As for the reward for the winning class, in addition to winning money, everyone will have a chance to personally light fireworks tonight. In addition, all the students can eat dumplings for free tonight. It will definitely be enough. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. If there are no questions, then go in and start making dumplings now. Winning money is almost equivalent to the modern red envelope. It was first popular in the Western Han Dynasty, but this kind of money is not the currency circulating in the market. It is specially cast into the shape of a coin to ward off evil spirits. The front of it is usually cast with words and various auspicious words, such as, long live the ages, peace in the world, get rid of evil spirits, etc. The back of it is cast with various patterns, such as dragons and phoenixes, turtles and snakes, fish, sword fighting, stars, etc. This is equivalent to the auspicious gifts that relatives and friends give to each other. Can't be used to buy things. Yamacho, what kind of dumplings are qualified? Song Ziren asked. Li Zishuan asked Wang Eru, who was behind him, for a portion of dumpling skin and a spoonful of dumpling filling. He casually made a dumpling shaped like a gold ingot. He often made dumplings like this in his previous life, but as far as he knew, the dumplings made by northerners were crescent-shaped. The dumplings made by southerners and other places were more unique in appearance. There were pigeon-shaped, willow leaf-shaped, skirt-shaped, cicada-shaped, and gold ingot-shaped dumplings. In Li Zishuan's previous life, this kind of gold ingot was popular in his hometown. Well, this is just an example for you, but it's not limited to what you can wrap up like this. As long as it's not obvious, it's fine. Also, before making the dumplings, all of you have to wash your hands clean. You can't go to the outhouse or pick your nose. Do you hear me? Haha. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, the students burst into laughter. But laughter aside, they still accepted Li Zishuan's request. After all, these dumplings would be in their stomachs at night. Shiqing, the situation is not good for our class. Qingke, Zifan, Changchumo, and the others have all gone home. There are only 13 people left in our class, and I think the average number of people in the other classes is around 20. How can we compare? Song Ziren said with a frown. After entering the cafeteria, the students divided up their seats. The others also looked at Shiqing. When Li Tai and the others were not around, Shiqing had the most prestige in Class 1. Shiqing frowned for a moment and said, "Who has made dumplings at home before?" "I have." I haven't. 8 people raised their hands and 4 shook their heads. Kushurching breathed a sigh of relief and said, I have 2. Later, those who have made dumplings before concentrate on making them. Those who haven't help to distribute the dough. If we work together, we might have a chance. Okay. Everyone roared in agreement, and then they quickly spread out according to their individual duties. Kushurching quickly took the dumpling skin from his companion, and then put a spoonful of dumpling filling on the skin. Then, everyone saw his hands kneading, and a crescent-shaped dumpling was formed in an instant. The speed was so fast that it left everyone dumbfounded. Damn! Shurching, your speed is amazing. You are a master, Song Ziren said in surprise. Yeah, I didn't see it. Shurching, you have such a trick up your sleeve. Amazing! Now we might have a chance to get first place. The students of Class 1 saw hope from Kushurching's operation, and were overjoyed. Haha, this is nothing. But I can't do it alone. If we want to get first place, we must work together. Kushurching smiled, but he sighed helplessly in his heart. It was said that children from poor families learn to take care of the family early. These classmates only saw his speed in making dumplings, but they did not know that his family used to sell dumplings. When he was young, he often helped his family make dumplings. This was all practice. Shurching is right. Everyone hurry up. With his encouragement, the students of Class 1 were suddenly filled with motivation. An hour later, Class 1 had made 10 trays of dumplings, about 600 of them. Kushurching was doing 3 by himself and his speed was very fast. Class 2 also made 10 trays and their speed was about the same. The other classes mostly hovered around 9 trays, and no class dared to say that they had an absolute advantage. Damn! Are you all really making dumplings here? I heard that there is a big prize for first place. I'm not too late. At this moment, a few students walked in from outside the cafeteria. It was Chung Chumo, Wang Meng, Li Tai and the others. They all came over after the reunion dinner at home, but when they returned to Guanghua Building, they found that there was no one inside. They asked the academy guards and found out that there was a dumpling making competition in the cafeteria, and that there was a prize, so they hurried over. Because Li Tai lived in the palace and did not have his own residence, he needed to accompany Concubine Yang in the palace, so he did not come with Li Tai. Phew! Chumo, you're finally here. Come and help. If we win, we can personally set off the fireworks tonight. Zhang Ziren said with a sigh of relief. There's such a good thing. But I don't know how to make dumplings. Qingke, do you know how to do it? Chung Chumo was overjoyed at first, but when he saw Kushurching's dumplings, he was immediately dumbfounded. Li Tai opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know how to do it either, but I can learn. Shurching, I'll learn from you. No matter what, one more person means one more chance of winning. With that, the little fatty rolled up his sleeves and prepared to personally participate. If Li Zishuan saw that his son was going to do such a thing, his eyes would probably pop out, and then he would come and fight Li Zishuan to the death. Damn! I'll also learn. When Sun Zif and Wang Meng and the others saw this, how could they have the nerve to stand outside and watch? They all joined the battle, and began to make dumplings for the first time in their lives. With the addition of this new group of people, the first class, which was not at a disadvantage, quickly pulled away from the other classes. Oh! Chapter 1145. Class 1, 1576 valid ones. Class 2, 1499 valid ones. Class 3, 1402 valid ones. Class 4. The dumpling making competition officially ended when it was close to 5 p.m. Li Zishuan ordered someone to count the number of dumplings, and began to announce the results. The students were very high during the process of making dumplings. At this time they didn't particularly care about whether they could get first place or not. However, they still had a trace of hope in their hearts that they could win first place, because the first class could personally light the fireworks. Fireworks were priceless in the whole of Tang Dynasty. They had been eyeing it for a long time. If they could light it themselves, they would be able to brag to others in the future. Class 15, 1327 effective ones. Class 16, 1575 effective ones. Oh! As Li Zishuan finished reading, there was a gasp from Class 1, followed by Chang Chumo's excited shout. Damn! If I remember correctly, we are first place. Haha. Chonyo, you remembered correctly this time. We are first place. Sun Zifan shouted heartily. Shirqing. Good job. This time our class is in danger because of you. Li Tai patted Shirqing's shoulder and sighed sincerely. However, this little fatty's hands were full of flour. When he patted Shirqing's shoulder, there was a claw mark. However, Shirqing was in a state of excitement at the moment and didn't notice this small detail. He smiled modestly and said, "This is not just my credit. Class 16 is only one less than us. Qing Ke and the others, if you didn't come back in time, our class would have lost." Li Tai laughed and said, "No matter who the credit is, as long as we protect the glory of Class 1. No matter what, our Class 1 is the best in every aspect." Haha. The glory of Class 1. Shirqing was startled, and then his heart burned with passion. Their class could be said to be Li Zishuan's direct class. Ever since they were incorporated into Yanhuang College, whether it was military training or ordinary exams, it could be said that they never fell behind. The atmosphere of the entire class was also full of enthusiasm. In the past, Shirqing didn't understand why his classmates were so hardworking. Nor did he know why he was so hardworking. Later on, he couldn't figure it out and could only attribute it to the overall environment. However, after listening to Li Tai's words, he understood that these direct students of Li Zishuan all had a trace of pride and persistence in their hearts. They would subconsciously protect the glory of this direct student class. Fight for glory and win every battle. Qing Ke, you're right. We're all here to protect the glory of Class 1. Shirqing looked deeply at Li Tai and solemnly said. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Nothing needed to be said. Dahu, quickly get someone to put away these dumplings. Make half of them tonight and the other half tomorrow morning. Li Zishuan pointed to the mountain of dumplings on the cafeteria table and ordered. In this weather, there was no need to worry about the dumplings going bad overnight. It was very convenient to store them. Yes, Yamacho. Wang Dahu responded and asked the cafeteria staff to carry the dumplings. Li Zishuan looked at the students again and said with a smile, "All right, go wash your hands. The class that didn't get first place doesn't have to be dejected. There will be free dumplings tonight. And I just changed my mind at the last minute. Everyone will have money to bet later." Oh, Yamacho is mighty. Yamacho is mighty. Many students were still a little hesitant, but after hearing the second half of Li Zishuan's sentence, everyone suddenly cheered. Even if they lost the first place, they still had dumplings and money to bet. They didn't lose out this time. This was Li Zishuan's little trick. He actually wanted to give each student a red packet from the beginning. But obviously, the experience of regaining something after losing it made the students happier. The students of Class 1 weren't disappointed because of this. As the champion, they had another special privilege later, lighting fireworks. After 15 minutes, the students sat neatly in the cafeteria according to their class. Sanbao carried a sack from outside and walked to Li Zishuan and said, "Young master, the money is inside." "Okay, you carry it and follow me to give it out one by one," Li Zishuan said. Yes, young master." Sanbao wiped the sweat off her forehead and carried the sack again. She followed Li Zishuan and gave out money to each student one by one. Each set of money was placed in a small pouch sewn with red cloth. It looked very exquisite and festive. This was the red packet that Li Zishuan wanted to recreate as modern as possible. The students received the red packets and quickly thanked him. Then they solemnly put the red packets in their pockets. After 30 minutes, Li Zishuan gave out a red packet to each of the 300 students in the cafeteria. In the end, there were still some left. He simply let Sanbao give one to each of the cafeteria workers. At this time, the sky outside was gradually turning dark. Wang Dahu just happened to report that the dumplings were cooked. Li Zishuan took the opportunity to announce that dinner was ready. The students stood up and lined up to get their food. Li Zishuan walked out of the cafeteria. He planned to go home and bring his family over for the reunion dinner. The more people there were, the more lively it was. "Have you brought little Yor and Majo over?" After walking out of the cafeteria, Li Zishuan looked at Sanbao and asked. Li Zishuan had planned for the whole family to celebrate the reunion dinner at the academy. Not only that, He also sent people to Chang'an to bring Li Yu and Ma Zhou over. The two of them had no relatives in Chang'an City. Their house was even rented. He thought that it would be too lonely to celebrate the reunion dinner alone, so he brought them over to celebrate the reunion dinner together. Young master, they are here. Miss Li Yu and Mr. Ma are at the side yard now. Sanbao replied. Good. Then go and invite Mr. Mo, Ink Girl, Dao's son, Mr. Wenji, Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhang San, Yan Xiaoning, and the rest to the academy. Since we are going to have a reunion dinner together, how can we leave them out? It will be more lively if they are all here. The second floor of the cafeteria was specially prepared for the teachers of the academy and Li Zishuan's family. It was not a special arrangement, but the first floor was really full. Sanbao could feel the joy in Li Zishuan's words. She smiled and replied, Yes, young master. After saying that, he ran off like a wisp of smoke to make arrangements. Li Zishuan walked towards the side yard. Inadvertently, he saw the moon hanging in the sky. He felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. New Year's Eve. This was the first time he was celebrating New Year's Eve in this space-time. Chapter 1146. Come. Don't stand on ceremony. Let's eat. Yanhuang College, second floor of the cafeteria. A few tables were temporarily put together to form a large table. Li Zishuan, Yan Xiaoning, Li Gang, Mo Huai, Li Yu, Ma Zhou, Wang Ji, and the others were all sitting together. The atmosphere was very lively. Oh, there was also Han Lijing and Iron Egg. Li Zishuan had invited them too. Han Yuxi had told him a long time ago that she would invite her father over to celebrate the New Year together. Now that the Li family had chosen to celebrate the New Year in Yunshan, Han Lijing did not have to travel that long distance. After the dishes were served, Li Zishuan stood up and greeted them. Good. Everyone, let's eat. Don't reject the Yamacho's good intentions. Among this group of people, Sun Simiao was the oldest, 87 years old, followed by Li Gang, 81 years old. However, Sun Simiao did not like this kind of social interaction, so Li Gang became the opening person. The old man's son, daughter-in-law, and grandson were sitting next to him. Today, it could be said that several families were gathered together at this table. Everyone gave Li Gang face and picked up their chopsticks one after another. Even the bearded guest was no exception. Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, Mr. Mo, Mr. Zhang San, Brother Ma, all of you have worked hard for the students of the college for more than half a year. As the Yamacho of the college, Ziyuan has not fulfilled his responsibilities as the Yamacho. The college was able to run smoothly for a semester because of all of your help. Today Ziyuan proposes a toast to all of you. Ziyuan was the name Li Zishuan given to him by Li Er. This was the first time he used it in public. At this time, Li Zishuan stood up and solemnly raised his cup to Li Gang and the other teachers of the academy. They quickly stood up. Li Gang stroked his beard and smiled. Yamacho, you're too modest. Not to mention other things, almost all the teaching materials of the college were written by you. Just this point alone, I'm afraid that none of us can beat you. Ma Zhou also smiled. Yamacho, you built the soul of Yanhuang College. Without you, the college is just an empty shell. The bearded man snorted and said coolly, No matter what, my contribution will be the least. You don't have to fight anymore. Everyone laughed. Li Zishuan said, Mr. Zhang San's martial arts are outstanding. It's precisely because you're overseeing the academy that those rascals don't dare to be impudent in Mount Yun. How can you say that my contribution is the least? He wasn't deliberately flattering him. There were too many secrets in the college that outsiders wanted to know. For example, the telescope. Li Zishuan didn't believe that the other forces didn't know about it. However, they didn't dare to rashly come to Yanhuang College to steal it. This was because 3 of the world's top masters lived in Yunshan. Moreover, Li Er's elite troops might be lying in ambush in the dark. That was what Li Zishuan thought. However, the bearded man couldn't help but blush. What outstanding martial arts! To him it was simply too ear-piercing. At that time he also thought that his martial arts were outstanding. He wanted to go up Yunshan to teach this junior, Li Zishuan, the principles of being a man. Who knew that in the end, he was beaten to the point that his own mother couldn't recognize him. If Hong Funu and Li Jing hadn't arrived, he might not have been able to leave Yunshan. Haha. Don't talk, don't talk. Good wine is the way, only drink. This old man will drink first as a toast. The old drunkard Wang Ji looked at the bearded man with a smile that didn't look like a smile. No one knew if he wanted to help the bearded man, or if he was greedy for the good wine in the cup. Haha. What Mr. Wang said makes a lot of sense. Let's not argue anymore. Drink. Tonight we won't rest until we're drunk. Li Zishuan laughed loudly. He raised his head and drank the good wine in the cup in one gulp. Everyone else followed closely behind him, and they finished drinking the wine in their cups before taking their seats. Li Zishuan poured himself another cup of wine and looked at Sun Simiao. He raised his cup and said, Priest Sun, in March you saved my life. At the end of the year, you returned to Chang'an and helped me quell the chaos in the city. I gained fame and fortune, but you retreated behind the scenes. In the coming year, you are willing to take charge of the medical school and the Tang Dynasty United Hospital and help me realize my dream of treating all the sick people in the world. As the saying goes, great kindness can't be thanked with words. Priest Sun, if you have any orders, even if I have to push mountains and flatten seas, I will definitely do it for you. Today I toast to you. This old Taoist was the living bodhisattva of the Tang Dynasty. A true immortal. Li Zishuan had to respect him. Sun Simiao laughed and stood up. Haha. Shaoxian, you are too serious. Some things are not only your dream, but also my lifelong pursuit. So I am not helping you. However, I will still drink this cup of wine. After saying that, the old Taoist raised his head and drank it in one gulp. After Li Zishuan finished drinking, he poured another cup and looked at Yan Lide, Yan Liben and Yan Shaoning. He said, The construction of Yanhuang College can't be done without the help of the Yan family. Uncle Yan Shaoning, I will drink first as a toast. Haha. Shaoxian, you don't have to be so polite. Yan Lide laughed and said. Then he gave Li Zishuan face and drank a cup. After the toast, Li Zishuan sat down and invited everyone to eat. Tonight's banquet was very sumptuous. The brothers Wang Dahu and Wang Era used all their skills and made all the new dishes that they had learned or invented in the past year. There were more than 30 main dishes and more than 10 side dishes that filled the entire table. Just smelling it was enough to make one salivate. Eating it was even more intoxicating. The group of people ate and drank as they talked and laughed. The atmosphere was very lively. See, sir. Little Fishy also toasts to you. Thank you for saving me back then. If it weren't for your kindness, I'm afraid I would still be homeless on the streets. After eating for a while, Little Fishy finally mustered up her courage and stood up to raise her wine cup and said to Li Zishuan. She might have been a fearless person in the past, but today there were bigwigs of the royal court like Yan Lide and Yan Liben, as well as esteemed seniors like Li Gang and Sun Simiao. Furthermore, she wasn't very familiar with any of them, so how could she dare to be presumptuous? Therefore, since the start of the meal, she rarely spoke. If she did, she would only speak to Han Yushi, who was sitting beside her. Ahem. Little Fishy, you don't have to be so polite. Actually, I'm ashamed. You asked me to find out where your parents are. But I was too busy and didn't put in all my effort to find them. Next year, I'll send someone to help you find them. Li Zishuan said to Little Fishy with an awkward expression. Little Fishy quickly waved her hand and said, Sir, you don't have to blame yourself. In this vast sea of people, it's very difficult to find two people. Actually, Little Fishy is living quite well now. With Sir taking me in and Uncle Ma taking care of me, Little Fishy has been very happy this year. This toast is to both you and Uncle Ma. Haha. Good. Then, sir, I'll drink this cup of wine first as a toast. Li Zishuan laughed. Ma Zhou, on the other hand, was a little depressed. He thought to himself, Little girl, why do you call Li Zishuan sir but keep calling me uncle? Am I that old? Chapter 1147. Halfway through the reunion dinner, Qin Xiong, Yu Qijingda, Chang Yaojin, and Niu Jinda arrived together. Li Zishuan hurriedly ordered people to add 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and warmly invited these big shots to sit. Hee hee. Shaoxian, we've already eaten before we came. Don't trouble yourself. Qin Xiong smiled and waved his hand. Their families belonged to the new aristocratic groups after the establishment of Tang Dynasty. During the new year, they had many social engagements in Chang'an. That was why they could only come now. It's all right. Uncle Qin, even though you've already eaten, it's fine if you eat a few more dishes. Li Zishuan laughed. Haha, Xiaoxian is right. Even though we've eaten in Chang'an, we still have to drink a few bowls of wine here. Chang Yaojin laughed shamelessly and sat down beside the bearded man. Then the old man said, Hey, I heard that you've taken a fancy to my Chonyo? That's right. You have good taste. It's not that I'm bragging, but my Chonyo's martial arts talent is second only to Xiaoxian. It's mainly because I'm usually busy with military affairs and don't have time to train that kid. Since you want to be his master, I'll reluctantly agree. Next year, you have to fulfill your responsibility as a master and teach him martial arts. Old Chang will drink with you tonight. Haha. Everyone covered their faces when they heard this. There was no other reason. This old man was 2F** king. Oh, 2F** king shameless. What did he mean by his martial arts talent was second only to Li Zishuan? Even people like Yen Lide who didn't know martial arts knew that Chang Chumo's martial arts talent was far from Li Zishuan's. But this old demon spoke against his conscience and praised Chang Chumo to the heavens. If Chang Chumo was here, he would probably blush if he heard this. Dad, do you have another son named Chonyo? Speaking of the devil, Chang Chumo also quietly came up the stairs. Perhaps he happened to hear the last few words of Chang Chumo. He suddenly froze in place, looked suspiciously at Chang Chumo and asked, Oh! Scram! Cheng Yaojin's old face turned green and white. In the end, he roared at Chang Chumo. Oh, father, don't be angry. Chang Chumo quivered and immediately fled. He had only gone upstairs to ask Li Zishuan if he could give them a batch of fireworks to play with. Now that things had turned out this way, who had he offended? Ahem. Unfilial son. What an unfilial son. Old Zhang, you've seen it for yourself. Choax has no confidence in himself. He doesn't know his own potential. You have to guide him well when you return. Chang Yaojin first coughed dryly, then continued to speak to the bearded man without blushing or skipping a beat. Haha. All right. Lu Guogong, don't try to persuade me anymore. Since I've promised to train Choax for half a year, I'll definitely do it when the time comes. The bearded man laughed heartily. He originally didn't have any good or bad feelings towards Chang Yaojin. However, when he heard that old Chang was going to drink with him, his interest was immediately piqued. As for the rest, he didn't care. Half a year? Old Zhang, why can't you train him for another 2 years? Chang Yaojin was slightly dissatisfied. The bearded man replied, I have an agreement with the Yamacho. I'll only stay in the academy for a year. Next year I'll be going out to sea. Choax naturally can't follow me. His days in the academy were nothing more than teaching students, drinking fine wine under the setting sun and bragging. It was indeed very comfortable, and it was comfortable to the point his fighting spirit was almost completely exhausted. However, the sea was where he should be. He liked the feeling of being able to roam the 4 seas. He wouldn't give up. Going out to sea? Oh, all right then. Come. Let's not talk about this first. Drink. Cheng Yaojin was stunned. Only then did he remember the bearded man's other identity, the pirate leader. He could only say helplessly. Suddenly, with this old bastard shouting and joking around, the atmosphere at the table became even more lively. Toasts were exchanged, cups were exchanged, laughter was exchanged, and drinking games were played. The scene was so lively that it was a little out of control. In the end, Li Zishuan had no choice but to let his mother leave with Han Yushi, Lana, and the other women from the other families. Following that, this group of men bragged and talked nonsense here, becoming even more unscrupulous. Chang'an City. There were millions of people living here. It was even more lively on New Year's Eve. Under normal circumstances, families would sit together peacefully and not sleep for the whole night. This was the custom of staying up for the new year, that had been passed down from the modern era. The people of the Tang dynasty especially liked liveliness. When families gathered together, if there were old people in the family, there might be a house full of people staying up for the new year together. With children and grandchildren, wouldn't it be joyous? On the streets, although it was already dark, the streets were not dark at all. Basically, every house had 2 big lanterns hanging outside their doors. Every square also had lanterns placed at the entrance. Looking down from the sky, Chang'an City was like a city that never slept. Tens of thousands of lights were embellished in the city, as beautiful and moving as the stars in the sky. There was no curfew tonight. Many naughty children were chasing and playing in various squares. There were also some who set off firecrackers. However, these firecrackers were not made of gunpowder. They were purely made of bamboo sticks. Once this thing was thrown into the fire, it would make a muffled bang sound after a while. If passers-by happened to pass by, they would often be scared out of their wits. In addition to the naughty children, many love-struck men and women, couples would also come out for a stroll. After all, in a year, the number of times that there was no curfew in Chang'an City could be counted with one hand. If they didn't come out to have some fun, they would feel sorry for themselves. Shao Qin, see if Baoshan has prepared the carriage? South of Chang'an City, and Lu Square, Lin family's backyard. Lin Hao had just finished his dinner and went straight back to his courtyard. This fellow rubbed his stomach as he asked the maid beside him. Young master, Baoshan said not to touch the things at home. I've already prepared them. However, I'm asking too much. Young master, are you really going to leave the city alone? The maidservant named Shao Qin first responded, then asked timidly. Lin Hao raised his head and said matter-of-factly, of course. If I bring my parents along, they will definitely nag in my ears again. Hurry up, hurry up. Let's sneak out from the back door. Young master, let me tell you, the fireworks at Yanhuang College are really beautiful. When the time comes, I guarantee that you won't be willing to come back after seeing it. This fat otaku actually wanted to go out to Yanhuang College to see the fireworks? The sun really rose from the west. Since he was born, only God knew if he had taken the initiative to leave Chang'an City more than 5 times. Today, he actually took the initiative to leave the city. How rare. As for where he got the news that Yanhuang College was going to set off fireworks at midnight, it was self-evident. Chapter 1148. Where do you think you're going? At the back door of the Lin mansion, Lin Hao brought Qin Qi, Shu and Hua along with the 4 servant girls and was about to sneak away. Outside the door was the prepared carriage. But who knew that a cold snort came from behind him? He was shocked and turned around. If it wasn't his father, who else could it be? Father. Why are you here? Lin Hao was a little dumbfounded. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and stuttered. Why am I here? I want to ask you why you're here. It's the new year. Why are you here alone instead of talking to your mother? Lin Wenyuan glared at him angrily. Father. I'm going to the latrine. Yes, I'm going to the latrine. Lin Hao was anxious. Seeing that he was about to be exposed, he could only come up with an excuse. The 4 maids covered their faces and lowered their heads. They thought that their young master was really stupid. How could there be a latrine where they were now? This person was too honest. He didn't even know how to make up a lie. As expected, Lin Wenyuan furrowed his brows and roared. Bullshit. You unfilial son, how dare you lie to me? You just want to leave the city? Kai-Fu, prepare the horse. Madam and I are also leaving the city. To Yanhuang College. Master. Are we leaving the city now? The old steward behind Lin Wenyuan said in disbelief. Yes. Go and prepare. Father. Why are you and mother going to Yanhuang College so late at night? Lin Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he pretended to be confused. Lin Wenyuan looked at his son indifferently. Although he was proud, he didn't show it on his face. I'm going to do whatever you're going to do. You brat, why didn't you call your parents when you had something good? You're really ungrateful. At this point, Lin Hao finally understood that his father already knew that he was going to Yunshan to watch the fireworks. Father, how did you know? Lin Hao opened his mouth and said in surprise. You don't need to know that. Lin Wenyuan stroked his beard and proudly swaggered off. As for Madam Lin, she had already packed her things and was preparing to board the carriage and set off. Little brat, you dare to play petty tricks with your father? You're still too young. Lin Wenyuan thought proudly in his heart. At the same time, the group of Yanhuang College students who had returned to Chang'an for the new year began to take their families to Yunshan. They wanted to go there to watch the fireworks up close. These students, together with their families, made up quite a crowd. Once there were too many people, it was inevitable that the news would leak out. Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave. We're going to Yanhuang College to watch firecrackers. Firecrackers? What's so good about firecrackers? Oh, those things should be called fireworks. Yes, they were fireworks. A few days ago, the rainbow-colored skylight from the cloud mountain was the light from the fireworks. What? The skylight was made by the fireworks? That's right. Wang Lauer, you said that there would be fireworks at Yunshan tonight? Where did you get the news? Hey, I heard it from the servants of Assistant Minister Wang next door. Their young master is a student of Yanhuang College. How could the news be fake? Now their whole family is already on their way to Yunshan. Whoa, there's such a thing? Wang Lauer, wait up. I'll go get my wife and children. We'll go to Yunshan tonight to watch the fireworks. Even if we can't enter the college, at least we can take a look from afar. It's not a wasted trip. Haha. Zheng Lauer, hurry up. I'm afraid that there will be too many people, and we won't be able to get a good seat. We're not the only ones who know about this. Okay. I'll be right there. Similar conversations appeared in many shops in Chang'an City. This was not an important business opportunity. Many people would gather their friends and go to Yunshan together after hearing the news. One person spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. As a result, more and more people went to the East City Gate of Chang'an City. It even far exceeded the flow of people during the day. Such a huge commotion naturally woke up many people who were interested. Those who were interested asked around in private, and soon joined the group leaving the city. The group grew bigger and bigger. It started with a few hundred people, then a few thousand people, then tens of thousands. Later on, the number of people was about to exceed 100,000. Therefore, for the first time in the history of Chang'an City, such a strange scene appeared. On New Year's Eve, countless people did not stay in the bustling city to celebrate the new year. Instead, they flocked out of the city and headed towards the barren Yunshan, the imperial palace. Tonight, the palace was brightly lit and decorated with lanterns and colored banners. There was a festive atmosphere everywhere. Li Tai had set up a family banquet in the back garden earlier. The concubines, princes, and princesses in the harem all attended the banquet. However, Li Tai only ate a few mouthfuls before he found an excuse to leave. The banquet lasted for more than an hour before it ended. At this moment, Old Li was with Empress Zhongsun in the corridor on the second floor of Taiji Palace. They were admiring the thousands of lights in Chang'an City tonight. At this moment, a chamberlain came downstairs and whispered something to Li Tai. Then he left quietly. In the end, Li Tai smiled and said, "Ha! Yunshan tonight will probably be more lively than Chang'an City. Guanyin, do you want to go take a look later?" Tens of thousands of people in Chang'an City rushed out of the city to Yunshan. How could Li Tai, who was in the palace, not receive the news? The chamberlain just now came for this reason. Empress Zhongsuan's eyes turned and she said softly with a smile, "I don't know where those people got the news. In this way, won't the foot of Yunshan be densely packed with people tonight? I found out a few days ago that the Marquis of Yong and would set off a large batch of fireworks at Yanhuang College tonight. I originally planned to go take a look tonight. Now it seems that even if we go, we probably won't be able to squeeze into Yunshan." Haha, since Guanyin wants to see, what's so difficult about that? I don't believe that Li Zishuan dares to let my empress freeze at the foot of the mountain. Men, prepare a carriage and summon the crown prince, the king of Han, and the other princes to accompany me. Li Er laughed heartily and ordered. Actually, Empress Zhongsun wanted to see the fireworks, but Li Tai himself might not have no intention of seeing it with his own eyes. Yes, the chamberlain beside Li Tai was about to leave with the order when he heard Empress Zhongsun say, "Wait. Your Majesty, Changqian and the others have all gone with your Majesty. Wouldn't it be boring to leave Chang'e alone? Why don't you bring her along? She was a mother after all. She could always think of her daughter first." Li Tai clapped his hands and said, "Aye, the Empress is right. Let Chang'e accompany you. But remember to prepare warm clothes. Don't catch a cold on the way." When Li Tai heard this, he was shocked and hurriedly added. Chapter 1149. Under the Night Sky. For imperial carriages sped out from the main gates of the imperial city. A small group of elite imperial guards dressed in black armor closely guarded the front, back, left, and right of the leading carriage. Clearly, the person sitting in the first carriage had the most honorable status. Upon closer inspection, the silhouette of the carriage was 80% similar to the "Don't Touch Me" from the Curious Pavilion. It was highly likely that the carriage had been modified from "Don't Touch Me." Imperial Father, I've heard that many students from Yanhuang College did not return home this year, instead spending the new year at the academy. With so many people gathered together, Yunshan should be very lively right now? Within the first carriage sat Li Er, Empress Zhongsun and Princess Changel. Although Li Er's harem was not particularly large, if he had brought all of his concubines, even several dozen carriages would not be able to fit them all. Thus he simply did not bring anyone, only bringing Zhongsun the Empress. From this, it could be seen that Empress Zhongsun had an irreplaceable position in Li Er's heart. Haha. Of course Yunshan is lively. We previously heard that Li Zixuan had the students organize a dumpling-making competition this afternoon. Ever since Qing Ke was born, she had never done anything like cooking. Unexpectedly, she was bewitched by that brat Li Zixuan to personally make dumplings. How preposterous! Li Er reclined on the sofa in the carriage, squinting his eyes as he spoke in a satisfied yet unhappy tone. Next to him was a stove, causing the interior of the carriage to be as warm as spring. Dumplings? Imperial Father, what are dumplings? Changel's eyes brightened as she softly asked. Li Er thought for a moment before replying. These dumplings are wontons. However, it is a new name that Li Zixuan gave them. It is said that tonight is the Z hour, the time for the new and the old. It has a special meaning. These dumplings just so happen to have the meaning of making friends at a younger age. I didn't expect that brat to have such meticulous thoughts. Yanhuang College clearly had old Li's eyes and ears. Otherwise, how could Li Er have such detailed information? Dumplings? Making friends at a younger age? This name is quite appropriate. Changel muttered to herself. Then she couldn't help but chuckle. Father, with Brother Qingchua's skills, Changel really wants to see what kind of dumplings he makes. Speaking of this, Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. This Empress also really wants to see Qing Ke's dumplings. Hey, I reckon you guys are looking down on them, because those dumplings might have already entered the students' stomachs. F***CK. Why are there so many people in front? And there doesn't seem to be any movement. It seems like we can't go up Cloud Mountain? Sigh. I should have come earlier. At the foot of Cloud Mountain, there was already a sea of people. At a rough glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. Previously, when Li Zixuan received the news, he hurriedly ordered to block the mountain path of Cloud Mountain. If so many people swarmed up, it was likely to cause trouble. Moreover, there were rows of flowing flames on the cement road outside Plum Village. It was obvious that more people were coming this way. Under such circumstances, he dared not open the mountain path. It was not that he was stingy, but once there were too many people, it was easy to cause trouble. Last time, when he used public opinion to mobilize the people to destroy the Chui family, some hooligans took advantage of the situation to steal and molest the Chui family's mates. This was a very good example. Li Zixuan had always taken this as a warning in his heart. Moreover, when the fireworks were set off later, the people would be able to see very clearly even if they stood at the foot of the mountain. There was no need for hundreds of thousands of people to swarm up Cloud Mountain. Hey, Commander Emo, it's me. It's me. Can't I go up too? At the entrance of the mountain path to Cloud Mountain, Emo Zhong and the Academy's guards were maintaining order. Cloud Mountain was close to 200 meters above sea level. It was not considered high, but it was definitely not low either. At present, if one wanted to go up Cloud Mountain to Yanhuang College, this was the only way. They had set up a checkpoint here. It could be said that one man could hold the pass against 10,000 people. At this moment, a young man suddenly squeezed out of the crowd. Behind the young man stood a middle-aged couple. Although they were dressed ordinarily, their aura could not be concealed. Chu Yanfu? Emo Zhong had stayed in Yanhuang College for so long that he was familiar with most of the students. He fixed his eyes on the young man. Who else could it be but Chu Yanfu? This child went home 2 days ago to prepare for the new year. He did not expect to return to Cloud Mountain today. As for the couple behind him, Their identities were even more obvious. Emo Zhong pays his respects to Assistant Minister Chu. Emo Zhong clasped his fist and bowed to Chu Suiliang. Haha, this old man is just here to watch the fun. Commander Emo, you don't have to be so courteous. Chu Suiliang did not put on any airs. He stroked his beard and said with a smile. Yanfu Yamacho said that if the students of the academy want to go back to the academy at night, they are allowed to do so, and they can bring their families along. You and Assistant Minister Chu go up quickly. Emo Zhong nodded and said to Chu Yanfu with a smile. Chu Yanfu thanked him happily and hurriedly brought his parents up the mountain. The crowd of onlookers was naturally envious. Those who had children at home were muttering in their hearts. Next year, they must let their children get into Yanhuang College. Not only would they have a bright future, but they would also receive special treatment everywhere. Although the commoners were envious, they did not feel indignant and used this as an excuse to cause trouble. After all, the students were going back to their own academy. Young master, what should we do? They only allowed Yanhuang College students to go up the mountain. We can't go up. Xiao Shi, the maidservant of the Lin family, ran over to the carriage at the back and said, there were 2 carriages parked in an open space by the roadside. Since we can't go up, then let's watch from the foot of the mountain. Before Lin Hao could say anything, Lin Wenyuan, who was in the carriage in front, said, Father, don't. Let me go up and talk to the guards of the academy. Lin Hao was not willing to just watch the fireworks at the foot of the mountain. He jumped off the carriage and volunteered. After saying that, he lifted his feet and walked towards the mountain path. Young brother, Yunshan is not receiving guests today. Please forgive me and stop. Emo Zhong immediately recognized that Lin Hao was not a student of the academy. He blocked the way and spoke in an elegant but not polite manner. Lin Hao came prepared. How could he retreat because of this small setback? He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Big brother, although I'm not a student of Yanhuang College, my master is Han Li. He's a student of Yanhuang College. So, I'm also a student of Yanhuang College. Big brother, please let me in. Han Li. Emo Zhong muttered doubtfully. Then, he quickly tried to recall if there was a student named Han Li in the academy. After a while, he shook his head and said with some displeasure, Young brother, don't make fun of me. There's no student named Han Li in the academy. There was a hint of anger in his words. Obviously, he thought that the young man in front of him was making fun of him. That's impossible. I've asked around. My master's master is a disciple of the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. Big brother, you must have heard of him. Think about it again. Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Then he remembered Iron Egg's other special identity and quickly said, Young brother, please leave quickly. Little brother, please leave quickly and don't cause trouble here. The disciple of the headmaster? Are you talking about Bruiser? When Emo Zhong saw Lin Hao trying to defend himself, he subconsciously wanted to scold him to leave. But when he heard Lin Hao say that Han Li was a Yamacho's disciple, he changed his words. Yes. My master's nickname is Iron Egg, Lin Hao said excitedly. Emo Zhong patted his forehead. Only then did he remember that Iron Egg's real name was Han Li. It was only because the people around him usually called him Iron Egg that he didn't remember it at first. That won't do. Yamacho only said that the family members of the students can go up the mountain. They didn't say that the students' disciples can go up the mountain as well. Emo Zhong's expression turned serious as he refused righteously. In fact, the main reason was that he wasn't sure what the relationship between Lin Hao and Iron Egg was. If he let him go rashly, then if someone came later and said that he was a student's disciple, would he let him go? He couldn't allow this to happen. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A group of unruly people, get out of the way. At this moment, the crowd seemed to be separated by a powerful force. A luxuriously dressed young man, who was protected by a group of soldiers in black armor, walked towards Emo Zhong. Hey, non-students of Yanhuang College can't enter? How arrogant. This king is going in today. Let's see who dares to stop me. The luxuriously dressed young man looked at the wooden sign next to Emo Zhong and said arrogantly with a sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored Emo Zhong and the others and walked towards them. When Emo Zhong heard this young man call himself king, His eyes narrowed. However, he had been in the bitter cold for a long time and had only been in Chang'an for half a year. He wasn't familiar with some of the nobles in the current dynasty, let alone the young man in front of him. It's His Highness the King of Lu. The King of Lu? The Academy's guards are in trouble. Back off. Don't fight later. The King of Lu Li Yuanchang. This young man was Li Er's half-brother, the King of Lu Li Yuanchang. Emozhong didn't recognize this person, but the people around him did. Someone shouted and the crowd became restless. The people quickly backed off. Obviously, they were quite afraid of this King of Lu. At this time, Li Yuanchang was still using the title of the 3rd year of Wuda. According to history, in the 10th year of Zhengguan, he would be changed to the King of Han by Li Er. Now, the King of Han title is still used by Li Ku. Your Highness, you can't go up. The Yamacho has. How dare you? What Yamacho? Yamacho? Li Zishuan is just an official. Even if he was here, he wouldn't dare to talk to this king like this. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of the way. Otherwise, if you lose an arm or a leg, this king won't be responsible. Li Yuanchang said rudely to Emozhong with his nose in the air. Emozhong's expression changed, but he still braced himself and said, "The headmaster has ordered that Your Highness Prince of Lu, you cannot go up the mountain. However, I can pass the message on your behalf. Your Highness, please wait here for a moment." Get lost. You want this king to wait for Li Zishuan's permission? In your dreams. Ha! You still dare to hide? You're just AF * king dog raised by Li Zishuan. You still dare to hide? Guards! Take him down. This king wants to see how you're going to hide later. Li Yuanchang shouted angrily and raised his foot to kick Emozhong. However, Emozhong instinctively dodged. This made him even angrier. He pointed at Emozhong and shouted angrily. Actually, he wanted to slap Emozhong, but he couldn't reach him. He was only 1 year older than Li Tai. Naturally, he couldn't be compared to adults like Emozhong. Yes, sir. The guards beside Li Yuanchang answered loudly. Then there was the sound of metal clanging. These guards unsheathed their Emo swords at the same time and slashed at Emozhong. Obviously, they could tell that Emozhong was a martial artist and wanted to injure him before capturing him. Protect the commander. Emozhong and the other guards of the academy were facing a great enemy. They weren't afraid of these guards, but behind them was Li Zishuan. They couldn't help but be afraid. If they attacked too hard, they would create a great enemy for Li Zishuan. If they were captured without a fight, what awaited them would be endless humiliation from Li Yuanchang. As the guards of Yanhuang College, they were also the face of the academy. If they were humiliated by Li Yuanchang in front of so many people, wouldn't the dignity of Yanhuang College be trampled on by Li Yuanchang? Under all kinds of scruples, Emozhong and the others didn't dare to use their full strength. They only dodged the attacks of Li Zishuan's guards while praying in their hearts that Li Zishuan would come quickly. Damn! No, it's Chinese New Year. We're just here to watch the fireworks. Let's talk nicely. Why fight? Lin Hao was shocked. He didn't know any martial arts, so he hurriedly ran away. At this time, he couldn't help but look in Li Yuanchang's direction and complain. On the other side, as time passed, the battle became more and more intense. The guards brought by Li Yuanchang weren't idiots. Emozhong and the others who were afraid and didn't dare to use their full strength had a hard time dodging. There were already several light cuts on their bodies. Humph! Who dares to be so presumptuous in Yunshan? All of you stop. Under the ardent expectations of Emozhong and the others, Li Zishuan finally arrived. The people at the foot of the mountain only heard a muffled snort. Then, a series of blurry figures appeared on the mountain path. In the next moment, Li Zishuan stood between Emozhong and Li Yuanchang. The guards brought by Li Yuanchang had been sent flying in all directions. Bang bang bang. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before Li Yuanchang could react, all of his guards had already landed heavily on the ground. He was instantly horrified. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said, How? How presumptuous! You dare to hurt the people brought by this prince? What's your name? Quickly tell me your name. This prince won't let you go. Idiot! Li Zishuan was both angry and disdainful. This kid was obviously scared to death, but he was still talking nonsense and threatening him. He was really looking for trouble. Humph. Who gave you the courage to cause trouble in Yunshan? Get back to the palace. Li Zishuan was about to speak when Li Er's voice came from behind the crowd. Then Li Er angrily walked out with Empress Zhongsun, Chang'e and the others. Chapter 1150. Royal Brother. Greetings to Royal Brother. At the foot of Cloud Mountain, Li Yuanchang, who was still in shock, immediately regained his senses and ran to Li Er's side, bowing. In his opinion, even if Li Zishuan's martial arts were superb, he wouldn't dare to do anything to him in front of Li Er, right? After all, he and Li Zishuan were monarchs, and Li Zishuan was only a subject of the royal family. Humph. Li Er didn't give his younger brother any face and coldly said, Yanhuang College is an important place for learning. You brought people here to fight and kill. Do you have any respect for me? Do you have any respect for the law? Li Yuanchang quivered and hurriedly explained, Royal Brother, this has nothing to do with me. I heard that there are fireworks on Cloud Mountain tonight. I just wanted to go up and take a look. But this group of dog slaves, this group of guards didn't let me go up. This is outrageous. It's said that this world is imperial land. Since Cloud Mountain is within the Tang Empire's borders, what right does the Duke of Yong and have to not let me? Shut up. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Er sternly interrupted. You're asking why? Then let me tell you why. Just because Cloud Mountain was given to the Duke of Yong, and to build the college, if he doesn't let you in, you can't enter. Li Yuanchang shrunk his head in fear and wanted to leave, but he was unwilling, so he raised his head and said, Royal Brother, it was Royal Father who told me that he couldn't come because he was in the palace, and wanted me to come and see what the fireworks looked like. I had no choice but to come. Royal Father? Li Er's eyes narrowed, and a dangerous gaze shot out from the slits of his eyes. The air around him suddenly became colder. Li Yuanchang was shocked, and only then did he remember that although this person in front of him was his brother in name, last year, this person in front of him killed his own brother, imprisoned his father, and usurped the throne. And he was only Li Er's half-brother. If he angered Li Er, then no one could guarantee that Li Er wouldn't kill him. Gulp. Thinking of this, Li Yuanchang's Adam's apple couldn't help but move, and then he trembled. Royal Brother, I didn't mean anything else. Go back. You are not allowed to come to Cloud Mountain in the future. Li Er's cold and emotionless voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. Although his voice was not loud, it was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly hammered Li Yuanchang's chest. I will take my leave now. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Li Yuanchang's back. He cupped his hands towards Li Er, then led his group of defeated soldiers and hurriedly fled. Li Zishuan, Li Yuanchang will remember what happened today. Just you wait. Crestfallen, he squeezed out of the crowd. Li Yuanchang's face was burning. Ever since he was born, he had never suffered such grievances. Today he was humiliated in front of so many people, so he couldn't help but hate Li Zishuan. Sigh. What a pity. Such a pity. If I had come a step later, this trash King Lu would have fought with Li Zishuan. Even if Li Zishuan's reputation was not destroyed, it would have caused a lot of trouble for Li Zishuan. Feng Jidai, who was standing not far behind Li Er, saw this scene and felt that it was a pity. Yes, it was the new year, so the other officials were on holiday. However, as Li Er's secretary, if Li Er had an important event at the last minute, he still had to accompany him. On the other hand, although he had asked his father to give up on the plan of establishing himself as king, he still hoped that there would be some internal chaos in Tang, and that would give Lingnan an opportunity to take advantage of it. Especially Li Zishuan, this rising aristocrat of Tang, Feng Jidai had always been rather wary of him. His intuition told him that Li Zishuan was definitely the biggest variable between Tang and Lingnan. Your subject left Cloud Mountain without permission during the period of confinement. Your Majesty, please punish me. After Li Yuanchang left, Li Er's expression changed. No one knew what he was thinking, but one thing was certain. It definitely had a lot to do with Li Yuanchang's last sentence. Imperial Father sent him. At this moment, Li Zishuan stepped forward and cupped his hands, speaking. Li Er came to his senses and turned his gaze to Li Zishuan. Somewhat absent-minded, he waved his hand and said, No matter. Today is New Year's Eve. We will not bicker with you about this. Let's all go up the mountain. Finished speaking, he took the lead and walked up the mountain path of Cloud Mountain. Empress Zhongsun, Princess Chang'e, Li Changqian, Li Ku, and the other princes promptly followed. Brother Xiaoxian, don't worry. If Imperial Uncle complains about you to Imperial Grandfather, Chang'e will speak up for you. As Chang'e passed by Li Zishuan, she spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Being attentive and considerate, she instantly thought of the methods that Li Yuanchang would use to take revenge and the trouble that he would bring to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan glanced at the young lady gratefully. The matters of the imperial family were the most complicated, especially when it involved Li Yuan. Although he currently held a high position and authority, if he was careless in this matter, it was very possible that he would lose everything. With Chang'e, a member of the palace, helping mediate, it would indeed save him a lot of trouble. Mozhong, you've worked hard just now. Quickly bring the injured brothers to have their wounds bandaged. Li Zishuan did not immediately chase after Li Er. Instead, he instructed Mozhong. It's fine. Yamacho. They're all minor injuries. Mozhong said with a smile. Minor injuries still need to be bandaged. Quickly go. Let the uninjured brothers hold the fort here for now. Li Zishuan insisted. All right then. Mo Yun, take the uninjured brothers and hold the fort here. I'll follow them up the mountain to have their wounds bandaged. No problem. Li Zishuan nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he turned around and followed the group of injured academy guards as he prepared to ascend Cloud Mountain. At this moment, Grandmaster, can you take me with you? A youth in the shape of a ball suddenly rolled out from the crowd. Then the youth was heard shouting. Li Zishuan was stunned. Grandmaster? Was he calling him? Since when did he become a grandmaster? Just as Li Zishuan was wondering if the person behind him was calling him, a rather quiet little fatty dressed in luxurious clothes scurried in front of him. Which family's child are you? Are you calling me grandmaster? Li Zishuan felt inexplicably amused. He was only 15 years old, and he was already a grandmaster? Yes. You're my grandmaster. Grandmaster, my name is Lin Hao. My master is Iron Egg. You're my master's master, so naturally, you're my grandmaster. Who else could this little fatty be if not Lin Hao? Seeing Li Zishuan's question, he quickly introduced himself. Lin Hao? Your boss Lin's son? Li Zishuan suddenly remembered that Han Yushi had mentioned to him that Iron Egg was working part-time as a teacher in the Lin family. Hence he asked with a smile. Yes. Grandmaster, you should know my father. He's a member of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. Lin Hao had never felt like this before. He felt that his father's membership in the Chamber of Commerce was so useful. Chapter 1151. Marquis, my son speaks without restraint. Please don't lower yourself to his level. At the foot of the Cloud Mountain, the conflict had dissipated. However, what followed was a scene of him acknowledging his grandmaster. The surrounding onlookers could not help but secretly sigh that they did not come in vain today. When Lin Wenyuan saw his son talking to Li Zishuan from afar, he hurriedly ran over and bowed to Li Zishuan to apologize. Lin Hao's words just now seemed to be stealthily changing the concept. This was because he only invited Iron Egg to be Lin Hao's teacher. There was a huge difference between a teacher and a master. The former was only responsible for imparting knowledge and dispelling doubts, or for passing down the orthodoxy. It's fine. I've heard of your son from Iron Egg before. He's a very interesting person. Since all of you are here tonight, then follow this marquis up there. Li Zishuan said nonchalantly. Thank you, Grandmaster. Lin Hao said happily. Lin Wenyuan was also ecstatic. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Marquis. One had to know that tonight not only were there fireworks on the Cloud Mountain, but the Emperor was also there. To be so close to the Emperor of the Tang Empire was an opportunity that many people could only dream of. Mo Yun, if there are members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce who come later, let them up the mountain too. Li Zishuan instructed Mo Yun before he left. Yes. Yamacho. Mo Yun cupped his hands and said. On the Cloud Mountain, Li Er first went to the canteen to check out the dumplings left over from the dumpling-making competition. Then he went to the side courtyard of the Cloud Mountain to visit Li Gang and Sun Simiao, the two national treasures of the Tang Empire. As for Chang'e, Empress Zhongsun, Li Changqian and the other princes, they were at the field to participate in the Spring Festival Gala organized by the Academy's students. Actually, rather than a gala, it was more like a story gathering. The main thing was that the students formed a large circle. In the middle of the circle there was a fire. On the fire, there was a barbecue grill roasting a pheasant. If anyone had an interesting story, they could enter the circle to tell everyone. If they could make most of the people laugh, they could take a roasted pheasant from the grill. The referee on the field was Li Tai. The little fatty was sitting on the grass with one hand supporting his chin. He was listening to Wang Meng tell a story in the middle of the field. There was a scholar who was almost 70 years old. His wife suddenly gave birth to a son. Because he was old, he gave birth to the son and named him Age. Not long after, she gave birth to another son. He looked like a scholar, so she named him Ji Shui. The scholar laughed and said, "To be able to have a son at such an old age, what a joke." Thus he gave him the name, Joke. When the three sons grew up, they had nothing to do. The scholar had them go into the mountains to gather firewood. When they returned, the husband asked his wife, "Of the three, who gathered the most firewood?" The wife replied, "At such an old age, I have no knowledge at all. However, I have a lot of jokes." Ha ha ha. Too funny. I'm dying of laughter. Wang Ming was also a joker. When this fellow was telling a joke, he was even dancing with joy. That cadence of his, coupled with his wacky movements, immediately caused everyone on the field to laugh out loud when they heard the joke. Kakik. Imperial Mother. This joke is too funny. And this son Ziffin, his acting is too talented. At this moment, Princess Chang'e was laughing so hard that she could not breathe. While everyone else was sitting on the ground, she and Empress Zhongsun were sitting on thick praying mats. Beside them were two heaters. This was not a special treatment. Rather, because of their physiques, they could not stand the cold. Haha, it really is quite funny. Empress Zhongsun smiled, happily speaking. Only after arriving here did she finally feel the joy of the new year. Compared to the imperial palace, this place was truly too lively. Ha ha ha. Wang Meng, you brat, you really are something. Everyone, does his joke count? Can we have him take away that pheasant? Li Tai laughed for quite a while. Only after everyone had quieted down did he speak in a loud voice. It doesn't count. Have him tell another one. Chung Chumo roared. This guy was trying to stir up trouble on purpose. Right. It doesn't count. Tell another one. Tell another one. With someone leading the way, there were others who followed. One after another, the students shouted loudly. The scene was quite lively. Standing by the bonfire, Wang Meng did not expect that his joke would be so popular. Scratching his head, he thought for a while before saying, "That's fine. I'll tell another one." Speaking of which, there was once a monk. It turns out that Yanhuang College is really so beautiful. It turns out that the students here are really as interesting as Mr. Han said. Because of Li Zishuan's special permission, Lin Hao also entered Yanhuang College. However, he was too embarrassed to directly join the crowd of students, so he stood outside the circle. Seeing this lively scene, he could not help but feel envious. At this moment, he actually had the urge to immediately join in, and that urge was so strong. Clang, clang, clang. The joy lasted for a long time. As time passed, the clock finally rang. Then, everyone, regardless of what they were doing at the moment, stood up at the same time and looked up at the night sky, because the fireworks were finally about to start. Students of Class 1, take note. After lighting the fuse, immediately run back. If anyone does not follow the rules, all the students of Class 1 will be disqualified. Li Zishuan loudly instructed. At this moment, rows and rows of fireworks had been placed on the field. The number of fireworks was so large that all the students were amazed. Yes, Yamacho. The students of Class 1 roared in response. In fact, they had long been hungry and thirsty. Li Tai took the lead and carefully approached a plate of fireworks with a match. After a while, sparks flew in all directions, and the little fatty ran back. Whoosh! Bam! accompanied by the sharp sound of gunpowder firing. A bullet flew straight into the night sky and flew to a very high place. Then it exploded instantly. A flower with a super large diameter proudly bloomed in the night sky. The colorful flames immediately lit up the dark night sky. Wow! Mother! It's so beautiful! Oh! It's very beautiful! At this moment, the calm Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but be fiercely shocked when she saw this strange scene. Her eyes were very, very round. At this time, she couldn't care less about maintaining the dignity of a mother of a country. Whoosh! Bam! Wow! Look! Another 3 plates of fireworks have been lit. It's so bright. At the same time, another 3 sets of fireworks were lit up in the field. For a moment, fireworks bloomed in the night sky in a very short period of time. It was as if they were competing with each other in terms of beauty. It was so dazzling that people did not know where to look. Oh, what beautiful fireworks! It's so colorful. So beautiful. So this is the colorful sky light that night. At the same time, the people in Chang'an City who came to watch at the foot of Cloud Mountain and the villagers who came from outside Chang'an City also saw the flourishing fireworks on Cloud Mountain at this moment. The huge crowd couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamations. They didn't wait in vain for a night. The atmosphere of Cloud Mountain's New Year's Eve was finally pushed to the climax. Chapter 1152. So these are fireworks. Li Er stood beside Li Zixuan with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked up at the dazzling fireworks in the sky, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Although he was an emperor, this was the first time he had seen such a dreamy and magnificent spectacle. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Seeing this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but feel a little smug. How many people in the world could shock Li Er, a famous emperor? But while he was feeling smug, his eyes were still vigilantly watching the students who were running to light the fireworks. After all, if this thing exploded, the consequences would be very serious, so he had to be prepared to save people at all times. Marquis Yong'an, how can this firework fly so quickly into the sky? Suddenly, Li Er asked such a naive question. It seemed that the sky had a very strong attraction to the ancient people. Your Majesty, Qingke should know the answer to this question. Let her explain it to you. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, Oh, Qingke, you know the reason? Li Tai, who was standing to the left of Li Er, stood up excitedly and replied, Father, as far as I know, the reason why this firework can fly so quickly into the sky is related to the gunpowder in it. Once the gunpowder explodes, it will produce a very strong thrust, which will make the upper part of the firework overcome its own gravity and fly into the sky quickly. As for the upper part of the bullet, its fuse will be ignited when it flies out of the pipe. The length of the fuse is calculated by Yamacho, so it can be guaranteed that it will fly to the highest point and explode every time. This is the scene we are seeing now. The previously arrogant Li Tai had now transformed into a big shot in the physics world. He explained the analysis of the force of the firework to Li Er. Hearing this, Li Er, Empress Zhongsun, Li Changqian, Chang'e, and the others were all stunned. Thrust gravity? Faced with these new terms, Li Er was caught off guard. Although he had glanced at the Academy's physics textbooks, he had only glanced at them and didn't study them in detail. Of course, what caught him even more off guard was that his son had only stayed in Yanhuang College for half a year. How could he know so many things that didn't exist in the Tang Empire before? Seeing the shock on his father's face, Li Tai's sense of accomplishment instantly exploded. This was like a child who knew something amazing and would show off in front of their parents, asking for praise. Right now, Li Tai belonged to this type of person who wanted to show off. Cough. Father, when you talk about gravity, it's actually… All right. I have a rough idea what it means. Li Er's, he's s. Li's. Chang'e, who was at the side, suddenly had an idea. Brother Xiaoxian, since gunpowder can propel projectiles into the sky, can it send people to the moon? Li Er's eyes instantly lit up, and he turned his gaze to Li Zixuan. That night at Yanhuang College, he had used an astronomical telescope to observe space. It was still unforgettable. Chang'e's suggestion made him feel a little excited. Although Li Zixuan had said that night that it would take at least 100 years of technological accumulation to send humans to space, what if there was a shortcut? Li Zishuan almost vomited blood when he heard this. Chang'e's suggestion was a little similar to a rocket. He didn't expect her to have such a bold idea even though she didn't have much knowledge of engineering. Chang'e, although gunpowder is extremely powerful and can propel objects into the sky, it will explode instantly once it's ignited. It can only provide an instantaneous explosive force. We can't control its combustion speed, so it can't provide a continuous thrust to send heavy objects or human bodies out of the ground beneath our feet. Furthermore, with Tang Empire's current conditions, even if we send people out of Earth, we can't guarantee their survival in space. After all, there's air on Earth but nowhere else. Li Zishuan tried his best to explain in a language that Chang'e could understand. Oh. Chang'e thought for a moment, then nodded, not fully understanding. Li Er waved his hand and said, "Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. If you have the ability to send people to the moon, just do it. As for whether they can survive on the moon, you don't have to worry about it." Old Li always had an obsession in his heart, and that was to go to the heavens. Even if he didn't do it himself, the people under his rule could do it. This was something that even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Qin Huang and Hongwu, couldn't do. So what if he had to make a small sacrifice for this? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Li Er over this matter. Aerospace was such a sacred thing. Even if Tang Empire had the means to carry out manned space missions in the future, as long as he was around, he wouldn't allow anyone to mess around. Li Er knew what Li Zishuan was thinking. He shook his head and remembered that today was New Year's Eve, so he didn't blame him. He just thought to himself, this kid is too kind. Boom boom boom. The sky of Yun Mountain was especially charming tonight. After the students of Class 1 finished setting off the fireworks, Li Zishuan asked the remaining guards of the academy to go into action together. Previously there were 4 sets of fireworks, but later, there were more than 10 sets of fireworks aimed at the sky. Colorful sparks flew up and landed, blooming proudly in the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. Everything was there. Colorful purples and reds decorated the night sky beautifully and gracefully, illuminating the earth as if it was daytime. This was really a night filled with fireworks to welcome the new year. The people on Yun Mountain and at the foot of Yun Mountain hadn't stopped exclaiming since midnight. Most people didn't even blink their eyes. They were completely conquered by the beauty of the fireworks. However, tonight's fireworks lasted longer than expected. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 45 minutes. The clock chimed at 1 o'clock, but the fireworks on Yun Mountain didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. This made everyone exclaim in satisfaction, but at the same time, they were lamenting because their necks hurt from looking up. In the end, many people simply got some hay, laid it on the ground, and lay down on their backs. The rich kids or rich old masters got people to get cushions or blankets and laid them on the roof of the horse carriage. This way they could enjoy the fireworks in the sky and save time and effort. As for Li Zishuan, after watching the fireworks for 15 minutes, he took his wife and old Li's family to the top floor of the left tower of Guanghua Tower. Oh, to be precise, it was Li Er who took him there, because the 10th floor of the left tower was Li Er's office. Only Li Er had the key. However, old Li had never been here before. Today was his first time here. After entering the dean's office, they sat on the sofa. Through the large floor-to-ceiling window, they could see the fireworks above the sports field while lying down. It was extremely comfortable. At midnight, all the fireworks were released. Li Er stretched. He was very satisfied with this New Year's Eve. It could even be said that this was the most satisfying New Year's Eve in his life. Old Li was satisfied. Of course, he had to reward his subjects. He stood up and said to Li Zishuan, "Tomorrow, oh no, it's today. Today is the imperial court meeting. I temporarily lift the ban on you. Remember to attend on time. If you're late or absent, humph." After that, he left with Chang'e, Zhang Sun, Li Changqian, and the others, leaving behind a dumbfounded Li Zishuan. Damn God. What did I do wrong? Why are you punishing me like this? After a long time, Li Zishuan pointed at the sky and cursed. He wanted to stay up for the new year tonight. Tomorrow morning he still wanted to sleep in? And attend the imperial court meeting? Participate my ass. Yes, old Li thought it was a reward, but little Li thought it was a punishment. Chapter 1153. After Li Er left, Li Zixuan instructed Emozhong to wrap things up properly before bringing his wife and sister back home. As for his father, mother, maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother, they had already gone back to stay up for the new year. Tonight, Yunshan had set off fireworks for 2 hours. The night air was too cold, and they couldn't stand it for so long. After all, although the fireworks were beautiful, their health was more important. When they returned home, the whole family was gathered in the main hall, eating snacks and chatting. Since it was the New Year's Eve, the whole family had to gather together. Therefore, they all went to Li Zixuan's courtyard number 1. Li Zixuan was also happy to be lively. He moved a chair and sat next to them. He calmed down and listened to the family talk. Haha, I didn't expect this. The New Year's Eve on Yunshan is even more lively than Nanyang. I've lived for so long, and this is the most lively New Year's Eve I've ever had. Old Lady Yi said with a smile. The fireworks tonight added to the fun, and the scene of thousands of people celebrating New Year's Eve made Old Lady Yi feel that it was the New Year's Eve. Until now, the gorgeous fireworks scene still lingered in Old Lady Ye's mind. Mrs. Li said with a smile, Mother, since you like the New Year's Eve here, then don't go back next year. It's not like there's no place to stay here. You and Father don't have much to do in the family now. Stay here and let me fulfill my filial piety. Otherwise, Yuzhu will not be at ease for the rest of her life. Hearing her sincere words, Old Lady Yi looked at Yi Guozhong hesitantly. It was not a problem to let her stay here, but this matter depended on Yi Guozhong's opinion. Yi Guozhong frowned and said, Let me think about this. We'll talk about it after the new year. After saying that, he glanced at Li Zixuan. It was unknown whether he did it intentionally or not. Li Zixuan was puzzled by his look. He thought to himself, if you want to stay, then stay. How can I say no? What do you mean by looking at me? In fact, after getting along with Yi Guozhong for such a long time, he didn't have any ill feelings towards Yi Guozhong. Not only that, but he also sometimes admired Yi Guozhong's vision of the big picture. At this moment, San Bao Afu, Xiao He, Xiao Shi and the other servants walked over together. It seemed like they had discussed this beforehand. The 4 of them walked closer and knelt down in front of Li Zixuan. Then they said, San Bao Afu, and Xiao He Xiao Shi. Wish young master and young mistress good health. We wish young master and young mistress good health and a young master soon. Although the Tang dynasty did not practice kneeling, it also depended on the time. According to custom, on New Year's Eve when the time came, the younger generation would have to salute and give their blessings to their elders. The servants would have to kowtow to their masters and say auspicious words to each other. It was probably similar to how modern people wished for good health and safety. Li Zixuan was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. Wasn't this the modern New Year's greeting? However, he didn't expect these people to be so courteous. Haha. Good. Young master, I'll give you red packets later. No, I'll give you bets to win money. Once this fellow got excited, he wouldn't be serious. He even pulled out red packets. Thank you, young master. The few of them thanked him joyfully. Then they began to wish Li Jingma, Madame Li, Yi Guozhong, and Old Lady Yi a Happy New Year. Later, under Han Yushi's reminder, Li Zixuan brought his wife along and solemnly bowed to the 4 elders in his family. Although he was not used to this kind of greeting as a modern person, when he thought of how Old Man Li and Madame Li usually doted on him, the knot in his heart faded a lot. Husband, you still have to attend the court assembly tomorrow. You don't have to stay up for the new year. You should rest early. After everything was done, Han Yushi reminded Li Zixuan. Xiao Xian is attending the court assembly tomorrow? Yi Guozhong heard and asked curiously. Han Yushi nodded and repeated the words that Li Er had said before he left. In the end, she looked at Li Zixuan and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. Yi Guozhong nodded and said, Yes. Since you're going to attend the court assembly, Xiao Xian, you should rest early. You don't have to stay up for the new year. Li Zixuan didn't care and said, It's okay, grandfather. I can still hold on. Besides, it's just a court assembly. At most, I'll find a corner where no one will notice and secretly sleep for a while. Yi Guozhong glared and said angrily, Nonsense. Tomorrow is the Yuanri court assembly. How important is it? How can you sleep? Stop messing around. Go and rest. He wouldn't compromise with Li Zixuan on such a major issue, so his tone couldn't help but reveal a slightly stern and indisputable tone. Li Jingma also advised at this time, Xianer, your grandfather is right. The Yuan Court Assembly is no small matter. You'd better go and rest early. Seeing that the two old men had said so, Li Zixuan could only say unhappily, all right then. Mother, grandmother, and wife, I'll go and rest first. In the Tang dynasty, although the court officials had a 7-day New Year's Eve holiday, on the Yuanri day, they had to attend the morning court assembly. That was to enter the palace to pay a New Year's visit to the emperor. The court assembly that day was called the Yuanri Court Assembly. It was considered one of the grandest court assemblies of the year. It could be called the collective New Year's greeting ceremony of the Tang dynasty's ruling group. First of all the civil and military officials in the capital had to clock in on time. They were not allowed to be late. Local officials from all over the country had to come from afar. The surrounding countries had to send people collectively to support them. It was like an international gathering. In order not to be late, the officials had to wake up early in the morning and bring their servants with torches into the palace. The early morning Chang'an city was like a fire dragon at dawn. It was a magnificent scene. Li Zixuan was woken up by his wife and helped to put on his official uniform. After eating some porridge, he rode into Chang'an city and saw such a magnificent scene. Damn! So many people. I don't usually see so many people attending the morning court assembly. Seeing the fire dragon everywhere on the street, Li Zixuan was a little dumbfounded. Seeing that his marquis was like a country bumpkin, Pang Feiji was a little embarrassed. He quickly explained in a low voice, Marquis, there aren't usually so many officials attending the morning court assembly, but today is the Yuanri Court Assembly. All the officials in the capital, including those below the 5th rank, and the officials of other states and counties outside Chang'an City, and even the envoys of the surrounding small countries will attend this court assembly. Of course, there will be more people than before. Li Zixuan sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to himself, Grandfather really didn't lie to me. This Yuanri Court Assembly is really awesome. But with so many people, wouldn't it be easier for me to fish in troubled waters? By then, wouldn't I be able to sleep whenever I want? Hee. Let's go quickly. Don't be late. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan chuckled, then spurred his horse and rushed out. Chapter 1154. After entering the imperial palace and arriving at the plaza in front of the Taiji Palace, Li Zixuan was greeted by a sea of people. With a cursory glance, he estimated that there were at least 1,000 people. Li Zixuan was elated at the sight of this. This was because the Taiji Palace would definitely not be able to accommodate so many people. When the time came, there would be a group of officials standing outside. He could also take advantage of the chaos and fall asleep behind them. Logically speaking, he was not at all interested in this nuisance of a court assembly. Although he had never experienced it before, he knew that it would be nothing more than Li Er leading the officials to recall how awesome their achievements were last year, reflect on their shortcomings, look forward to what breakthroughs they should make in the new year, and so on. In any case, Li Zixuan did not like to listen to such superficial things. Yo, Marquis Yong'an? What a coincidence! Just as Li Zixuan's eyes were darting around, a familiar voice came from behind him. He turned around and saw an old acquaintance, Provincial Governor Wang. You've also come to Chang'an? Who else could this person be but Wang Yu? Back then, Wang Renbiao's half-brother, Wang Renyi, had urged the bandits to kidnap Han Yuxi and failed. Wang Yu had personally come to Chang'an to apologize to Li Zixuan. Now, more than half a year had passed, and Wang Yu's appearance seemed to have aged a little, with white hair at his temples. Haha, this old man has already arrived in Chang'an a few days ago. Marquis Yong'an, I hope you've been well. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, his face amiable. However, his heart was not calm at all at this moment. After more than half a year, Li Zixuan had gone from being a lowly county boy to a marquis of the Great Tang. No one dared to underestimate him in court. But that was not the main point. The main point was that the Chui clan had collapsed under Li Zixuan's secret maneuvering. That was a 1,000-year-old clan that even Wang Yu had to be careful when dealing with. But it had collapsed just like that? Wang Yu couldn't help but secretly rejoice at his decision back then. If he had completely fallen out with Li Zishuan because of Wang Rennie, then before the Chui clan fell, wouldn't their Wang clan have fallen first? After hearing the news from Chang'an, Wang Yu could not help but break out in a cold sweat every time he thought of this. Logically speaking, during the annual Yuanri Imperial Court meeting, there was no rigid rule that required the provincial governors of each province to personally come to the capital. They only needed to send their adjutants. However, Wang Yu had chosen to come personally for two reasons. On one hand, he wanted to use his wife, Princess Tong'an, to further strengthen his relationship with the imperial family. On the other hand, he wanted to use Wang Runbiao to deepen the friendship between the two families with Li Zishuan. Wang Yu had no reason to make an enemy out of a young man with such strength at such an age. Since you can't be enemies with some people, then you can be friends with them. Unlike the other arrogant aristocratic families, Wang Yu understood the Wang clan's current situation very well. As such, he was always able to make the right choice. Haha. I wonder if Governor Wang is still doing well in Sui province? As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling face. Moreover, Li Zishuan's enmity with the Wang family had long been resolved, so there was no need for him to deliberately keep a straight face. Everything is good. Everything was good. Haha. I heard that tens of thousands of flowers bloomed in the sky above Cloud Mountain last night. This old man was busy with mundane matters and had no chance to see it. It's truly a pity. Next year, oh no, it's this year's New Year. If there is such a wondrous scene on Cloud Mountain, this old man will definitely make time to personally take a look. Wang Yu stroked his beard and said with a smile. Li Zishuan smiled. The doors of Cloud Mountain are always open for Governor Wang. As Li Zishuan lived outside the city, he was relatively late. The two of them didn't chat much before the imperial court meeting was about to begin. At this moment, on the steps of Taiji Palace, an attendant holding a horsetail whisk stood there and shouted in a sharp voice. The Yuanri Imperial Court meeting begins. Civil and military officials, envoys from various countries, enter the court for an audience. The previously noisy Taiji Palace immediately quieted down. The officials of all levels immediately lined up according to their ranks. Under the leadership of the civil official, Sun Wuji, they carried the imperial edict and walked up the steps toward Taiji Palace. Halfway through, Li Zishuan wanted to take advantage of the situation and sneak to the back of the line, but he was stopped by Wang Yu. Marquis Yong'an, all the officials in this Yuanri Imperial Court meeting must be positioned according to their ranks and merits. They cannot stand randomly. Crown Prince Zhanshi was a third-rank official, while the founding marquis was a third-rank official. As a result, Li Zishuan directly jumped to the sixth row of civil officials. Those standing in front of him were all the old officials who founded the country. This made Li Zishuan rather depressed. He originally wanted to catch up on sleep, but with his current position, how could he sleep? He didn't even have a place to lean on. After greeting each other, the officials began to pay their New Year greetings to Li Er. This New Year greeting wasn't just a simple kowtow or a sentence. It had to be read out by the Prime Minister. The entire greeting was long and awkward, so it had to be read out properly. Then, the various vassal towns and affiliated countries all had their own greeting, and the Prime Minister had to read them out one by one. Especially the greeting from the affiliated countries, it wasn't something that was difficult to understand. Many countries didn't even know how to express themselves in Chinese, so how could their greeting be smooth? It was even more difficult to read. But no matter how hard it was, it had to be read out. This was the face of the Heavenly Empire. Li Zishuan listened in the line and felt a toothache. He couldn't help but sympathize with Zhang Sun Wuji. He didn't know how many times this old man had to read the greeting to be able to smoothly read out these awkward greeting. Actually, in the later dynasties, it wasn't as troublesome for the officials to pay their New Year greetings to the emperor. In the Song dynasty, after New Year's Eve, they only needed to write a greeting card and hand it to the emperor. They didn't even need to enter the palace to attend any court meetings. After reciting for close to an hour, Li Zishuan, who was listening at the back, was about to fall asleep. Zhang Sun Wuji finally finished reciting all the greetings. This old fellow's face and neck were still red in the middle of winter, as though he had just finished running 10 kilometers, panting heavily. Next, Fang Xianling stepped forward to give a report on the work of the government. He first praised the enormous achievements the Great Tang had made in the past year, such as how many rebellions had been quelled and how many bandits had been wiped out. He also mentioned how in the spring and summer of last year, there had been a small drought in the Guangzhou region, which had caused the food supply of the people to decrease. Fortunately, the wise Emperor Li Er had promptly issued a decree to reduce taxes, allowing the people to continue living. Finally, Fang Xianling praised the Warm Tang Foundation led by Empress Zhongsun. Due to the warm winter operation initiated by the foundation, there wasn't a single person who starved or froze to death in Chang'an and the nearby counties. Such a situation had never happened even during the era of Qin Huang and Hanwu. In short, the first year of Zhongguan was a successful year, and also a year where the Tang Empire worked hard. This year, the treasury of the Tang Empire was filled, the people were rich, and there were more people who could read and write in the world. Chapter 1155. Old Fang's government work report made Li Er quite satisfied. This could be seen from the obvious smile at the corner of his mouth. Behind them, Du Ruhui stepped forward and continued to flatter Fang Xianling. He said that the saint cared about the people and should be worshipped by the people. Beautiful and dignified words came out of his mouth, which made people feel nauseous. However, no one said anything to accuse Du Ruhui of flattering the emperor. This was because it was the new year. Who wouldn't choose to say something nice when speaking to each other? Unless these two had a grudge. However, there was one exception, and that was Wei Zheng. As Du Ruhui's words became more and more exaggerated, and the flattery became more and more excessive, his old face had long turned black. At this moment he couldn't hold it in anymore. He raised his foot and was about to go up and accuse Du Ruhui, but he was stopped by Xiaoyu. Left Minister Wei. His Majesty has been cautious and conscientious for an entire year. Just let him do as he pleases for once. It's not a problem for the overall situation. Xiaoyu said softly. Wei Zheng hesitated for a moment, but in the end he didn't go up. After Du Ruhui finished his report, it was the turn of the chief officials of the 6 departments to go up and report. Li Zishuan let out a long yawn. The reports of the chief officials of the 6 departments were like notes of a lullaby that made him sleepy. His heart was already numb. Inadvertently, he glanced at a friend standing beside him. The latter had his head lowered and was shaking his head along with Zhongsun Wuji's report. During this time he didn't forget to nod his head in praise. It was as if Zhongsun Wuji's boring report was a peerless piece of literature that left him with endless aftertaste. Li Zishuan was just about to admire this friend's erudition, but who knew that the latter would let out a soft snoring sound. When he heard it, he almost vomited blood. He thought to himself, I almost fell for your nonsense. Sleeping while standing with his head down, this friend's sleeping skills were really high. Hey, then I'll also take a nap. With this old man as an example, Li Zishuan also lowered his head and dozed off. After a while he fell asleep standing up. When the court session had just begun, the sky had not yet brightened. However, as time passed, the sun outside Taiji Palace shattered the dark blue canopy of the sky. Like a burning wheel of wind and fire, it suddenly rushed out of the horizon and revealed its face in the thin mist of Eastern Mountain, shooting out beams of intense golden light. Behind them, the morning sun rose higher and higher from the entrance of the main hall. The light passed through the thin mist and gradually covered the entire Taiji Palace. The warm sunlight made the already warm Taiji Palace even warmer, causing some people to sleep even more soundly. Li Zishuan didn't know if the martial arts strength of the Grandmaster realm would allow him to stand and not fall down. In any case, Li Zishuan had slept for nearly an hour and was still standing firmly in the same place, not moving at all. Even if he knew of this magnificent feat, he would probably be amazed by himself. All the envoys of the vassal states and affiliated countries come in one by one. At this moment, Zhao Song, who was standing at the head of the table, spoke in a loud voice, waking Li Zishuan up from his sleep. Oh, it's not over yet? Li Zishuan opened his eyes and saw that the friend next to him was still sleeping while the court session was still going on. He couldn't help but grumble under his breath. At the same time, he was deeply impressed by the sleeping skills of the friend next to him. On behalf of my father and the 800,000 people of Lingnan, Feng Zhidai wishes your majesty a new day of prosperity and longevity. Lingnan's chief, Fengong, had also sent an envoy to Chang'an to participate in the court session. Perhaps out of fear of death, Fengong did not come to Chang'an personally. Naturally, the leader of the envoy was Feng Zhidai, who was still in Chang'an as a hostage. Haha. Good. Minister Feng has governed Lingnan and made the people live and work in peace and contentment. It can be said that you have worked hard and made great contributions. I am very pleased, I am very pleased. Li Erda laughed. It was unknown whether he was really pleased or not. The envoy of Zhenla Puyatu pays his respects to Your Majesty, the Emperor of Tang. Our monarch wishes Your Majesty good health and the prosperity of the Tang Empire. The next envoy was quite interesting. He was also an old acquaintance of Li Zishuan, the envoy of Zhenla Puyatu. The reason why he was interesting was that he had spoken completely in Chinese. Although there were some mistakes in his pronunciation, he spoke very fluently. This surprised Li Zishuan, who had just woken up from his dream. One must know that a few months ago, although this Puyatu could speak a little Chinese, he spoke with difficulty. In just a few short months, this guy had actually practiced Chinese to such an extent? How could those foreigners in the future who couldn't learn Chinese endure this? Good. Thank your monarch on behalf of me. Tell him that I welcome him to Chang'an as a guest. Li Erda had obviously noticed Puyatu's huge improvement in Chinese, and he smiled happily. When Li Zishuan heard Li Erda's words, he could not help but roll his eyes. He thought to himself that although Puyatu was familiar with Chinese, he was not familiar enough to truly understand the profoundness of Chinese. Otherwise, he would definitely misunderstand that Li Erda wanted to capture their monarch and bring him to Chang'an as a guest. Thank you, Your Majesty. Puyatu said a word of thanks and retreated. In fact, he had not only come to give his New Year's greetings, but also to send gifts. This time, his monarch had asked him to bring a lot of local specialties. There was no need to mention the ivory and tiger skin. The rest were mostly things like jade. These gifts had already been handed over to the eunuchs of the imperial palace before the court, so he naturally could not move them to Taiji Palace. There were still many officials who could not squeeze in and could only stand outside to enjoy the cold wind while listening to the conversation between the monarch and his subjects. Next, the envoys from the small Nanyang countries who had come to the Tang Empire earlier were all here. They all came forward to pay their New Year's greetings to Li Erda. Other than that, there were also envoys from Tubo, Gaochang, and other neighboring countries of the Tang Empire. Finally, another envoy came forward. Li Zishuan could not help but narrow his eyes, because the other party's attire was that of a Japanese. The eldest brother of the Japanese nation, Yamabi, pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Celestial Empire. He also pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang Empire on behalf of our monarch. Japan. All the officials in the court looked at the person who spoke. A few months ago, the Tang Empire's official fleet had been ambushed in Japan's waters. More than a dozen crew members and dozens of soldiers had died because of it. Later, Li Shaogong personally led the army to land on the Japanese island and went straight to the Japanese capital to avenge those dead soldiers. Later, in order to bring supplies back to the Tang Empire as soon as possible, Li Shaogong ordered the Japanese to capture Nakamurakawa Yu, the leader of the ambush on the Tang Empire's fleet. Otherwise, he would ask the imperial court to send troops to Japan again. Now, at the critical juncture of the Lantern Festival, the Japanese had sent the mountain-back Big Brother King to the Tang Empire. What was the meaning of this? Oh, Chapter 1156. Heh, is the Emperor of Wu well? Inside the Taiji Palace, as soon as the Wu envoy came out, the previous festive atmosphere in the palace suddenly disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a kind of somber atmosphere. From the king to the ministers, they all looked at the Big Brother King with a faint unfriendly gaze. Li Er smiled faintly. His words could be said to have hidden a knife in his words. The Big Brother King's expression changed. He knew that if he didn't answer the next sentence well, it was likely that blood would be spilled on the spot. The term emperor was first proposed by his father, Crown Prince Shangde. Back then, Crown Prince Shangde sent Sister Xiaoya to the Sui dynasty and wrote in the letter to Emperor Yang of Sui, "The East Emperor respects the West Emperor." At that time, it was because of this sentence that completely angered Emperor Yang of Sui, causing the relationship between the two countries to break. The Big Brother King understood the pride in the hearts of the people of the Celestial Empire. Now that the Sui dynasty had destroyed the Tang dynasty, the Tangs would only be more arrogant, and would even more scoff at the so-called emperor title. Even if his father created the title emperor, what could he do? The Tangs would not recognize it at all. In fact, China called the Emperor of Japan the Emperor of Japan the Emperor of Japan around the end of the Qing dynasty. Thinking of this, the big brother king felt a trace of powerlessness in his heart, but he had to face reality, so he took a step forward and bowed to Li Er. His Majesty the Emperor of the Tang dynasty is awe-inspiring. Under your prestige, who dares to call himself the Emperor? Your Majesty's words make the big brother king, and the Wu people extremely fearful. Your Majesty, please take back what you said just now. Loki. Before setting off from Wu, the mountain-back elder brother had already thought of the difficulties he would encounter in the Tang Empire. After all, there had been some disagreements between the two countries, but he believed that as long as he kept a low profile and endured in the Tang Empire, the proud Tangs would never lower themselves to their level. Last year, the Tang dynasty's fleet went south and was ambushed in Wu. Did you catch the pirate leader? Li Er smiled contemptuously and then said in an unfriendly tone. The air in the hall stagnated a little, but this time the big brother king was prepared. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, ever since the Tang Empire's army withdrew from Neon, the Queen immediately ordered the entire country to capture Nakakawa-yu. Fortunately, God does not disappoint those who persevere. More than a month ago, the Neon army caught the bandit leader on an island in the south. In order to prevent any accidents on the way, Her Majesty the Empress specially ordered Big Brother Shanbei to personally escort him to His Majesty the Emperor. Right now Nakamura Kawayuto is outside the palace. Your Majesty can decide whether you want to kill him or not. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd in the imperial court was immediately enraged. Your Majesty, I implore you to dismember this hut with 5 horses to comfort the souls of the soldiers and people who died at sea. Li Xiaogong stepped forward and cupped his fists. As the left commissioner of the Department of Shipping, he should have been in Lingnan, but Li Er empathized with him and issued an imperial edict before the new year, allowing him to come back for the new year. However, on the 5th day of the new year, he would have to go south again. Of all the civil and military officials, he hated Nakamura Kawayuto the most. This old subject agrees. I beseech your Majesty to kill this house. Qin Xiong was the second to step out, following which, many other officials also stepped out to support Li Xiaogong. It was not about their stance, but because the sovereignty of Great Tang was not to be violated. Anyone who offended Great Tang would be killed no matter how far away they were. Li Er was silent for a moment before saying, Men, take Nakamura Kawayuto the Supreme Court's prison. 3 days later, he will be paraded through the streets and executed by 1,000 cuts at the entrance of the West Market. When watching ancient dramas, one would often hear that so-and-so committed a heinous crime, so they will be beheaded at the Meridian Gate. Actually, this was just a joke in operas, novels, or folktales, and it did not exist in real history. If one were to carefully examine the names of the various dynasties and dynasties, one would realize that before the Yuan dynasty, there was no such thing as the Meridian Gate. In the Tang dynasty, there were clear rules as to where the death row criminals were to be beheaded. In the law of the Tang dynasty, it was written that all crimes are to be executed in the city. Thus, Li Er chose the place of execution at the entrance of the West Market. Your Majesty is wise. As soon as Li Er finished speaking, all the civil and military officials began to flatter him. The eyes of the mountain-back's elder brother were like water. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. In fact, he was feeling very complicated at the moment. Nakamura Kawayuto had committed a heinous crime and even implicated Wu Nation and was blamed by Great Tang. But no matter what, Nakamura Kawayuto was still a citizen of Wu Nation. Today, he had personally sent the citizens of Wu Nation to Great Tang to be slaughtered by the Great Tang's emperor. To him, this was not something to be proud of. Li Zixuan, on the other hand, felt great watching from the side. He thought to himself, it's so awesome when a country is strong. They can punish any country they want and that country will send their people over. This is the treatment of a big country. Your Majesty, the mountain-back's elder brother has not only come to deliver the prisoners, but also brought a letter of friendship from the Wu Nation's king, 200,000 jin of brass and 1 million taels of silver. Ever since the second year of Emperor Guangwu's reign, Wen Nation has been in contact with the Central Plains. Everyone in Wen Nation admires the culture of the Central Plains. So I hope that Wen Nation will be willing to maintain a good relationship with Great Tang. Furthermore, Wen Nation is willing to be a vassal state of Great Tang and pay tribute to Great Tang every year. This is Wen Nation's letter of credence. Your Majesty, please take a look. The mountebank's elder brother was very fluent in Chinese, and he was also very familiar with the history of the Central Plains. He quoted from the classics as if he had lived in the Central Plains for decades. But no one paid attention to this. 200,000 jin of brass and 1 million taels of silver. They were even willing to be a vassal state of Great Tang. Everyone in the imperial court was stunned by Wen Nation's generosity, especially that 1 million taels of silver. Based on the Great Tang's current annual silver production, it would take 100 years to accumulate so much silver. Haha. Good. Come, bring me the letter of credence. In this day and age, there was actually someone who took the initiative to waive their money and ask to be a vassal. How could Li Er refuse? Moreover, it was in front of the envoys of so many countries. This undoubtedly made him even more proud. After receiving the letter of credence, Li Er looked through it carefully. Seeing that the words were very polite, he nodded with satisfaction and then said loudly, Queen Tuigu is very sincere. I accept Wen Nation's goodwill to Great Tang. From today onwards, Wen Nation is officially a vassal state of Great Tang, and will accept Great Tang's protection. Your subjects congratulate Your Majesty. This was a matter that was both practical and beneficial to Great Tang. Who in the imperial court would object to it? As soon as Li Er finished speaking, the civil and military officials congratulated him without hesitation. Li Zishuan secretly felt that it was a pity because if Wen Nation became a vassal state of Great Tang, it would be difficult to take over them in the future. Although he thought so, he could not think of a suitable reason to object to this matter at the moment. He could only watch as Li Er happily accepted vassals. Chapter 1157. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation inside the Taiji Palace. Everyone was beaming with joy because the Tang Empire had gained another vassal state today. The Big Brother King was also smiling, but there was a hint of inexplicable meaning in the corner of his eyes. After the hall quieted down again, the Big Brother King continued to bow to Li Er. Your Majesty, I have admired the culture of the Tang Empire since I was a child. Now that Wen Nation is a vassal state of the Tang Empire, I would like to stay in Chang'an for half a year to learn the classics, articles, systems, and laws of the Tang Empire so that I can use them to govern the people of Wen Nation in the future. I hope Your Majesty will allow it. This change of address was really fast. A moment ago, he called himself by his name. Now that Wen Nation had become a vassal state of the Tang Empire, the Big Brother King immediately called himself a subject. It was said that when Li Shaogong led the army into the capital of Fainio and wiped out the Su family, there was no longer any dispute over the successor to the throne of Wen Nation. Therefore, the Big Brother King's words were not overstepping his authority. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and thought that the fox's tail had finally been revealed. It turned out that the Big Brother King had spent so much effort to learn the advanced culture and systems of the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan did not care about the classics and articles at all, but he was afraid that the Big Brother King would secretly learn the advanced production technology of the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan was about to object, but Li Er was faster than him. Ha ha ha. I allow it. I will also give you a house on Chongren Lane. How could Li Er, who was in the midst of joy, think of so many twists and turns? Moreover, the Big Brother King was willing to stay in Chang'an for half a year. This was undoubtedly expressing his loyalty to the Tang Empire. How could he, Li Er, disagree? Li Zishuan sighed helplessly. It was too late to say anything now. The Big Brother King happily stepped forward and thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty. Oh! Accepting Wen Nation as a vassal state was a pleasant surprise. The court meeting continued in an orderly manner until it was close to noon. Many people were so hungry that their stomachs were growling. It was not a good sign to go hungry on the first day of the new year. Thus, as soon as Li Er announced the end of the morning assembly, the civil and military officials immediately went back to their respective homes. I've been grounded at home recently, so I can't visit my uncles one by one. I'll just stay here and wish you a happy new year. I wish you all good health and good luck. After leaving the palace, Li Zishuan cupped his fists and smiled at Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Niu Jinda, Li Jing, Li Xiaogong, and the others. It wasn't that he didn't want to go door to door to pay his New Year's greetings, but he had to stay at home. Haha. Little Xian, we all understand your situation. You don't have to be so courteous. Qin Qiong said with a gentle smile. Haha. You're slacking off, using the imperial edict as an excuse to not pay us a New Year's greeting. Then we'll have to go to your house for a big meal later. When the time comes, if you have any good dishes, don't hide them. Oh, I don't want anything else, just hot pot. I understand now. Of all the hot pot in Tang Dynasty, your hot pot is the most delicious. Chang Yaojin patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said with a look of dissatisfaction. Li Zishuan said straightforwardly, Uncles, if you're willing to be my guests, I'll welcome you with open arms. When the time comes, there will definitely be plenty of hot pot and wine. Li Xiaogong was dumbfounded when he heard that. He muttered, hot pot? What's that? He had just returned to Chang'an a few days ago. How would he know about these new things? Speaking of which, he had only noticed the new coal stove and honeycomb briquette in Chang'an City on New Year's Eve. Yuqi Jingda licked his lips and said greedily, Haha, Xiaogong, this hot pot is a kind of peerless delicacy. When you try it, you'll never forget it for the rest of your life. Niu Jinda, Li Jing, and the others nodded in agreement. Li Xiaogong's interest was piqued. I'm leaving for Lingnan on the 5th day of the new year. Time is tight, so let's do it tomorrow. I'll go to your house tomorrow to try that hot pot. Little Xian, you won't refuse, right? Let's go, let's go. The group of old foodies led by Chang Yaojin immediately started to coax him shamelessly. Li Zishuan had no reason to refuse. Of course, I don't have any objections. Uncles, you just have to come to Yunshan tomorrow. Little Xian, I heard that you had a conflict with the king of Lu. After everyone agreed on the date of the gathering, they went back to their own homes. Chang Yaojin purposely followed Li Zishuan behind and whispered to him when he saw that there was no one around. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and admitted, I did have a conflict with him last night. I beat up all his servants. Then Li Zishuan told Chang Yaojin about the situation at that time in detail. Bah! This bastard is really a good-for-nothing. How dare he cause trouble in Yunshan? If it weren't for the retired emperor's protection, this kid would have died many times in the palace. When Chang Yaojin heard this, he spat a mouthful of saliva at the side of the road and cursed. After a while, his face turned solemn again. Xiao Xian, King Lu is a very petty and vicious person. I heard that many eunuchs and palace maids in the palace died directly or indirectly in his hands. Last night, you beat up his servants in front of so many people. With his personality, he won't let it go easily. So you must be careful in the future. Li Zishuan's heart sank. He then said gratefully, Thank you for telling me this, Uncle Chang. I will definitely be careful. Cheng Yaojin nodded. After a while, he patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and said, But little Xian, you don't have to be too afraid of him. Even if that kid uses the retired emperor to suppress you, so what? The retired emperor was nothing more than a decoration in the imperial palace. Who will listen to him? The emperor? Humph. What a joke. I believe that even if the retired emperor wants to kill you, the emperor won't sit by and do nothing. Heh. I don't believe that the retired emperor doesn't remember the incident at the Black Tortoise Gate at all. If he dares to make a move on you, we'll see if the emperor Old Chang and your other uncles will agree or not. Li Zishuan's expression changed. Old Chang's words were really too bold. If others heard it and it reached Li Er's ears, Old Chang would definitely not have a good time. However, this also proved that Old Chang really treated Li Zishuan as a family member. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such heartfelt words. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's heart warmed. He nodded and said, Thank you, Uncle Chang. However, there are some things that you shouldn't say. It won't be good for you if it gets out. Haha, I've lived for so many years. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, little Xian, you're not an outsider. Later, send some fireworks over. I plan to set off too for the Lantern Festival to celebrate. Chang Yaojin never treated Li Zishuan as an outsider. He also never treated himself as an outsider. Therefore, he straightforwardly asked Li Zixuan for fireworks. Chapter 1158. After bidding farewell to Changyajian, Li Zixuan rode out of the city and headed towards Yunshan. Along the way, the passers-by talked about the fireworks show on Yunshan last night. That visual feast undoubtedly left a very shocking impression on everyone. Many people were so excited after watching the fireworks last night that they couldn't sleep the whole night. There were also some rich businessmen and children of big families who sent their subordinates to inquire about where to sell that kind of fireworks. However, these people were destined to be disappointed because Li Zixuan had no plans to sell those fireworks. When he returned home, it was already noon. Everyone was waiting for him to eat. Li Zixuan rubbed his stomach and realized that he had been tricked by old Li. That was because today's court assembly had nothing to do with him. So he woke up early in the morning and ran so far just to give old Li a New Year's greeting? Wasn't this too much of a trap? Xianer, eat quickly. What are you thinking about? Mrs. Li saw her son holding chopsticks but standing there in a daze. She couldn't help but ask. Oh, nothing. Nothing. Eat. Li Zixuan snapped out of his daze and quickly started eating. As he ate, he said, "Oh right. Father, Mother. Tomorrow afternoon, Uncle Qin and Prince Hejian will come to our house to eat hot pot. Let the servants prepare the ingredients in advance." Mrs. Li nodded. Mother will arrange it. But Xianer, you are now grounded at home. Those generals close to our family, especially Yushi's adoptive father and granduncle, you can't even visit them. It's really rude. Li Zixuan smiled. His mother was talking about Qin Qiong and Li Jing's family. Mother, don't worry about that. After the morning court session, I've already paid New Year's greetings to the dukes and dukes. Besides, Uncle Qin and Uncle Li aren't narrow-minded people. They're well aware of my current situation. Husband, why don't I go to Chang'an tomorrow? It would be rude if I don't go. Han Yushi couldn't help but ask. Li Zixuan waved his hand and quickly said, No need, no need. When I, your husband, am released from confinement, I'll bring you to pay them a visit. At this time he could not go out. Pang Feiji and the others' martial arts were too low. If Han Yushi met some robbers on the way, wouldn't she be blind? Speaking of which, he had offended so many people. This kind of thing was very likely to happen. Little Xian, did anything happen in today's court assembly? Yi Guozhong asked. Li Zixuan put down his chopsticks and said gloomily, What accident can there be? From the beginning to the end, I had nothing to do with it. I don't know why His Majesty insisted that I attend this court meeting. Yi Guozhong glared at him and said, Shut up. You brat. You don't know that having nothing to do with you is the best thing. You have committed such a grave crime, yet His Majesty still allowed you to participate in this court assembly. He is already very kind to you. Little Xian, you have to understand His Majesty's painstaking efforts. Not having anything to do with you is the best thing. Yi Guozhong's words were quite reasonable. Previously, Li Zixuan was confined by Li Er for inciting public opinion. After such a long time, many people in the court knew about this matter. If Li Zixuan was not present at such an important occasion like the Yuanri Court Assembly, it could only mean that Li Zixuan had completely lost the emperor's favor. Li Er had lifted Li Zixuan up at this time, which could be said to be very crucial. Li Zixuan thought about it and realized that it was indeed so. He couldn't help but nod and say, Thank you for your teachings, grandfather. Oh, Yamacho. We are here to give you a New Year's greeting. In the afternoon, all the students of Yanhuang College in Yunshan came to Li Zixuan's Yunshan residence to give Li Zixuan a New Year's greeting. When Old Man Li and Mrs. Li saw that their son was so respected by the students, the two elders were naturally gratified. They quickly ordered the servants to take out all the snacks prepared in the residence and distribute them to the students. Did all of you just wake up? Li Zixuan stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the group of teenagers and said with a smile. This time he was actually quite happy. Only when he became a teacher could he experience the joy of being thanked by the students. Speaking of which, should he also promote a Teacher's Day in the future? Yamacho. We didn't just wake up, we woke up before noon. Kushirqing replied embarrassedly. For most of them, this was the first time they were out of town, and with so many friends to celebrate the new year. When there were so many people together, of course it was very lively. After the fireworks last night, they went crazy until 5 o'clock before going to bed, so naturally they woke up later. For scholars, sleeping in was of course a shameful thing, so when they heard Li Zixuan say that, their faces were more or less unnatural. As for Li Tai, Chang Chumo, and the others after the fireworks last night, they had already returned to Chang'an, so now the only people left in the academy were the foreign students. It's the New Year, sleep if you want. Before the New Year, you all were busy running around for the Nguyen Foundation, so take this opportunity to rest more. Li Zixuan waved his hand, not minding it at all. After chatting with the students for a while, Li Zixuan looked in the direction of Li Gang's residence and said, "All right. I won't keep you anymore. Since it's still early, you all should go and give Mr. Li Gang and Mr. Emo a New Year's greeting." "Yes, sir." The students responded and left the Li family's front yard one after another. Then they majestically headed towards Li Gang's side yard. "Hey, this bunch of brats. Can't they come one by one if they want to give New Year's greetings? Why do they have to gather together? The courtyard is about to explode." Li Zixuan looked at the huge group of people and couldn't help but grumble softly. "Pfft." Han Yushi slapped Li Zixuan's arm and chuckled. "Hubby, you're obviously not saying what you mean. With so many students coming to see you, you must be happy inside." Li Zixuan didn't feel annoyed at all that she had seen through his thoughts. He said, "Haha, the one who knows me best is my wife." Xiaoxian Yushi, you're all here." At this moment, Han Lijing's voice came from outside the front yard. "Father-in-law, come in and have some tea." Li Zixuan turned around and saw that it was his father-in-law, so he quickly went forward to welcome him. Speaking of which, he was a little guilty. He hadn't even gone to his father-in-law's place to give New Year's greetings, but his father-in-law had already come to give him New Year's greetings. "Father, please come in and have a seat. I'll go and prepare some tea for you," Han Yushi said with a look of joy. Good. Let's talk inside, Xiaoxian." Chapter 1159. Xiaoxian. "I'm here today to discuss something with you." In the main hall, Li Zixuan, Li Jingma and Han Tianhu were seated. Han Lijing took a sip of tea and said seriously, "Oh, father-in-law, please tell me what you want to say." When Li Zixuan heard this, he immediately perked up. Ever since Han Lijing had returned from Yunzhou last year, Li Zixuan felt that his father-in-law had become a different person. Li Zixuan had no idea what had happened to Han Lijing in Yunzhou. He had asked, but Han Lijing refused to talk about it. There was nothing he could do. Now that Han Lijing had said that he had something to discuss with Li Zixuan, Li Zixuan's intuition told him that it might have something to do with Han Lijing's previous trip to Yunzhou. At this moment, Han Lijing was silent for a moment. Then he said, "Little Xian, last year you opened up 5 mines in Hudong Road. This old man went to take a look at them one by one. Generally speaking, each mine brought great benefits to the surrounding citizens, because the citizens could work in the mines to support their families. But as far as I know, the mines also brought a lot of trouble to the people around it." "Trouble? What trouble? Did someone get into an accident in the mines?" Li Zixuan frowned. He had a bad feeling about it, so he quickly asked. Father Li, who was beside him, also looked nervous. Obviously, he didn't want anyone to die in his son's mines. Han Lijing saw that the father and son had misunderstood, so he quickly waved his hand and said, No. The trouble I'm talking about is the dirty water from the mines. It often flows into the nearby rivers or lakes along the ditches. As a result, the people's daily drinking water is very troublesome. Last year, when there was a cholera in Chang'an City, I heard from you that it was mainly because the water source was polluted. Now I'm worried that the people around the mines will get sick if they use the polluted water source for a long time. Little Xian, I'm sure you don't want to see that kind of result either. That's why I'm telling you, so that you can make plans early." Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that there was a problem with the sewage discharge from the mine. At the same time, he couldn't help but secretly praise his father-in-law for being so meticulous. He could actually foresee the negative effects of the mine on the environment. No one else had such foresight. "Xian, your father-in-law is right. This problem had to be solved as soon as possible. Otherwise, if something happened, it would be too late." It will also ruin your reputation. Li Xiqing's father chimed in. Li Zishuan nodded. After pondering for a moment, he said, "This is indeed a problem. Father-in-law, I have an idea here. Although it's a little troublesome, it can solve the water problem of the people around the mine." Han Lijing's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Little Xian, you have a way? That's great. Tell me about it." Li Zishuan frowned and ordered, "Xiao He, bring me a pen and paper." "All right, young master." Xiao He's assent came from outside. After a while, the young maidservant brought in a piece of white paper and a pencil. Li Zishuan took the paper and spread it on the table. As he drew, he said, "First of all, we have to dig a sewage treatment pond between the mine and the river. The terrain of this sewage pond must be higher than the terrain of the river. At the outlet of the sewage pond, we have to set up special dams. These dams are filled with gravel and charcoal. After the sewage from the mine enters the sewage pond, it will pass through the gravel dams and finally be discharged into the river. In this way, it will not pollute the water source in the river." This method was actually called the biofilm treatment method in modern times. As the sewage continuously flowed through solid fillers, gravel, plastic fillers, etc., a mud-like biofilm would form on the fillers. A large number of microorganisms would grow in the biofilm. During the growth process, the microorganisms would release proteins that could convert the soluble heavy metal ions in the sewage into precipitates and remove them, thus purifying the sewage. This was the most effortless and feasible method of sewage treatment that Li Zishuan could think of at present. "Jina, will this work? What if we end up polluting the local water source?" Old man Li was a little skeptical when he heard that. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Father, don't worry. This method will definitely work." Han Lijing stared at the manuscript that Li Zishuan had drawn and frowned. He said, "Xiao Xian, if you want to build this sewage pond, I'm afraid it will take a lot of manpower and material resources, right? Not only that, but this sewage pond also takes up a lot of space. Is it worth it to make such a big fuss over it?" He was the one who proposed to treat the sewage, and he was also the one who felt that it was too costly. It was not that Han Lijing was pretentious, but he wanted to solve the sewage problem without adding too much cost to Li Zishuan. But how could there be such a perfect thing in the world? "Father-in-law, this matter is not a matter of whether it is worth it or not, but whether to do it or not. If we don't do anything and wait for the water source to be polluted by the sewage from the mines, then in 100 years or even 1,000 years, our descendants won't even be able to drink a drop of clean water. So, for the sake of our children and grandchildren, we have to take the lead in this matter." There was no concept of environmental protection in this era, but Li Zishuan hoped that as the owner of the largest private mine in Tang Dynasty, he could set an example for the other mine owners. When the other mine owners became mine owners, they would more or less pay attention to environmental issues. "Good. With your words, this old man is relieved. In a few days, this old man will leave for Hudong Road and urge the other mine owners to hurry up and prepare the sewage treatment pond." Hearing Li Zishuan's serious tone, Han Lijing nodded solemnly and said, "Right. Father-in-law, how many villages are there closest to this son-in-law's 5 mines?" Li Zishuan suddenly asked. Han Lijing did not understand, but he still replied, "There are 3. Why?" Li Zishuan chuckled, then said, "3 villages? That's good. This son-in-law intends to buy these 3 villages and give them to you. In the future you can take care of the livelihood of these 3 villages, okay?" Han Lijing was shocked and hurriedly waved his hands. No, Xiaoxian, why are you buying villages for no reason? Even if you really want to buy them, you should buy them for yourself. Why must you give them to this old man?" Li Zishuan explained. "Haha. Father-in-law, listen to me slowly. These villages are very close to the mines. If there is any pollution in the mines, they will be the first to suffer. If we want to control the pollution in the future, we must carry out a large-scale transformation of these 3 villages. Under such circumstances, the best way is to buy all of these villages first. And this son-in-law already has 8 big villages under his name, so he can't expand anymore. So, I can only give these 3 villages to you, father-in-law." Chapter 1160. In the end, Han Lijing accepted the 3 farmsteads from Li Zishuan, mainly because he couldn't bear to see the people near the mine get sick because of pollution. Li Zishuan gave his father-in-law the farmsteads not only to make it easier to manage the environment around the mine, but also to find some work for his father-in-law. Now that Han Yushi was married and Iron Egg was in school, under normal circumstances, only his father-in-law was at home. After a long time, it was inevitable that he would feel lonely. Last year, it wasn't that Li Zishuan didn't think about arranging a marriage for his father-in-law. After all, Han Lijing was only in his early 40s. However, when Han Lijing heard his suggestion, he almost turned hostile with Li Zishuan and became his enemy. After that, Li Zishuan didn't dare to mention this matter again, because he knew that his father-in-law still missed his deceased mother-in-law. There was a kind of love in the world called to grow old together. There was also a kind of sorrow, called to be separated by yin and yang. Han Lijing's pursuit of love might have completely died with the tombstone. Li Zishuan suddenly gave the 3 farmsteads to Han Lijing, because he wanted to make Han Lijing busy. When his life was full, he would feel less lonely. Naturally, he wouldn't be alone. However, he didn't expect that this unintentional action would benefit the people. In the future, the number 1 farmstead in Hudong would come from Han Lijing's farmsteads. The next day around 9 in the morning, Li Xiaogong, Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and a group of people came. Not only did they come, Li Xiaogong's younger brother Li Daozong and Li Daozong's daughter Li Shuyan also came along. Li Shuyan was less than 6 years old this year. When the fleet went out to sea last year, Li Zishuan saw her along the Ba River when he saw Li Xiaogong off. At that time, the little girl was a little shy and didn't dare to talk to him. Now that she was a year older, the little girl took the initiative to call him Brother Xiaoxian. Li Zishuan laughed and quickly asked Xiao He to take out a big red packet and put it in Li Shuyan's hand. Here, Shuyan, Big Brother wishes you a happy new year and hopes that you'll grow prettier and prettier. Thank you, Brother Xiaoxian. The little girl was so happy that she revealed 2 cute rabbit teeth. Coupled with her snow-white fluffy jacket, she looked like a little angel. Sigh. This was the future Princess Wencheng. What a cute little girl. Now that I'm here, I'm determined not to let those Tubo barbarians snatch her away. Li Zishuan thought with mixed feelings. At this moment, Lana realized that a young lady younger than her had come to the house. She was instantly excited and began to act like an elder sister. She brought Li Shuyan, who was visiting Cloud Mountain for the first time, out for a walk. Li Zishuan smiled. He was not worried about the safety of the 2 little girls. The entire Cloud Mountain was his territory. No one could hurt his family. Haha. Markyongan, this prince heard that there are delicacies here and came uninvited. Please don't blame me. Li Daozong watched as Li Shuyan was taken away by Lan. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and joked with him. Actually, he was not willing to come this time. After all, Li Zishuan did not invite him. However, he could not take advantage of little Shuyan's pleading and acting cute, and had no choice but to come. This was because he was very close to Li Xiaogong's residence. Moreover, Li Shuyan liked to visit Li Xiaogong's house since she was young. Of course, she knew that Li Xiaogong was coming to Cloud Mountain for a banquet today. Therefore, for the sake of his daughter, Li Daozong had no choice but to be thick-skinned and come for a free meal. Haha. What are you saying, Prince of Jiangxia? It's rare for you to come to Cloud Mountain. I can't wait to welcome you. How can you blame me? Li Zishuan cupped his fists and smiled. Then he called out, Uncles, don't stand outside. Come in and take a seat. Everyone nodded. Under Li Zishuan's lead, they entered the courtyard and came to the main hall. Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin had been here before. They were still fine. However, Li Xiaogong, Li Daozong, Yuqijingda, and the rest were all deeply shocked by the luxurious, clean, and unique decorations in the room. They did not expect this Cloud Mountain courtyard to not only look unique from the outside, but also be so luxurious and grand inside. Tisk tsk. Looking at this house, I want to exchange my residence with Markyong. Li Daozong looked around, rubbed his chin and sighed. Li Xiaogong agreed. Haha. Daozong is right. This house is bright and grand. I don't know how it was built. It looks more comfortable than my residence. Aha, you must be joking. It's just a small courtyard. How can it be as good as you make it out to be? Uncles, please take a seat here. The ingredients are all prepared and will be ready soon. Li Zishuan smiled and said. Haha. No rush, no rush. Xiaoxian, you do your things first. We old fellows can take this chance to take a good look at this courtyard. Niu Jindao waved his hand and said in a rough voice. Li Zixuan saw this and went to the kitchen to help cut the mutton. He was the only one in the family who could do this kind of chores. About half an hour later, all the ingredients were on the table. This table was specially built by the Li family to be used for hot pot. There was a round hole in the middle. Under the hole there was a bracket for a small stove. The hot pot could be placed on top of the stove. A group of people could sit around the table and eat hot pot. It was very convenient. Li Zixuan asked someone to call Lan'er and Li Shuyan back. Only then did the banquet officially begin. Woo! Fragrant. It really has a different flavor. No wonder Chang Jijie shouted that he wanted to eat hot pot. This way of eating is really too delicious. Li Xiaogong tasted a mouthful of the mutton and his eyes widened as he praised. This hot pot really lives up to its name of being delicious. Li Daozong also tasted a mouthful. At this moment, he was somewhat thankful to his daughter. Otherwise, how would he be able to taste such delicious food today? And it's delicious. Father, let's bring some back for Mother to eat when we leave. Mother is so pitiful to be alone in the residence. This was the first time Li Shuyan had eaten such delicious food. She was a little speechless and didn't know how to describe it. But as long as it was delicious, then it was over. Furthermore, this young lady still couldn't forget about her mother at this time. Her filial piety was commendable. Haha. Shuyan, don't worry. When your father returns, I will let the chefs in the residence make it for your mother. Hurry and eat. Li Daozong patted his daughter's back with a gratified expression and said with a smile. When the young lady heard this, she immediately felt relieved and began to eat the hot pot. A few old fellows were eating hot pot while laughing and drinking loudly. Han Yuxi and Lan'er were taking care of Li Shuyan and helping her to eat. Halfway through the meal, Li Shuyan suddenly raised her head and said, Brother Xiaoxian, the academy on this mountain is so beautiful. When Shuyan grows up, can I also come here to study? Chapter 1161. Ahem. Shuyan, your brother Xiaoshuan's college only recruits male students. Why would a girl like you want to join in? Be good. Hurry up and eat. This hot pot won't taste good if it gets cold. In the main hall of the residence, Li Daozong choked when he heard that his daughter wanted to go to Yanhuang College. He quickly scolded her with a stern face. Although Yanhuang College wasn't an orthodox Confucian school, it was still a higher education institution that Li Er personally selected. How could it be a place where a girl could go? If Li Shuyan were to enter Yanhuang College, wouldn't it be a slap to Li Er's face? After all, no matter if it was an official school or a private school in Great Tang, there had never been a precedent of female students. Oh, perhaps because Li Daozong's tone was a little harsh, Li Shuyan's face darkened and she replied unhappily. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and looked at Li Daozong. He asked, Your Highness, in your opinion, can Yanhuang College accept female students in the future? In my opinion, under the same conditions, some girls' learning ability isn't worse than boys. Actually, Li Zixuan already had the idea of letting female students enter the college. It was just that when he first established Yanhuang College, he was always entangled with worldly affairs and didn't want to be too troublesome. Thus he delayed it until now. Now that the most respected old officials of Great Tang were sitting here, he could ask for their advice. Li Xiaogong's expression changed and he said, Xiaoxian, don't do anything foolish. Although this prince isn't a scholar, this prince still knows the 3 principles and 5 principles of Confucianism. Your Yanhuang College is built on engineering and has already been criticized by the world. If you let female students enter the college, the world scholars will definitely attack you and accuse you of breaking the principles of ethics. When the time comes, no one will be able to save you. Uncle, why are others against Brother Xiaoxian letting female students enter the college? When Li Shuyan heard Li Zixuan's intention, she couldn't help but look at Li Zixuan with gratitude and admiration. Although she didn't understand the whole of Li Zixuan's words, she still understood the gist of it. Thus she couldn't help but raise her head and ask. When she asked, her bright and beautiful face was full of grievances. It was very lovable. Shuyan, you're still young. You'll understand when you grow up. Li Xiaogong shook his head and didn't explain. At this time Li Jing also spoke with a solemn expression. Little Xian, this old man knows that you have lofty ambitions and your ideas are often unexpected. However, this old man advises you to be careful in this matter. The Cui family's matter has just passed, and your Yanhuang College's foundation isn't stable yet. If you want to have more say, you have to manage your Yanhuang College well before you talk about other things. When you have a certain level of strength or when Yanhuang College is recognized by more people, you can propose to let female students enter the college. Perhaps the success rate will be higher. The legendary war god of the Tang Empire not only had a way of fighting, but also had a way of conducting himself. After hearing Li Jing's words, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel deep admiration. He thought for a moment and nodded. Thank you, Your Highness and Uncle Li, for your advice. Let's put this matter aside for the future. Uncles, please eat first. Li Jing was right. Regardless of the era or the environment, strength spoke louder than words. The Yanhuang Academy had just started. Whether it was the talents they had cultivated or the results of their research, they were still too little. If they wanted to have more say, they had to wait until the Yanhuang Academy had more weight in the hearts of the people in Li Air. Now wasn't the best time to propose to let female students enter the college. After eating and drinking to their fill, everyone rested in the courtyard for a while and then said goodbye. However, before leaving, Li Huiren inadvertently said something that made Li Huiren miserable. Xiaogong, I remember that the college organized a hot pot banquet for the students before. Why does it sound like it's the first time you've seen hot pot? Didn't your Huiren mention it to you before? What? The college organized a hot pot banquet before? Li Xiaogong's eyes widened and spat fire. He said angrily, that brat. After eating such delicious food, he didn't even say a word. See if I don't beat him up when I get back. If Li Huiren had told him about hot pot earlier, he would have had hot pot for every meal from the time he returned to Chong, and before the new year to the time he left. After all, there was nothing in Lingnan. It was hard to eat hot pot. If he didn't eat to his heart's content in Chang'an, wouldn't he regret it? After saying that, he waved goodbye to everyone and left in a huff. Hey, Your Highness, do a check. Huiren has to come back to class in half a month. Don't cripple his leg. As for the other places, Your Highness, you can do as you please. Plop. Li Xiaogong, who had just walked a short distance, almost fell to the ground. After sending off the guests, the house returned to silence. Li Zishuan sighed. He looked left and right, sizing up the room. He still felt that this New Year's celebration was lacking something. Yes, even if there were fireworks, dumplings, and couplets, he still felt that it was missing something. The night of New Year's Eve was indeed lively. Hundreds of thousands of people celebrated the New Year together on Yunshan Mountain, and at the foot of Yunshan Mountain. It was hard not to be lively. However, after New Year's Eve it was back to normal. It was very cold and quiet. Hey, that's right. How could I forget about this? Li Zishuan suddenly had an idea. He thought of a very useful artifact for the new year. Li Zishuan immediately got up and walked towards the backyard. At the same time, he instructed Pang Feiji to prepare some things for him. As for himself, he found the wind-chasing sword and went to the backyard. Just as Li Zishuan was about to start working, Yi Fashion came over. He saw Li Zishuan holding a sword and cutting wood in the backyard. He was curious and asked, "Cousin, what are you doing?" He, his grandfather, grandmother, and Li Zishuan's parents had lunch in another house. Haha, Fashion, you're here? Just find a place to sit. Li Zishuan greeted him and replied, "Cousin, I'm making a type of card now. A card that can be played. Later, our family can gather a few tables of Fight the Landlord. Ah no. Fight the Bandit." That's right, what Li Zishuan wanted to do was make poker cards. It was just that he didn't have the cardboard shell to make poker cards. So he wanted to use his godly knife skills to cut out a deck of poker cards with the help of wood. It was the new year. Wouldn't it be nice for the family to gather and play a few rounds of Fight the Landlord? Oh, it couldn't be called Fight the Landlord, because their family was originally landlords. Therefore, Li Zishuan had an idea. He changed Fight the Landlord to Fight the Bandit. It just so happened that the king and little king in poker cards were equivalent to the mountain king in the bandit village. There were two kings. Chapter 1162. Bandit Fight? Cousin, how do we fight this? Back at the Yunshan villa, Yi Fashion was looking at Li Zixuan's wooden planks that were thicker than paper. He frowned and asked, "Hee, everything has its own rules. Of course Bandit Fight has its own rules. Wait a moment, Fashion. I'll tell you the rules after I've finished cutting 54 wooden planks." Li Zixuan replied as he showed off his sword skills. The piece of yellowish-white wood plank was like a piece of tofu in his hands. He could easily cut it and shape it as he wished. There were already 4 or 5 wooden planks on the ground that were exactly the same size and thickness. Seeing that Li Zixuan was keeping him in suspense, Yi Fashion pursed his lips speechlessly. About half an hour later, the number of yellowish-white wooden planks on the ground increased. Yi Fashion suddenly thought of something and asked, "Cousin, are you trying to copy the leaf trick onto the wooden planks?" Li Zixuan could not help but be stunned. Leaf trick? What was that? He had never heard of it in his previous life. There was no such thing in this body's memory either. Well, he could not be blamed. His previous life had gone to Dragon Tiger Mountain to learn martial arts when he was very young. He might be familiar with Taoist classics, but he knew very little about Confucian classics. Fashion, what is leaf trick? Li Zixuan could not figure it out after thinking for a while, so he asked, "Cousin, you don't know about leaf trick?" This time it was Yi Fashion's turn to be stunned. In his impression, his cousin was the kind of person who knew everything from astronomy to geography. How could he not know about leaf trick? Being stared at by his little cousin like this, Li Zixuan's old face reddened, and he became somewhat angry out of humiliation. As the saying goes, a wise man's 1,000 considerations are bound to make a mistake. It's normal that your cousin doesn't know some things. Fashion, hurry up and tell me. Yi Fashion thought to himself, a wise man is bound to make a mistake. That's not the right way to say it. Although he thought this way, his original intention was not to embarrass Li Zixuan, so he explained, "Legend has it that during the war between Chu and Han at the end of the Qin dynasty, Great General Han Xian invented a card game to alleviate the soldiers' homesickness. The planks were only the size of leaves, so it was called leaf trick. The leaf trick is very simple. The players draw the cards from the back, flip them, and use the big ones to control the small ones. When a card has not been played, it will be kept as a hidden card, and no one will be able to see it. When a leaf is played, it will be placed on its back, and the fighters will be able to deduce the cards that have not been played from the revealed cards." When Li Zixuan heard this, he was very surprised. This was because the way the leaf trick was played was very similar to modern poker. He had thought Yi Fashion. He had underestimated the wisdom of the ancients. He was sure that the Western poker had borrowed the leaf trick from China's ancient poker. In fact, it was indeed so. The Western poker had the shadow of the leaf trick in its playstyle and form. According to the speculations of many scholars, poker was evolved from the leaf trick. Speaking of the leaf trick, there was one person who had to be mentioned, the Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty. She was a real master of the leaf trick. She had written volumes such as The Little Leaf Trick, The Little Leaf Trick, and The Little Leaf Trick. Unfortunately, all of them had been lost. The leaf trick was really popular during the Song dynasty. From the literati to the nobles to the commoners, everyone loved the game. During the early Tang dynasty, the leaf trick was not popular. "Hey, I didn't know you were so knowledgeable at such a young age." Li Zixuan joked with a smile. In fact, he was thinking that Yi Fashion was a good seedling. He was proficient in literature, science, arithmetic, and astronomy. If he came to Yanhuang College to further his studies, he would definitely become a representative of the next generation of engineers. It was a pity that this little cousin was determined to travel the world and save the world. Compared to cousin, I'm still far behind, Yi Fashion said modestly. Li Zixuan smiled but did not say anything. He continued to cut the wooden cards at the dock. After another quarter of an hour, the 54 wooden tablets were all peeled. Li Zixuan rubbed the edges of the wooden tablets on the sand until they were smooth and did not cut people. He then asked Xiao He and Xiao Shi to bring over a brush, ink and cinnabar. He then wrote patterns and numbers on each tablet. After everything was done, he let out a long sigh of relief. Coincidentally, Han Yushi came back from outside. He quickly called out, "Wife, come. We're short of one person. Let's fight the bandits." "Fight the bandits?" Husband, where are the bandits in our house? Han Yushi looked around and asked curiously. Haha, these bandits are not the bandits. Wife, come here. Today I'll teach you how to fight the bandits. I guarantee that you'll want to play again after one round. Li Zixuan burst into laughter. Han Yushi walked over doubtfully. Li Zixuan called Yi Fashion over and pointed at the numbers on the wooden sign. Wife Fashion, look. There are numbers on every card. 3 is the smallest. The order is, in just half an hour Han Yushi and Yi Fashion understood the rules of Fight the Landlord. No, Fight the Bandits. Li Zixuan adjusted the wooden cards in his hand and said with a smile. Okay. You know the basic rules. As the saying goes, standing on the shore can't learn how to swim. Let's play first. You'll fully understand after you experience it. Yes, yes. Han Yushi nodded. She was eager to try. She felt that Fight the Bandit seemed to be more interesting than Ye's play. Yi Fashion pursed his lips. He did not show any excitement, nor did he refuse. The 3 of them took the cards in order. They were Yi Fashion's landlord, bandits. Yi Fashion looked at the cards in his hand and frowned. No. An ace was the biggest. Why should he call? Li Zixuan was Yi Fashion's landlord. At this time he was beaming with joy. Hee. Call the bandits. After that, he reached for the cards in his hand. It was a 7 and a pair of kings. Haha. Super double. Li Zixuan laughed proudly. Cousin. What do you mean by super double? Yi Fashion was puzzled. When they were talking about the rules, they did not mention this. Li Zixuan explained. For example, if a game is 1 copper coin, if I super double, it will be 4 copper coins. If I win, each of you will give me 4 copper coins. If I lose, I will give each of you 4 copper coins. If there is a bomb in the middle, it will be a bomb. On top of that, it will be doubled. Do you understand? Oh, the 2 of them nodded. Li Zixuan asked, Are you 2 going to double? No. Facing such an aggressive Li Zixuan, the 2 of them shook their heads. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Li Zixuan threw out a straight. He secretly thought that the 7 in his hand was very important. Han Yushi. No. Yi Fashion. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey. Not bad. Bomb. 4 kings. No. 3 with a pair. 3 with 2 with a pair of 4. Pass. King bomb 1 with 3. Haha, a total of 16 times. Come, 16 copper coins each. Chapter 1163. Bandit. Super double. No double. 3 lead a pair. 3 lead a pair. Straight. Bomb. King bomb. After playing Bandit Fight once, Han Yushi felt the charm of it and suddenly became uncontrollable. In the main hall, the 3 of them were in full swing on the card game. Planes and bombs flew together, and straight and even pairs danced together. The scene was very lively. Gradually, Yi Fashion was also a little addicted. This was because he realized that Bandit Fight was not just a game. In addition to relying on luck, it also depended on skills. In his opinion, if he wanted to win, he needed to use tricks to play the card game. In order to make the opponent play the cards in the way that was most beneficial to him, he would do anything from the playing skills to the mental level, to deal multiple blows to the opponent. Besides, cooperation was the essence of Bandit Fight. Through tacit cooperation to play a card game, one could understand the true joy of Bandit Fight. Based on this understanding, Yi Fashion's Bandit Fight skills became better and better. From the initial huge loss of more than 50 copper coins, he actually began to make money later. This child had gradually evolved from a Bandit Fight rookie to a Bandit Fight expert. Starting from 0, the 3 of them actually played until 5 o'clock in the evening. Lana went crazy somewhere in the afternoon and only came back in the evening. Seeing the 3 of them in the room playing a kind of wooden card with patterns on it, the little girl suddenly seemed to have discovered a new world. She cried and shouted that she wanted to play too. Cousin-in-law, it's getting late. I have to go back. Yi Fashion looked at the sky and his face turned red. He quickly got up and said. In his heart he was secretly guilty. He wanted to save the world and spread Taoism. How could he indulge in playing for an entire afternoon? Haha. Fashion, come play again tomorrow. Your card skills are getting better and better. Li Zixuan's eyes flashed and he laughed. Yi Fashion opened his mouth and wanted to refuse, but the words of refusal couldn't come out of his mouth. He could only rush out of the door. Husband, I'm going to cook. Go play with Lana. Han Yushi's tender face was slightly red. She didn't expect that once she sat down, she would sit until usual hour. She even forgot to prepare dinner. This wasn't what a good wife and mother should be like. After Han Yushi left, Li Zixuan glanced at Xiaohe and Xiaoxi before he said, Come, come, come. You two can play with Lan. Needless to say, Li Zixuan did not want to play with her, so he pulled Xiaohe and Xiaoxi over to be the scapegoat. Anyway, these two maidservants had been watching from the side for the whole afternoon, so they were already very familiar with the bandits game. Yes, young master. Xiaohe and Xiaoxi didn't know what Li Zixuan was thinking. When Yi Fashion and Han Yushi were playing by the side, the two of them had been watching from the side for the entire afternoon. Now that they could finally fight in person, how could they not be excited? Li Zixuan smiled and walked towards the kitchen in the backyard. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. Xiaohe put away the cards. Lana, wash your hands and come over to eat. Half an hour later, Li Zixuan came from the backyard and shouted. The two maidservants quickly got up and went to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Lana reluctantly put away the wooden cards and walked to Li Zixuan's side and said excitedly, Brother, this bandits game is so fun. Lana just won 2 coins, isn't it awesome? Yes, yes. Awesome, awesome. Go and wash your hands. Li Zixuan rubbed his sister's head and said unhappily. Then brother, after dinner, can you and Sister Yushi accompany Lana to play bandits again? This girl was obviously addicted. No, sleep after dinner. You little gambler. Li Zixuan stared and pretended to be strict. Humph. Brother is so petty. Lana stuck out her tongue, made a face, and ran away like a wisp of smoke. 2 days later, the students who lived in or near Chang and began to return to school. Although it was not time for school to start, the students who were used to staying in the academy were naturally not used to returning home. They were not used to going to the toilet because there was no toilet paper. Even if there was toilet paper, they would not be used to going to the toilet because the latrines at home were not as clean as those at the academy. They were not used to eating because the dishes at home had a familiar taste, but the dishes at the academy were undoubtedly better overall. They were not used to sleeping because there was no banter with their dormitory mates at night. Therefore, on the 4th day after New Year's Eve, many students had returned to the academy from home. Li Tai, Li Ku, Sun Zifan, Chang Chumo, Iron Egg and the others had all returned to the academy today. After returning to Yunshan, these people naturally had to come to the Yunshan residence to visit Li Gang and Li Zixuan. When they arrived at Li Zixuan's house, they inevitably bumped into Li Zixuan, Yi Fashion and Han Yushi playing bandit fighting. Yi Fashion had been completely obsessed with bandit fighting for the past 2 days. His consciousness told him not to indulge in it, but he could not help but come over every day. Therefore, Li Zixuan's house gradually expanded from 1 table of cards to 2 tables, then 3 tables. Li Zixuan had cut 2 more sets of wooden cards in the past 2 days. Otherwise, these 3 tables of cards would not be able to be set up. It's called bandit. Damn. This trump card. Haha. Super double. Li Tai was a lucky bastard. His trump card was actually a pair of kings. This guy immediately activated his super multiplier mode. Damn. If I had known earlier, I would have become a bandit. Chang Chumo almost vomited blood when he saw this. The title of landlord, bandit, was originally his, but he did not dare to ask for it because he did not even have a king in his hand. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being such a coward. 3 for 5 pairs. Li Tai smiled proudly and threw out 3 pairs of kings at the beginning of the game. Actually, for him, he did not care about money. It was just a few coins per game. With his current wealth, even if he sat here and lost for a month, he would not feel the pinch. What he enjoyed was the joy in the process of winning money. Every time he picked up a card, it was a surprise and anticipation. Every time he threw out a bomb, it was incomparably satisfying. Every time he threw out a card in his hand, he could not help but cheer. Once you fell in love with this kind of simple happiness, it would be difficult to extricate yourself. Ha! Just in time. 789. Li Ku laughed in surprise and threw out the corresponding land card in his hand. He was now addicted to bandit fighting. Chung Chumo laughed mischievously. Naturally, he would not block his teammates' cards. Li Tai's eyes widened as he said gloomily, F***CK. Little Ku, you are ruthless. I don't want it anymore. You play. Chapter 1164. The fifth day of the first lunar month, commonly known as the broken fifth day. According to investiture of the gods, Jiang Zia became a god, and his wife who betrayed him was given the title of God of Poverty. In the legends, Jiang Zia's wife was a very annoying woman who betrayed her husband. After being given the title of God of Poverty, she became even more annoying. No one has ever heard of anyone who likes a god of poverty, right? Therefore, on the fifth day of the first lunar month, people broke her and told her to go back immediately. Broken fifth day means after breaking all the taboos before the fifth day, all can be broken on this day. Generally speaking, from New Year's Eve to the fifth day of the new year, there were many rules and taboos such as no cooking, no leaving the house, no speaking inauspicious words, no sweeping and watering, and no opening of the shop. But on the fifth day of the first lunar month, all taboos are broken. During the Spring Festival, all the shops in Chang'an City close on the first day of the first lunar month, but choose to open on the fifth day of the first lunar month, because the fifth day of the first lunar month is also known as the God of Wealth's holy day. It is believed that choosing to open on this day will bring in wealth and treasures. Just after 9 in the morning, the doors of the East and West markets that have been closed for many days finally opened. The people of Chang'an City who have been silent for a long time can finally go to the big shops and buy happily. And now that the new year has just passed, the families who usually have family members who are away on business are still in a state of family reunion. Once the East and West markets open, the whole family can go shopping together to make up for what they owe each other. On this day, Chang'an City is once again glowing with vitality. Cloud Mountain. Today, Li Zishuan did not bandit battle with his family. That was just something he did for fun. For someone like him who had played with all kinds of electronic devices, the attraction of poker cards was not that strong. On the other hand, Li Tai Yi Fashion and the others have been quite obsessed with this recently. Yesterday, Li Zishuan had simply given them the 2 decks of cards at home. It is said that last night, the student dormitory of Yanhuang College was very lively. Li Zishuan was too lazy to care. As the saying goes, it is better to let loose than to block. Anyway, it is the holiday period, and he also ordered Li Tai not to use cards to gamble in the academy. If these students want to play, then let them play. Only children who knew how to play would have good grades. This was a philosophy that Li Zishuan adhered to. In his previous life, the top students around him were all better at playing basketball, football, and video games than he was. After dismissing the group of little gamblers, the courtyard suddenly quieted down. Li Zishuan was currently in his study, revising the blueprint. Zhengguan's second year was up, and many of the big projects that he had not started before had to be started. Dams, machine tools, and power stations were all major projects. There were many problems involved, and it was not something that could be considered in a short period of time. Young Master. The eldest young master of the Wang family sent someone to deliver a letter. While he was deep in thought, Xiaoxi knocked on the door of the study room and said softly, "Oh, hurry up and bring it in." In the study, Li Zishuan snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly said, "Jia." Xiaoxi came in with the letter. She passed the letter to Li Zishuan and said, "Here, young master. It was sent by Miss Lung on a horse. She has already left the mountain." Li Zishuan felt something in his heart. He looked towards the northwest and said after a while, "Okay, I got it." Xiaoxi bowed and left the study room. She was very considerate as she closed the door behind her. Li Zishuan lowered his head and tore open the letter. He took out a piece of paper with a line of small characters written on it. "I won't go out on the first day of the new year, and I won't go home on the fifth day of the new year. The road to Chizhou is long and difficult. I will remember your teachings. I will be honest, and work hard to bring prosperity to everyone. After parting today, I don't know when we will meet again. If you come to Chizhou in the future, I will drink and chat with you. Take care. A letter from Wang Ranbiao." Sigh. I didn't expect Ranbiao to go to Chizhou so soon. I wish him a safe journey. Li Zishuan put away the letter, looked towards the northwest and sighed softly. Before the new year, Wang Renbiao had told him that he would go to Qizhou after the new year. However, Li Zishuan didn't expect him to leave on the 5th day of the new year. Qizhou was located more than 50 kilometers northwest of Chang'an City. It was considered a relatively wealthy county. Wang Renbiao's trip to Qizhou was most likely to be arranged by the Wang family for gilding, so basically nothing would happen. The imperial edict has arrived. Coincidentally, Li Zishuan had just put down the letter when a sharp voice came from outside the house. Then Xiao He's hurried voice was heard. "Young master, someone from the palace is here." "Yes, they are here." Li Zishuan frowned, got up and went out. "Markung, receive the imperial edict." An old eunuch stood at the door. His eyes were gloomy, and his cold aura made the air around him a little colder. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes. He had never seen this old eunuch before and looked unfamiliar. Li Zishuan, listen to the imperial edict. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Li Zishuan bowed and said, "His Majesty summons you to the palace immediately for an audience. Markyong, quickly pack up and follow me into the palace." The old eunuch held a horsetail whisk and said expressionlessly. Li Zishuan said with a puzzled expression, "I am following His Majesty's edict and am grounded at home to reflect. I wonder why His Majesty summons me into the palace?" The old eunuch said with a fake smile, "Markyong, you are wrong. It is the retired emperor who wants you to attend the banquet in the palace, not His Majesty." The retired emperor? Li Yuan. Li Zishuan's pupils shrank. He thought to himself that those who came didn't come with good intentions, and those with good intentions didn't come. He had just beaten up Li Yuanchang's subordinate on New Year's Eve, and the other party's father came looking for trouble. Attending the banquet in the palace? Was this a Hongmen banquet? The retired emperor has already abdicated. Why can the imperial edict leave the palace? Eunuch, could it be that you are giving a fake imperial edict? Li Zishuan raised his head and looked straight at the old eunuch as he said in a deep voice, "A mountain can't have two tigers, a country can't have two rulers." Li Yuan was the retired emperor, but now that Li Er was in power, Li Yuan naturally couldn't meddle in the affairs of the country. At most, he could only do whatever he wanted in the palace. His edicts, under normal circumstances, couldn't be sent out of the palace. The old eunuch's expression changed. He said coldly, "Markyong, how dare you? Even if the retired emperor has already abdicated, he is still the emperor. How can you look down on him like this?" "Haha, when did I look down on him? I am only doubting the authenticity of this imperial edict." Li Zishuan gave him a sidelong glance and said without showing any weakness, "You." The old eunuch's expression suddenly changed. His chest rose and fell rapidly for a moment. In the end, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "This is indeed not an imperial edict, but it is the retired emperor's intention. The retired emperor wants to invite you, Markyongan, to attend the banquet in the palace. Could it be that you, Markyongan, don't dare to go?" Chapter 1165. Haha, don't dare? To be honest, this Marquis really doesn't dare. What if the retired emperor wants to vent his anger on behalf of King Lu and casually accuses this Marquis of a crime and has this Marquis beheaded? Li Zishuan said with a light smile in the courtyard of Yunshan. The old eunuch's expression froze. Although the situation that Li Zishuan said was true, the old eunuch didn't know what to say for a moment because Li Zishuan didn't act according to common sense. Haha, what a joke. Eunuch, please wait here for a moment. This Marquis will change into court clothes and enter the palace with eunuch. Just when the old eunuch was speechless, Li Zishuan laughed loudly and then turned to enter the room. As the saying goes, you can hide for a while but you can't hide forever. Since he chose to become enemies with Li Yuanchang, then the day of confrontation with Li Yuan would come sooner or later. His words just now were just to test the old eunuch's reaction. Now it seemed that his prediction was not wrong at all. Indeed, after beating the young, the old came. When the old eunuch saw that Li Zishuan was willing to enter the palace, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief because if Li Zishuan didn't want to go no matter what, he really couldn't do anything. First of all, he didn't have an imperial edict, so he didn't have the qualifications to force Li Zishuan to enter the palace. Secondly, if he used force and directly kidnapped him, it was even more impossible. On Yunshan, as long as Li Zixuan didn't want to leave, who in the world could kidnap him? Yunshan with 3 grandmasters in charge wasn't a place that anyone could casually cause trouble. However, at the same time that he breathed a sigh of relief, the old eunuch's heart couldn't help but sink. He secretly thought that although Li Zixuan was young, he didn't look easy to deal with at all. Those few words just now completely disrupted his rhythm, and he almost returned without accomplishing anything. All right, let's go. After a moment, Li Zixuan changed into a purple marquee uniform and walked out. He spoke to the old eunuch at the door. His casual appearance was as if he was really going to attend a banquet, but the premise was that the previous conversation didn't happen. Yes, Marquis. At this time, the old eunuch had already put away his contempt for Li Zixuan. He respectfully turned to the side and said. At this time Han Yushi had already received the news and was standing in the hall, looking at Li Zixuan with a face full of worry. Li Zixuan turned around and smiled at his wife, indicating that she was fine. He then turned around and walked out of the door. Outside, Sanbao had already prepared the horses. When the old eunuch came, he also rode a horse. The 2 of them rode 2 horses and rushed down Cloud Mountain. 3 with a pair. Iron Egg, I only have 2 cards left. In the student dormitory of Yanhuang College, more than a dozen students were crowded in dormitory 001, watching the bandit fight. Li Tai, Iron Egg and Sun Zifan were in the midst of a battle. The 3 of them had some notes stuck on their faces. The faces of Chang Chumo, Yuchi Baolin, and the others were also full of notes. They were the contestants who had been eliminated earlier. Just as Li Zixuan said, gambling was strictly prohibited in the college. Those who violated the rule would be expelled from the college, and there would be no tolerance. Therefore, although Li Tai and the others played poker, they were determined not to gamble. After thinking for a while, they thought of the bad idea of sticking notes on their faces. This was very similar to a certain game in modern times. No, you do it. Iron Egg calculated in his mind and realized that there was still 1 bomb left. If he blew up Li Tai's card now, he would not be able to win the first round. He would be blown up by Li Tai's teammate Sun Zifan. When that happened, not only would he lose, but he would lose even more. 2 on 2. Come. Iron Egg, I'll stick 2 cards on your face. Li Tai laughed. After that, he tore 2 pieces of paper, dipped them in water, and was about to stick them on Iron Egg's face. Chinkei, I saw Yamacho and an old eunuch coming down the mountain at the entrance of the college just now. They seemed to be in a hurry. At this moment, Li Yen walked in from outside the dormitory and said, Impossible. Yamacho is still grounded. Li Tai subconsciously wanted to say that it was impossible, but when he thought of the news that Li Zixuan was grounded and that many students of the college did not know, he quickly shut his mouth. At this time he did not have time to stick the paper on Iron Egg. He turned around and asked, Li Yen, you just said that Yamacho was taken away by an old eunuch. What does that old eunuch look like? Li Yen frowned and thought for a moment, then said, I didn't see him clearly, but he has white hair and white eyebrows. He should be over 60 years old. White hair and white eyebrows. Li Tai's expression changed and then he said to everyone, You guys play first. I have something to do back in Chang'an. After that, before anyone could react, the little fatty had already rushed out. His speed was definitely the fastest in his life, because there was only 1 old eunuch in the palace who was over 60 years old, and that was the old eunuch who had served Li Yuan for more than 10 years, Chao Cixi. Chinkei, wait for me. I'll go back with you. At this time Li Ku also thought of something. His expression changed and he quickly chased out. Marquis Yong'an, this way please. In the palace, under the old eunuch's lead, Li Zixuan came to Taiji Palace and then went west, arriving at an independent courtyard. The courtyard had rockery, gardens, pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. It was just like a small paradise in the palace. After Li Yuan became retired emperor, he lived in Taiji Palace for the first few years. It was not until the 4th month of the 3rd year of Zhengguan that he moved out of Taiji Palace and moved to Den Palace. In the courtyard, Li Yuan was half lying under the winding corridor, sunbathing, surrounded by a flock of orioles and swallows. He was really happy. An old cow eating young grass. This old fellow is really shameless. Didn't I hear that the old fellow was planning to die of exhaustion in the flowers? Such a happy way of dying, why didn't he make the best use of his time? Why did he have to come and find trouble with me? Seems like he's treating me as a soft persimmon. When Li Zixuan saw Li Yuan's shameless appearance of enjoying the blessings of multiple wives, he could not help but criticize in his heart. Associating it with the official records, Li Yuan gave birth to 9 younger siblings for Li Zixuan in 2 years. The corner of Li Zixuan's mouth could not help but twitch. They all said stud horses, stud pigs, and so on. But compared to Li Yuan, this old lecher, they were all weak to the max. Father Emperor, Markyungen is here. There was even a third wheel standing beside Li Yuan. When Li Yuanchang saw Li Zixuan coming over, his face could not help but be delighted. He hurriedly came over and bowed to Li Yuan. At the same time, it was unknown whether this brat did it intentionally or unintentionally. His gaze swept across the chest of a concubine sitting beside Li Yuan without leaving a trace. Heh, this brat will definitely be a lecher in the future. Li Yuan was wise all his life, but in his later years, he gave birth to a bunch of repulsive melons and cracked dates. Other people did not notice Li Yuanchang's gaze, but it was caught by Li Zixuan. Instantly, a label of scum was pasted onto Li Zixuan's forehead by Li Zixuan. This subject Li Zixuan greets retired emperor. Etiquette still needed to be met. Li Zixuan took a few steps forward, then bowed towards the Great Tang's supreme leader in name. Oh, Chapter 1166. It's this kid who bullied you? In a courtyard beside Taiji Palace, Li Zixuan hadn't even raised his head when he heard Li Yuan speak. His tone was full of indifference and casualness. Presumably, in the eyes of this former emperor, crushing Li Zixuan to death was as simple as crushing an ant. Father Emperor. It's him. At that time, I only wanted to go up Yunshan to see the fireworks and tell you about it after returning to the palace. But who knew that the Marquis of Yong, and relied on his imperial brother's favor to seriously injure 4 of my imperial bodyguards in public. Father Emperor, you have to uphold justice for me. Li Yuanchang immediately changed to an aggrieved expression. He didn't have the slightest bit of manliness on his body. Instead, he was like a coquettish little girl acting coquettishly in front of Li Yuan. Finished speaking, he used the corner of his eye to glare viciously at Li Zixuan. That look seemed to be saying, "Let you be proud at that time? Now I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy." Seeing this, Li Zixuan instantly felt his hands itch unbearably. If it was another occasion, he would definitely beat the shit out of this little bitch. Wasn't he just relying on the fact that he was the 2nd generation of the imperial family? After a few years, when Li Yuan dies, let's see how you can still be arrogant. Humph. Kid, you actually dare to bully my son. You really have guts. Men, drag him out and chop him up to feed the dogs. Without any interrogation process, he directly sentenced Li Zixuan to death. Hearing this simple sentence, Li Zixuan's heart instantly surged with hostility. This old thing wants to chop me up and feed me to the dogs? Isn't this too unreasonable? Regardless of whether he committed a crime or not, even if he beat up Li Yuanchang's subordinates for no reason, it's impossible for him to be beheaded. Li Yuan's unreasonable sentence, the civil and military officials of the imperial court wouldn't agree. Li Heir wouldn't agree. The Tang dynasty law wouldn't agree. As the person involved, Li Zixuan would even more disagree. He originally thought that Li Yuan would give him a chance to explain. Who knew that the other party didn't even look at him from beginning to end and directly wanted to chop off his head? Simply going too far. Here. At this moment, 2 strong women appeared. Yes, they were really like iron towers. They were even stronger than most men. They were just like some sumo wrestlers in Japan in his previous life. 2 strong women walked over from the side and grabbed onto Li Zixuan's arms. They wanted to drag Li Zixuan out and behead him, but the first time it did not move. The second time it still did not move. The third time, the fourth time, the 5th time. The 2 women were so tired that their foreheads were covered with a layer of sweat, but Li Zixuan was still standing there motionless. What a joke! How could an ordinary person defeat a martial arts master of the Grandmaster realm with brute force? You dare to defy the imperial decree? Li Yuan also noticed the movement on this side. He pushed aside several beautiful concubines beside him, stood up and said furiously. Li Zishuan raised his head and looked straight at Li Yuan. He said, neither servile nor overbearing. Dare I ask, retired emperor, this subject only injured a few servants of Prince Lu. According to my Tang dynasty's laws, at most I will compensate some money. Why does retired emperor want to chop off this subject's head? Li Yuan did not get angry. Instead he laughed and said, why? Because I am the monarch and you are the subject. If the monarch wants the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. You even studied the sage books in vain. Li Zishuan retorted. Killing a subject for no reason, this is what a fatuous monarch does. 12 years ago, Yang Guang caused chaos in the world. Retired emperor led 30,000 troops to rise from Taiyuan. He went to Chang'an and eradicated a group of bandits. The world is one. The will of the heavens is secondary. The people's hearts are united. It can be said that his meritorious service is unparalleled and splendid for 1,000 years. This subject believes that with retired emperor's wisdom, he will definitely not indiscriminately kill a meritorious subject. Speaking also needs to be skillful. In any era there are classes. Facing the ruling class of feudal society, if one does not talk about strategy and blindly acts recklessly, no matter how high one's martial arts is, there will only be one road to death in the palace. Listening to Li Zishuan talk about the events of the past, Li Yuan's old face that was somewhat pale due to excessive indulgence in debauchery became rosy at this moment. He closed his eyes and stood with his hands behind his back. In his mind, he could not help but recall the years of the Sui dynasty, that period of extraordinary time when he and the 18 rebellious princes fought for the throne. In the end he took a deep breath, looked at Li Zishuan and said with a smile that was not a smile, "You brat, you really know how to talk. No wonder Erlang would think highly of you." His tone was already not as intense as before. Li Zishuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The most dangerous moment had finally passed. Li Yuanchang, who was at the side, had an anxious expression. He quickly interrupted and said, "Father Emperor, don't be deceived by this fellow's flowery words. He doesn't have you in his eyes at all. Back then, Aken said that I wanted to go to Cloud Mountain to see what fireworks looked like for Father Emperor. However, not only did he not let me go, he even injured Aken, stirring up trouble. This brat already knows how to stir up trouble at such a young age. What would happen when he grows up?" A cold light flashed in Li Zishuan's eyes. Without waiting for Li Yuanchang to finish speaking, he stepped forward and said, "Retired Emperor, Aken has something to discuss with you alone. Please dismiss your attendants." Audacious. Marquis Yong'an, you want everyone to withdraw. Could it be that you want to assassinate my Father Emperor? Father Emperor, don't be afraid. Aken will protect you. A trace of anxiety flashed in Li Zishuan's eyes. He immediately jumped in front of Li Yuan and pointed at Li Zishuan and said loudly, "Damn, I didn't expect this little bastard to be so good at acting." Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. Soon after, he moved his feet slightly and instantly arrived in front of Li Yuanchang. Just as Li Yuanchang was about to cry out in fright, Li Zishuan had already returned to his original position. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. It was so fast that it made people feel like it was a dream. It was as if Li Zishuan had been standing in the same spot from beginning to end and had not moved at all. The guards in the courtyard were all shocked. They quickly pulled out their mo swords from their waists and ran over to surround Li Zishuan. Facing the heavy encirclement, Li Zishuan's expression did not change. He looked at Li Yuanchang and Li Yuan and said, "Aken did not mean to offend. Aken only wanted to say that if Aken really had ill intentions towards retired emperor, I would have already made my move. What's more, Your Highness Prince of Lu, didn't you say that you wanted to protect retired emperor? Why are your pants wet? Where did your guts go? Or are you just putting on an act to show off how filial you are in front of retired emperor?" As far as the eye could see, there was a puddle of water where Li Yuanchang was standing. This brat was actually scared to the point of wetting his pants. At this moment his face was flushed red. Moreover, he was about to cry from anger because of Li Zishuan. Poison. Li Zishuan's tongue was really too poisonous. Li Yuan frowned. To be honest, at that moment, he was indeed astonished by Li Zishuan's martial arts. He did not expect that Li Zixuan's martial arts at such a young age would be stronger than some old generals. However, what made him most angry was Li Yuanchang's performance. It was said that a tiger father would not beget a dog son. He, Li Yuan, had several sons who were all heroes. However, this son in front of him was a complete coward. Too shameful. Yuanchang, you withdraw first. Li Yuan reprimanded with a black face. Chapter 1167. Father Emperor. Li Zixuan hastily wanted to argue a few more words, but Li Zixuan just happened to stab him in the back. He took a step forward, cupped his hands and said loudly, "Retired Emperor, what this subject is going to say next is related to His Highness King Lu's life and death. I hope that retired Emperor will dismiss your attendance." Once these words came out, everyone in the courtyard changed color. Li Zixuan was so scared that his little face turned white. Li Yuan stared fixedly at Li Zixuan's eyes. After a long while he waved his hand and said, "All of you withdraw." The guards looked at each other. In the end, they still put away their weapons and withdrew from the courtyard. At this moment, Li Zixuan was no longer as arrogant as before. He also withdrew with the guards. Inside the courtyard, only Li Zixuan and Li Yuan were left. "Kid, you have guts. If you were born a dozen years earlier, there would definitely be a place for you in this vast land. Erlang might not even be able to compare to you." Li Yuan looked at Li Zixuan and said with a complicated expression. It was not that he was trying to flatter Li Zixuan, but in that confrontation just now, Li Zixuan had resolved a life-or-death situation in the blink of an eye. The courage and strategy he had displayed had made him look at him in a new light. A person who only has bravery is not scary. What's scary is bravery and strategy. This kind of person, placed in troubled times, definitely has the qualifications to become a formidable person. Li Zixuan was greatly shocked. He thought to himself, "Old thing, do you lack morals? Are you trying to kill me by saying these kinds of words? This rotten old man is very bad." Li Zixuan gave Li Yuan such a label in his heart. Retired Emperor's words are wrong. With this subject's lazy temperament, if I was born a dozen years earlier, I definitely would not be able to live until now. Only in this kind of peaceful and prosperous world can this subject's talent and knowledge have a place to display it. Li Zixuan criticized for a while in his heart. Then he hurriedly stepped forward and said, regardless of whether or not there were eyes and ears in the surroundings, and regardless of whether or not Li Yuan's words were deliberately probing, in terms of basic political standpoint, he must stand in the right position. Li Yuan shook his head and did not argue with Li Zixuan on this matter. He said in a low voice, "Kid, just now you said that you had something to discuss with Zhan, and it was related to Yuanchang's life and death. Now that Zhan has dismissed the servants, hurry up and speak. If I find out that you lied to me, I'll even get people to drag you down and chop you up to feed the dogs." Li Zixuan smiled calmly and said, "Retired Emperor, have you heard of the story of Wu Jiangzongzi?" When Li Yuan heard that, his expression changed abruptly. Li Zixuan's words poked at that scar in his heart that had not healed all along. Li Zixuan ignored him and continued. During the spring and autumn period, the second son of Zhang Wugong, Gongshu Duan, was born. His mother, Wu Jiang, had a difficult birth when giving birth to her eldest son. So she hated her eldest son, Jiunsheng. She repeatedly asked Zhang Wugong to make Gongshu Duan the crown prince, but Zhang Wugong did not agree. After Zhang Wugong died, his eldest son, Jiunsheng, ascended the throne as Zhang Zhuanggong. 2 years later, Wu Jiang requested to give the capital to Gongshu Duan. After receiving permission, Gongshu Duan was able to live in the capital and wantonly expand his private power. Not long after, Gongshu Duan ordered the western and northern border regions of Zheng to listen to his commands. Zhang Dafu's son Lu expressed to Zhang Zhuanggong that as a country's official, he could not listen to orders from both sides. If Zhang Zhuanggong intended to abdicate the throne to Gongshu Duan, then he should serve him. Otherwise, he should get rid of him and not let the people have other ideas. Zhang Zhuanggong, due to his mother's spoiling of his younger brother, still did not interfere. Gongshu Duan was even more unbridled. He took 2 lands as his fief and the area under his control expanded to Lin Yan. In the 5th month of the 49th year of King Ping of Zhou, Gongshu Duan reorganized the city walls, accumulated food, repaired equipment and weapons, and replenished the infantry chariots, preparing to attack the capital of Zheng. He also contacted Wu Jiang in the capital as a spy and had her open the city gates at that time. When Zheng Zhuanggong heard the date of Gongshu Duan's attack, he ordered Zheng Dafu's son Lu to lead 200 chariots to attack the capital city. Gongshu Duan was defeated and fled to Yin. Zheng Zhuanggong led his troops to pursue and win. After that, Gongshu Duan fled to live in Gongyi. Zhuanggong sent out his troops to pursue and kill him. In the end, Gongshu Duan was driven to a dead end and was forced to commit suicide. Silence. After Li Zishuan's voice fell, the courtyard suddenly sunk into a strange silence. Li Yuan stared fixedly at him. His eyes also stared unblinkingly at Li Yuan. His purpose in telling this story was to tell Li Yuan that his excessive spoiling of Li Yuanchang was only pushing him step by step toward the edge of the abyss of death. When Li Yuan passed away one day and could no longer protect Li Yuanchang, if Li Yuanchang was still so jumpy and liked to stir up trouble everywhere, then Li Yuanchang would be the next Gongshu Duan. This was not an exaggeration to scare people. The Li Yuanchang of history, because of Li Yuan's excessive spoiling when he was alive, caused him to forget himself and lose his reverence. As a result, in the 17th year of Jingguan, together with Du He, Zhao Jia, Li Anyan, and the others, he suggested Crown Prince Li Changqian to rebel. Hexen Qingji reported the Crown Prince's rebellion, and Li Yuanchang, Du He, Ho Junji, and the others were all beheaded for the crime of rebellion. Imperial grandfather, have mercy. At this moment, a clear and melodious female voice, like the chirping of an oriole, broke the silence. Changel, who was wearing a thick fur coat, was running quickly towards them. Behind her were Li Tai, Li Ku, and Li Changqian. Aya! When Changel was running in front of the two, she accidentally tripped over a protruding stone tile on the ground, and her entire body was about to crash into the limestone floor in front of her. Princess, be careful! In a flash, Li Zishuan shot forward and arrived in front of Changel. He firmly grabbed the latter's shoulder with one hand, preventing her from falling. Brother Xiaoxian, you're fine? That's great. Changel took a few quick breaths, turned her head to look at Li Zishuan and said happily. Li Zishuan frowned because he could sense that Changel's breathing was extremely chaotic. When he thought about how this little girl had run all the way here from Changel Palace in the middle of winter, his expression changed and he hurriedly said, Changel, don't speak. Quickly calm your breathing and focus your mind. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, but now that he said it, Changel's face instantly turned ghastly pale. She bent over and clutched her chest, and then she coughed violently. She then said with a pained expression, Cough, cough, cough. Brother Xiaoxian. Changel's chest is so stuffy, huff, huff, huff. As she spoke, her breathing became shorter and shorter, more and more hurried. Changel, what's wrong? At this time Li Yuan also quickly rushed over. He looked at the pale Changel and said with an anxious expression, Li Changqian and Li Tai had only just caught up, and the two of them anxiously said, Changel's qi is acting up. Someone quickly call the imperial physician. At this time, how could Li Zishuan still care about the propriety between men and women? What's more, Changel was only a little girl. He never had that kind of thought. At the critical moment, he carried Changel up from the ground in a princess carry. He said anxiously to Li Yuan, Retired Emperor, where is a warm side room? Changel can't breathe in cold air right now, or else her life will be in danger. Li Yuan had always doted on Changel. When he heard Li Zishuan's words, his face that was always calm also panicked a little. He pointed at the palace in the north, and as he ran he shouted at Li Zishuan, Quickly follow Zhen. Zhen's bedroom has heating. Oh. Chapter 1168. The biggest taboo for asthma patients in winter was to stay outside for a long time and inhale large amounts of cold air. Changel ran all the way from Changel Palace to Taiji Palace just now. Her speed was even faster than Li Tai and Li Changqian. Under such intense exercise, her trachea and lungs would naturally be filled with a large amount of cold air. In addition, the little girl's qi disease had been hidden for a year. Now that it met with such an opportunity, it immediately erupted like a flood and ferocious beast. Illness comes like a landslide. This was Changel's current situation. Just a moment ago, she was still a lively and cute little girl. Now she could only sit on the bed and cough violently. Even breathing was difficult. Imperial physician. Where's the imperial physician? Quickly call the imperial physician. At this moment, Li Yuan's face no longer had the previous indifference and relaxation. He anxiously paced around the room and shouted to the servants in the room. It's useless even if the imperial physician comes. Li Zishuan, who was sitting by the bed and placing his hand on Chang'el's white wrist, hurriedly said, "Retired Emperor, Chang'el's qi disease this time is very fierce. I'll first use true qi to help her recuperate. Quickly send someone out of the city to Yunshan to invite Sun Daozhang." Today was the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Sun Simiao did not go out to do volunteer medical treatment. At this time, Li Yuan had already put down his airs, because although he was imprisoned in the depths of the palace, he had also heard that Li Zishuan had once seized blood to extend his life, saved Qin Qiong, and quelled the cholera with his own strength. Now, he was completely responding to whatever Li Zishuan said. Whatever he wanted, he would give. Because Chang'el was not only Li Er and Changsuan's favorite, she was also Li Yuan's favorite. What are you still standing there for? Quickly go. Quickly ride a horse to Yunshan. Invite Sun Daozhang over for Jin. If anything happens to Chang'el today, none of you can think about living. All the eunuchs, palace maids, and servants' expressions changed. The old woman who previously brought Li Zishuan into the palace hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Yes." Then she turned around and walked out of the room. Imperial grandfather. Let Kur go. Kur has martial arts and is good at horsemanship. Going back and forth can save a lot of time. Li Ku stood up and volunteered. Li Yuan's eyes lit up and he said, "Good. Ku, quickly ride on my carefree horse and quickly go to Cloud Mountain to invite Daoist's son." The carefree horse was Li Yuan's mount. It was gifted to Li Er for a period of time, but Li Er returned it after ascending the throne. Li Ku solemnly cupped his fists and said, "Yes, father." After saying that, Li Ku rushed out of the house in a flash. On the bed, Chang'el leaned on one of Li Zishuan's hands. She closed her eyes and coughed less violently than before. However, she was still short of breath, as if the air in the room was not enough for her to breathe. Li Zishuan supported Chang'el's back with one hand and massaged a part of her back with the other hand. Of course, he was not massaging through the thick snow fur coat. When they entered the room, Chang'el's coat had been taken off by the maidservants. She was still wearing a white silk undergarment. It was not out of line. Brat. How is Chang'el now? Under the critical situation, Li Yuan could not care about those messy things. Moreover, Chang'el was still young. Everyone still treated her as a child. Retired emperor. With the princess's current situation, only Daoist's son can use the golden needle to guide qi into her body, to help her calm down the chaotic yin qi in her body. This subject can only massage the Fengmen acupoint to calm the princess's cough and stall for time for the princess. Everything can only be done when Daoist's son arrives. Large beads of sweat rolled down Li Zishuan's forehead. A few beads of sweat rolled into his eyes. He only blinked his eyes and did not stop the movements of his hands at all. Just now he said it was easy, but only he, the person involved, knew how hard it was to do it. Fengmen, also known as hothouse acupoint, belonged to the bladder meridian of the foot. It was the intersection point between the foot's Taiyang meridian and the Du meridian. Feng, the qi and blood of the body were mainly wind. Fengmen, it referred to the door of entry and exit. The Fengmen acupoint referred to the flow of qi and blood of the arm. Massaging the Fengmen acupoint was very effective in treating asthma. What Li Zishuan was doing now was not only massage but also transferring qi. He was using the true qi in his body to help Chang'el straighten out the chaotic yin qi in her body. If he transferred qi too quickly, it would definitely hurt Chang'el's meridians. If he transferred qi too slowly, it would greatly affect the effect. Moreover, it was even harder to control the strength now that it was separated by clothes. Even with Li Zishuan's martial cultivation at the Grandmaster realm, he could faintly feel a trace of strain at this moment. He could not let Chang'el die. When he thought of the little girl running all the way here just to save him from Li Yuan's hands, he felt a stab of pain in his heart. At this moment, he somewhat regretted that he did not learn Sun Simiao's set of golden needle technique previously, because at this moment, if he used the golden needle to guide qi into her body, He could not say that he could completely cure Changle's qi, but he was absolutely confident that he could pull Changle back from the gates of hell. What are you all in a daze for? Quickly go wipe the sweat of this brat, for the Marquis of Yong. When Li Yuan saw that Li Zishuan was working so hard, he could not help but have a trace of favorable impression of this junior in his heart. Thus, he berated his group of concubines. These concubines were merely playthings that he had gathered during his imprisonment. He did not care at all. Li Zishuan's eyebrows twitched and he hurriedly said, Don't. This subject appreciates retired emperor's good intentions. This subject cannot be distracted right now. I would like to trouble retired emperor to let irrelevant people withdraw. What a joke. No matter what, they were Li Yuan's women. He was not willing to have anything to do with these women at all. Li Yuan said to everyone in the room, half believing and half doubting. All of you withdraw. Yes. The chamberlains, palace maids, servant women, and the group of concubines all withdrew. Changle. How is Changle? Not long after, a series of hurried footsteps and Li Er's anxious shout came from outside the room. Following that, Li Er walked in with long strides, followed by Empress Zhongsun. Greetings to Imperial Father. Greetings to Imperial Mother. Li Tai and Li Changqian saluted one after another. Li Er waved his hand. When he saw Changle with her eyes tightly closed on the bed, as well as Li Zishuan behind Changle who was sweating profusely, his heart ached. He looked at Li Yuan and said, Imperial Father, how is Changle now? Her life is not in danger for the time being. Li Yuan replied and then said unhappily, Humph, how are you a father? You clearly know that Changle has a qi disease, but you did not send people to take good care of her. You actually let her run around in this cold weather. Do you still have this daughter in your heart? Li Er was stunned and almost cursed. He thought in his heart, if you did not bring Li Zishuan here, would Changle run over in a hurry? This son did not think it through. Imperial Father, please calm down. After a long time, Li Er finally lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Oh. Chapter 1169. When a person found it difficult to breathe, their consciousness would soon become blurry. Changle was in such a state now. She felt that the air around her had solidified. It was difficult for her to take in a breath of fresh air. Her consciousness gradually became blurry, but the only thing that made her feel comfortable was the warm hands on her back. She could vaguely feel that the hands were sending waves of invisible energy to her, helping her to absorb the air in the room. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in the crisis of certain death. She didn't want to die. She vaguely remembered that she was carried in by that man. His chest was so warm, and his breath intoxicated her. She hadn't had enough, so she didn't want to die like this. She wanted to live. She wanted to live. Don't sleep. I don't want to die. If I die, I won't be able to see him again. I don't want to die. A strong desire to live suddenly erupted in this delicate body. Along with the waves of invisible energy, Changle breathed desperately trying to absorb the vitality between heaven and earth. Her weak pulse and heartbeat were suddenly fed back to Li Zishuan's hands with great strength. Changle, don't give up. As long as you don't give up, no one in this world can take you away from me. Not even the King of Hell can. While she was in a daze, Changle heard a familiar voice by her ear. That voice sounded so gentle, yet so confident and resolute. Yes. Using all her strength, Changle responded to Li Zishuan's encouragement with a soft Your Majesty, Changle is awake. I just heard her voice. Zhongsun, who was guarding at the side, held Li Er's hands excitedly. It had been nearly an hour since Changle's accident. For a moment, they saw Li Zishuan's face become very ugly. Without asking, they knew that Changle's situation had worsened. However, Li Zishuan did not give up. He continued to massage Changle's Fengmen acupoint repeatedly, and continuously transferred qi to her. At this moment, Li Zishuan's face was extremely pale, but there was a trace of joy between his brows. Obviously, Changle had been saved from the most dangerous situation. Where is Ke? Has Ke returned to the city? Li Er patted Zhongsuan's shoulder, but the worry between his brows did not fade away. He knew that Changle was only temporarily out of danger. If she wanted to be completely cured, Sun Simiao had to come over. Your Majesty, it would take at least 6/4 of an hour to travel from Chang to Yun Mountain, even on a fast horse. His Highness King of Han shouldn't have reached Chang'an yet. Zhao Song stepped forward and cupped his fists. 60 minutes. Li Er's face sank, his expression filled with anxiety. He looked at Zhao Song and whispered, "In your opinion, how much longer can the Marquis of Yong'an hold on?" This? Zhao Song looked troubled. He looked at Li Zishuan, gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, actually, with the Marquis of Yong and middle-stage strength, it is reasonable to say that he can't hold on after such a great loss. This old servant thinks that he should be holding on with his mind at this moment." Hearing this, Li Er's expression changed slightly. When the Turkic army came to Chang'an, he was not anxious. At this moment, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead from anxiety. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of Li Yuanchang, who was standing in the corner and pretending to be an invisible person without saying a word. A trace of killing intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. The root of all today's problems was this brat. Li Er had just finished the morning court today when he learned that Li Zishuan had been invited from Yunshan to the palace by the people sent by Li Yuan. He thought for a moment and understood that it must be Li Yuanchang behind this. After all, he was also present at the conflict at the foot of Yunshan on New Year's Eve. After guessing the cause and effect of this matter, Li Er did not take it to heart. Because in his opinion, Li Yuan would at most admonish Li Zishuan, and he was too lazy to come over and do something unnecessary. If things went wrong, he might even be ridiculed by Li Yuan. But who knew that in the end it would cause such a big mess? His most beloved pearl in his palm almost lost her life because of this. And all this was because Li Yuanchang was stirring up trouble. Feeling Li Er's gaze, which was as though he wanted to eat him alive, Li Yuanchang's forehead started to sweat profusely. His little face turned pale in an instant, and at the same time, his legs started to tremble non-stop. Suddenly, a foul stench came from within the house. It was Li Yuanchang who had wet his pants again. Cough, cough. Li Yuan glanced at Li Er, then looked at Li Yuanchang with a complicated gaze. He scolded in a low voice, "Get out." Letting him out was both an exile and protection. "Yes, father." As if he had been granted amnesty, Li Yuanchang did not even have the courage to look at Li Er and went out dejectedly. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The King of Han and Dr. Sun have entered the city." At this moment, a chamberlain ran in from outside the room and bowed to Li Er with a face full of joy. "They're here. They're finally here. Hurry. Order people to open all the gates of the palace and give special permission for the King of Han and Dr. Sun to ride horses in the palace today. All guards are not allowed to stop the two of them. Violators will be beheaded." Li Er was shocked and said with unusual joy, "Yes, sir." The chamberlain hurriedly went out to pass on the decree. Bam! Marquis Yong'an? Martin! Guards! Hurry! Help Marquis Yong'an to rest. Hurry and call the imperial physician. At the same time, Zhang Xuan's anxious shout came from behind Li Er. Li Er turned around and saw that Li Zishuan had fainted on the bed, and Changle had fallen onto Li Zishuan due to inertia. It turned out that when he heard the chamberlain outside the door saying that Li Zishuan and Sun Simiao had entered the city, Li Zishuan finally heaved a huge sigh of relief. However, what followed was a deep sense of exhaustion. He had never been as tired as he was now, and finally, he could not help but faint. "Hurry! Help Marquis Yong into the side hall to rest." Li Er instructed Zhao Song. "Yes, Your Majesty." On the other side, Zhang Sun helped Changle up from Li Zishuan's body. Zhao Song walked over and carried Li Zishuan on his back, then walked toward a side room. "Grandfather, Dr. Sun is here." "Father, you're here too." After so much waiting, Li Ku had finally returned with reinforcements. When he saw Li Er at the door, he hurriedly bowed and said. Li Er nodded and greeted Sun Simiao, who was behind Li Ku with a solemn expression. "Priest's son, Changle's condition has suddenly worsened. Please save her no matter what." I've already heard the King of Han explain the cause and effect on the way here. Your Majesty, please allow me to take the princess's pulse first. Sun Simiao's beard and hair were all messed up from being carried by Li Ku all the way here. At this moment, He did not bother to tidy up his appearance and went forward to take Changle's pulse. Chapter 1170. Dr. Sun, how is Changle? In Li Yuan's bedroom, after Sun Simiao finished the acupuncture, his expression was somewhat dispirited. Li Er did not have the time to pay attention to Sun Simiao's expression at this moment. He hurriedly walked forward and asked. Sun Simiao smiled and went to the side to wash his hands unhurriedly before saying, "This humble Taoist congratulates your majesty." Li Er frowned and said, "May I ask what is there to congratulate me about?" Sun Simiao stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Your majesty, although the princess's qi disease came fiercely today, fortunately, the Marquis of Yong and delivered qi in time to nurse the princess's internal breathing. In addition, the princess's desire to live is very tenacious. Currently there is no major problem. Compared to last year, the princess's physique has greatly improved. When this humble Taoist was performing acupuncture just now, I actually felt a trace of extremely weak Taoist true qi in her body. If this humble Taoist had not practiced medicine for decades and was extremely sensitive to qi, I'm afraid I would not have been able to detect the existence of this trace of true qi." "What?" Li Er's eyes widened in shock and said incredulously, "There is Taoist true qi in Changle's body? Could it be the Marquis of Yong'an's true qi?" Sun Simiao smiled and shook his head, saying, "Absolutely not. The Marquis of Yong'an's true qi is pure and majestic, but the true qi that this humble Taoist felt just now was soft and weak. This should be the true qi that the princess cultivated herself. In other words, the princess might have unintentionally stepped into the martial artist's realm of drawing qi into the body." Drawing qi into the body. When these words came out, the entire room was shocked. Everyone, including Li Yuan, all widened their eyes and were inexplicably shocked. The Tangs revered martial arts. There were so many martial artists in the world, but compared to the huge population, the proportion of martial artists was still very low. Martial artists who could cultivate true qi were even fewer. An originally soft and weak little girl suddenly became a martial artist with true qi. No matter how one listened to it, it felt inconceivable. How is this possible? Changle has never practiced martial arts in this year. How can she cultivate true qi in her body? Waves of shock surged in Li Er's heart. He still found it hard to accept this reality. "No, Your Majesty. Changle has practiced it. She practiced Taiji Fist for half a year." Empress Zhongsun suddenly thought of something and quickly added, "Taiji Fist." Sun Simiao's eyes lit up and his face suddenly became excited. "If that's the case, then it makes sense. Last year I saw Taiji Fist in the academy. This fist technique contains the Taoist theory of yin and yang. It can be both yin and yang. It can nourish one's qi and build one's body. Its effect is no less than the 5 animal frolics. Your Highness's Taoist heart is bright. It is not surprising that you can understand the essence of the Taiji Fist and cultivate a trace of Taoist true qi. There's such a thing." After listening to Sun Simiao's analysis, Li Er felt a little incredulous. "Dr. Sun, doesn't that mean that if the Empress persists in practicing Taiji Fist every day, she will also be able to cultivate Taoist true qi and strengthen her ability to resist qi disease?" The illness of Empress Zhongsun and Changle had always been a thorn in Li Er's heart. He was always worried that the 2 most important people in his life would suddenly leave him one day. At this moment, hearing Sun Simiao say that Changle had cultivated genuine qi because of Taiji Fist, Li Er suddenly had the idea of letting Empress Zhongsun follow suit. Sun Simiao shook his head. "Of course not. Taiji Fist is exquisite, but in my opinion, those who can rely on Taiji Fist to cultivate genuine qi are absolutely 1 in a million. Your Highness is a very special case. Haha. Under various coincidences, Your Highness's qi disease has taken a huge turn for the better. With a little treatment in the future, it is very likely that she will completely recover. Oh, right, just now I also found that Your Highness's heart and lungs are much more energetic than before. I wonder if Your Majesty and Her Highness have given Your Highness any supplements to strengthen your heart and lungs in the past year? If it were not for this, Your Highness would be in great danger today." When Li Er heard that Changle might completely recover, he was naturally happy. However, after listening to the second half of Sun Simiao's words, he frowned and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "There has been no change in Changle's diet. I have also never heard of anything in this world that can help Changel treat her qi disease and strengthen her heart and lungs. Your Majesty, Divine Dr. Sun definitely wouldn't say something that wasn't true. There must be some details that we've forgotten. Wait for me to call Changel's personal maid over. She knows Changel's usual diet the best. We will know after asking her. Empress Zhongsun thought for a long time but couldn't think of anything. However, she believed that Sun Simiao wouldn't talk nonsense, so she suggested, "Come, quickly call Lear over." Empress Zhongsun shouted and ordered. Yes. After a while, Changel's personal maid was brought in by an inner attendant. Without waiting for her to greet him, Li Er asked directly, "I'm here to ask you, is there anything unusual about Changel's diet in the past few months?" It had been more than 2 hours since Changel fell into a coma. Those who were well informed in the palace knew that something had happened to Changel. At this moment, hearing Li Er's question, Lear was almost scared to death because she subconsciously thought that Li Er was suspecting that Changel's accident was related to her daily diet. Her face suddenly turned pale. Your Majesty, this servant has personally tasted Princess's daily diet. It is absolutely... Haha. Lear, don't be nervous. His Majesty doesn't mean to blame you. Moreover, Changel is doing very well now. His Majesty and I just want to ask if Changel has eaten anything unusual but very beneficial to her body recently. Empress Zhongsun saw Lear's nervous face and knew that this girl was thinking wrongly. She smiled and comforted her. Lear heaved a sigh of relief. She blinked her eyes and thought seriously. Suddenly she said, Your Majesty, this servant remembers. If there is anything unusual that Her Highness the Princess has eaten in the past 6 months, it is only fried locusts. Last autumn, ever since Marquis Yong advised Her Highness to eat more fried locusts, Her Highness the Princess has to eat 1 serving every day. Locusts. Li Er's expression shook. He clapped his hands and said, I also remember. Last year Marquis Yong said that eating locusts is beneficial to treating qi disease. Dr. Sun, I wonder if there is such a saying? Sun Simiao frowned. He closed his eyes and pondered for a while with a serious expression. Suddenly, he said with a joyful face, Locusts have a warm nature and can open orifices. It is indeed a good medicine to treat qi disease. Why didn't I think of it in the past? Marquis Yong is really a medical prodigy. If he is willing to study medicine wholeheartedly, his medical skills will definitely not be inferior to mine in the future. Dr. Sun, go take a look at Mark Ng. I reckon that he is already exhausted to the point of collapse. Li Er looked towards the side hall and sighed faintly. He thought to himself, looks like I have wronged Li Zixuan in the past. However, it was impossible for him to apologize. He was the emperor, so how could he apologize to others? At most, he would give Li Zixuan more compensation in other aspects in the future. Oh. Chapter 1171. Sun Simiao was right. It was indeed 1 in a million to be able to sense qi with Taiji fist alone. Changel was able to create miracles mainly because she didn't want to die. Moreover, she worshipped Li Zixuan unconditionally. Since Li Zixuan said that Taiji fist was beneficial to resisting qi disease, she naturally had to practice it seriously every day. She never had any doubts in her heart. All she needed to think about was practicing hard every day. She couldn't relax for even a day. Perhaps it was because of this pure worship and persistent pursuit that she could become the lucky 1 in a million, and also give her the opportunity to completely get rid of qi disease. Even in the 21st century, with the advanced medical conditions, she was considered a miracle in the medical field. Why hasn't my husband come back yet? Did something happen in the palace? I heard that my husband injured King of Lu's guard. This time, the retired emperor suddenly summoned my husband. Is he deliberately making things difficult for my husband to vent his anger for King of Lu? In the Yunshan residence, it was almost noon. Han Yushi still hadn't seen Li Zixuan return. She became more and more worried. Thinking of the conflict between Li Zixuan and Li Yuanchang, Han Yushi's heart gradually sank. Yushi, what did Xian go to Chang'an for? Why hasn't he come back yet? Mrs. Li felt that Han Yushi's expression was a little abnormal, so she asked, Mother, my husband just went to Chang'an to explain some things to the members of the Chamber of Commerce. He should be back in the afternoon. Let's eat first. It won't be good if it gets cold. Han Yushi said hurriedly. This was also what Li Zixuan told her before he left. The purpose was to not let the family worry. Oh, in that case let's eat first. Mrs. Li replied suspiciously. Yi Guozhong's eyes flashed. He said thoughtfully, Shaoxian is now grounded. How could he leave Yunshan? Yushi, tell me honestly, did something happen to Shaoxian? Tell us and we can help him together. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Yi Guozhong instantly noticed the loophole in Han Yushi's words. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the family turned to look at Han Yushi. Han Yushi immediately felt as if she was sitting on pins and needles. She hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, hubby today. As Han Yushi spoke, the expressions of Yi Guozhong, Li Jingma, and the others gradually turned solemn. In the end, Yi Guozhong said, there's no need to overthink it. It's definitely the retired emperor who was instigated by His Highness King Lu to summon little Xian into the palace for revenge. Mrs. Li suddenly panicked and hurriedly asked, Father, in that case what should he do? We have to think of a way to save Xian. Yi Guozhong heaved a sigh and shook his head. The palace is heavily guarded. How can ordinary citizens like us enter the palace to save little Xian? Seeing Mrs. Li's gloomy face, Yi Guozhong couldn't bear to say, Yuzhu, you and Jingma don't have to worry too much. Although the retired emperor can decide the life and death of anyone, now that His Majesty is in power and little Xian is deeply favored by His Majesty, it's impossible for His Majesty to not know about him entering the palace. When the time comes, he will definitely not sit idly by. Hearing this, everyone was slightly relieved. Suddenly, Lanner said, Father, mother, Lanner saw brother Xiaoke riding down the mountain with Grandpa Sun in the morning. Is someone sick? Brother and Dr. Sun went to see a doctor? What? Priest Sun was also invited into the palace? Yi Guozhong frowned. If that was the case, the situation would be even more complicated. Li Zixuan had a dream. It was a very long dream. In the dream he returned to the modern era. But with him he returned to the modern era with his martial arts, his family, friends, and Li heir. In the dream he brought a group of ancient people to the modern era to go shopping, sit in the car, watch television, play games, and have a lot of fun. This dream seemed to have no end. Time passed quickly in the dream. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years until a few decades later. At that time, the group of Tang Dynasty people that he brought to the modern era all told him that they wanted to go back to the Tang Dynasty. Because although the Tang Dynasty was more backward than the modern era, it was still their Tang Dynasty. Their Tang Dynasty. In the end, everyone went back, and he was the only one left in the modern world. Loneliness, helplessness, coldness, loneliness, all kinds of negative emotions lingered in his heart. Even though he was dreaming, his expression was still full of sadness. I want to go back too. That is also my Tang Dynasty. Li Zixuan in the dream suddenly said firmly, Little Xian, little Xian. Li Zixuan, who was sleeping, suddenly heard a familiar call. Gradually, he opened his eyes with great effort and saw a white-bearded old Taoist sitting by the bed, looking at him with a smile. Who else could it be other than Sun Simiao? Little Xian, you're finally awake? Sun Simiao smiled gently. Li Zixuan suddenly realized that everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. Last spring, when he first came to this world, the first person he saw when he opened his eyes was also Sun Simiao. And at that time, Sun Simiao was also treating him. Everything was so similar. Taoist Sun, thank you so much. You've saved my life again. Li Zixuan struggled to pull his hands out and saluted Sun Simiao. His voice was very weak. Sun Simiao made a rare joke and said, Okay. You don't have to be so polite with me. Take care of yourself first. Otherwise, who will help me build the Tang Dynasty Joint Medical Center? Li Zixuan smiled and said, Oh right. Taoist priest, is Chang'e out of danger? Of course, he had confidence in Sun Simiao's golden needle technique. This was just a casual question. Sun Simiao smiled and said, She's out of danger? Little Xian, I'll tell you a piece of good news. This time, I'm very confident that the princess's qi will be completely cured. How is this possible? Li Zixuan found it hard to believe. After all, even in modern times it was impossible to completely cure asthma. Haha, I never lie. Little Xian, take care of yourself for a while. I'll go back to Yunshan after prescribing a medicine for the princess, Sun Simiao said casually. Not long after Old Man Sun left, but Li Yuan came. He walked straight to the side of Li Zishuan's bed and laughed loudly. Yo, you're awake. Haha. Not bad, not bad. Good job. Luckily you're here today. Otherwise I'm afraid that I'll lose Changel forever. Even if Erlang doesn't reward you, I'll reward you. Say it, what do you want? As long as I have it, I'll reward you. Oh. Chapter 1172. Taiji Palace, Li Yuan's bedroom. Looking at the smiling Li Yuan in front of him, Li Zishuan secretly curled his lips. He thought to himself, just now this rotten old man should have wanted to chop off this young master's head. Now your face changes really quickly. Retired Emperor, this subject is on good terms with Qin Ke and the Crown Prince. Saving the princess is a matter of course. I don't ask for any reward. Li Zishuan felt that his body had already recovered some strength. Thus he got off the bed and cupped his hands towards Li Yuan. In order to avoid some criticism, he could only involve Li Tai and Li Changqian. Li Yuan's eyes glared and he said unhappily, What? You think Zhen can't give you a reward? Humph. Although Zhen can't leave the palace now, Zhen still has all kinds of treasures and wealth. If you want beauties, Zhen can also give you hundreds. If you want to be promoted, Zhen will speak to Erlang. I don't think he will disobey Zhen. Hey, this old geezer is really narcissistic. Li Zishuan didn't want to be entangled with Li Yuan on this matter. He quickly said, Retired Emperor, this subject definitely didn't mean that. This subject is now deeply indebted to the Emperor. Wealth, official titles, and beauties are not lacking. Therefore, this subject really doesn't need a reward. He was very clear in his heart that whether it was official titles or wealth, he had already reached a peak. Advancing further would definitely be a disaster and not a blessing. Moreover, he didn't save Changel for a reward. He just felt sorry for this little girl who had been suffering from illness all this time. Heh, it's rare for you to be modest today. However, what should be rewarded should still be rewarded. At this moment, Li Er walked in with Empress Zhongsun, Li Changqian, Li Tai and Li Ku. Li Er's face was flushed red as if he had won a battle. He came in front of Li Zishuan and said, Today not only did you save Changel, but because of you there is hope that Changel's illness can be completely cured. This can be considered to have solved one of Zhan's worries. You should be rewarded. And you must be heavily rewarded. He did have a reason to be happy. Changel's recovery gave him hope because Empress Zhongsuan's situation was exactly the same as Changel's. Now with Changel's example, there was hope for Empress Zhongsuan's illness to be cured. Actually, Li Zishuan just wanted to go home as soon as possible. He was about to reject him when Li Er waved his hand and said, I know you don't lack anything now, but I still want to reward you. How about this, now that you have 8 villages under you, we might as well bestow all of Lantian County to you. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone, including Li Zishuan, was stunned. There was no other reason. This reward was simply too shocking. How big was Lantian County? This wasn't easy to measure at the moment, but the most direct measurement was population. Lantian County was considered a large county, and there were at least 50 to 60,000 people in the county. If converted into households, there were at least 10,000 households. Although Li Zishuan's current title was only that of a marquis, he could live in 10,000 households. This was a treatment that even ordinary princes couldn't enjoy. Furthermore, Lantian County was close to Chang'an, and its geographical location was rather important. Yet, Li Er gave it to Li Zishuan as his fief. This kind of generosity was not small. It could be said that just based on this reward, Li Er treated Li Zishuan better than his own son. As such, Li Zishuan could be said to have become the second largest landlord in Great Tang. Cough cough, the first was of course Li Er. In terms of land, no one could compare to him. After all, he had a vast territory. Your Majesty, please retract your order. This subject dares not accept such a heavy reward. Li Zishuan's heart trembled. After a moment, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, The bigger the bowl, the bigger the rice. Li Zishuan knew very well that the current him definitely couldn't enjoy such a large fief. Even if he agreed to Li Er's reward today, in the future, the court would definitely not agree to it. This reward was too big, to the point that no one could accept it. Humph. Our words carry enormous weight. Since it's given to you, you should accept it. As for the rest, if they have any objections, tell them to look for us. Others might think that this reward was too heavy, but Li Er didn't think it was heavy at all. After all, Li Zishuan had saved the two most important people in his life. A few years ago, when Chang'e and Chang Sun were suffering from illness, he even thought that as long as someone could completely cure their illness, he would be willing to give half of the country. Now this was just Lantian County. Even if the court officials had objections, he would still insist on such a reward. Everyone had their own selfish motives, and Li Er was no exception. For the sake of his loved ones, he would definitely not regret being selfish for once. Your Majesty. Li Zishuan wanted to say more, but Li Er waved his hand and said, Enough, there's no need to say any more. Giving you Lantian County, other than because you cured Chang'e's illness, another reason is that us heard that you're very good at governing a place. Right now, Plum Village, Han Family Manor, and the rest of your fiefs have all become rich lands that everyone in the vicinity of Chang and is envious of. We have bestowed the entire Lantian County to you in hopes that you can continue to work hard and help us manage this county well. You've exhausted yourself today. Us won't keep you any longer. Go back and rest early. Then this official will take his leave. At this point, Li Zishuan knew that no matter how he tried to persuade Li Er wouldn't change his mind. In fact, he also secretly hoped that his fief could be bigger, but he couldn't tell the exact reason. Perhaps this was the special plot that Chinese people had towards land. He just hoped that in the later court meetings, when the civil and military officials quarreled with Li Er over this matter, they wouldn't drag him into it. After cupping his hands towards Li Er, Empress Zhongsun, and Li Yuan, Li Zishuan walked out of the room. Li Changqian, Li Tai, and Li Ku followed closely behind. Little Xian, it's all thanks to you today. I owe you for this. He's yours. If you need anything, as long as it's within my power, I definitely won't hesitate. Li Changqian said with a face full of joy. Li Zishuan frowned and couldn't help but say, Changqian, I already told retired emperor earlier that saving Chang'e was because of friendship. Moreover, you're the heir to the throne. I hope that you won't make this kind of promise to anyone under any circumstances. It's not good for you. Li Changqian was a bit too excited just now. He also knew that Li Zishuan's words made sense. Hearing this, he said embarrassedly, Little Xian, you're right. Then I'll prepare a table of good wine some other day to thank you for saving Chang'e today. How about it? Li Zishuan laughed loudly and said, Haha, drinking wine is fine. Just don't make me pay the bill when the time comes. Li Changqian laughed in spite of himself and said, Little Xian, you're joking. Even if it was a year ago, I could still afford to treat you to a drink. Li Zishuan smiled but didn't say anything. Then he looked towards Li Tai and Li Ku. His gaze was slightly heavy as he asked, How did Chang'e know that I was here? Was it you who reported the news? She ran all the way from Chang'e Palace to here. Why didn't you stop her? Don't you know that she has an illness and can't stand the cold wind? Chapter 1173. On the arched bridge in front of Taiji Palace, Li Tai and Li Ku, the two grand princes, were trembling in fear in front of Li Zishuan, a marquis. If this scene was seen by others, their jaws would drop to the ground. Mountain Elder, it was Chang'e who told Xiao Ku and me before that if little royal uncle were to find trouble with you, we should call her over to plead with royal grandfather. The situation was urgent at that time, and we didn't expect Chang'e's chi to suddenly act up. Li Tai's face was full of self-blame. He rubbed his hands and said guiltily. Li Zishuan snorted coldly. Humph. Then do you know that your carelessness almost killed Chang'e? As the elder brother, you caused the death of your sister. I wonder if you'll be able to live in peace for the rest of your lives. Li Tai and Li Ku's faces turned pale when they heard this. Li Changqian quickly mediated. All right, Xiaoxian, since it has already happened, there's no point in saying anything more. Fortunately, Chang'e now has a blessing in disguise. She has a chance to completely cure her qi. Priest Sun said before that there can be no construction without destruction. No one expected her qi to flare up this time, but the end result is still good. Seeing that Li Changqian took the initiative to speak up for Li Tai and Li Ku, Li Zixuan was secretly relieved. These brothers were finally acting like brothers, and no longer schemed against each other all the time. Haha. When Dr. Sun said that Chang'e used Taiji Fist to cultivate true qi, I was shocked. Xiaoxian, I didn't expect the Taiji Fist you taught to the students of the academy to be so magical. If the common people or the people of Jianghu knew about this, they would definitely go to the academy to learn it. Li Chengqian said with a smile. What? Chang'e used Taiji Fist to cultivate qi? Li Zixuan's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. When he taught Chang'e Taiji Fist to the students, he only wanted them to strengthen their bodies. He didn't expect that someone could cultivate qi. After all, for ordinary people, the profound meaning of Taiji Fist was too profound. If they did not understand the fist intent and only understood the fist form, it was impossible for them to reach a higher level. Therefore, Li Zixuan was surprised that Chang'e could use Taiji Fist to cultivate true qi. Just think about it. A delicate and weak little girl suddenly became a martial artist with true qi. No matter how one listened to it, it felt unreal. Perhaps this was the only way to describe Chang'e's talent in martial arts. Yes, I'm ashamed to say that I came into contact with Taiji Fist earlier than Chang'e, but I neglected to practice it. My progress is not even 1,000th of Chang'e's. Li Chengqian nodded with a face full of regret. With Chang'e as a living example, the Li family no longer dared to underestimate Taiji Fist. They believed that after today, there would be a craze for Taiji Fist in the palace. Li Tai scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Ahem, I'm going to start practicing Tai Chi next semester. Maybe in a few years, I can become a martial arts expert like Yamacho. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered with this little fatty. Was it so easy to become a martial arts expert? Let's not talk about it now. We'll talk another day. Li Zixuan waved his hand and prepared to go home. He had stayed in the palace for so long that his family must be worried sick. Yamacho, Qingke and I are going back to Yunshan too. Why don't we take a carriage back to Yunshan together? Li Ke's eyes flashed with worry as he hurriedly said. He was mainly worried that Li Zixuan would get into trouble while riding a horse in his current condition. That was why he suggested it in a roundabout way. Yes. All right then. Li Zixuan thought about it and accepted Li Ke's kindness. Riding a horse in such cold weather was indeed not a pleasant thing, especially in the north. The wind was like knives on the face. No matter how good one's martial arts were, it would not feel good. Husband, you're finally back. As evening approached, he finally returned to the residence. Han Yushi was waiting at the door. Seeing Li Zixuan return, she hurriedly got up and greeted him. Xin'er, did the retired emperor make things difficult for you? Madame Li asked Li Zixuan as she stood up. Mother, it's nothing. It's mainly because something happened in the palace, so I was delayed for a while. Li Zixuan replied with a relaxed expression. Madame Li smiled as if relieved of a burden. Half an hour ago, Dao's son returned from Cheng. Mother heard from Dao's son that Princess Chang'e had a relapse. You were in the palace helping to treat her. How is Her Highness now? She's fine. According to Divine Dr. Sun, it's very likely that she'll recover in the future. Li Zixuan avoided the topic. Naturally, he could not tell his family that he had fainted because he had transferred qi to Chang'e in the palace. That's great. Her Highness is cute and kind. To be safe and healthy is truly a blessing to my great Tang. Madame Li sighed with joy. She had seen Chang'e when she came to the Li household. Moreover, she liked this little girl from the bottom of her heart. Now that she heard that the little girl's illness that had troubled her for several years could be cured, she naturally felt happy. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, please continue chatting. I'm a bit tired. I'll go in and rest for a while. Li Zixuan's body couldn't help but sway. He hurriedly regained his footing and said a few words to the elders in the room before heading to his bedroom. This time his body had truly been hollowed out. At the very least, he would need to recuperate for several days before he could fully recover. Mother. Then I'll go see husband. Han Yushi looked worriedly at Li Zixuan's back. She turned her head and said a few words before following after him. 2 days later, the civil and military officials who had taken 7 days of New Year's Eve finally returned to work in the imperial court. The first day of work after the New Year's Eve was unusually busy. Every department in the 3 provinces and 6 ministries had to report the backlog of problems to Li Er one by one. The morning court session lasted until noon, and it still hadn't ended. At this time, many officials' stomachs were already growling from hunger. Unexpectedly, Li Er released a shocking piece of news at this time. 2 days ago, Chang'el's illness suddenly flared up. The Duke of Yong and stabilized Chang'el's condition with his own efforts and used an ingenious prescription. There is hope that Chang'el's illness can be completely cured. All these years, Chang'el's illness has always been a sore point for me. Now that the Duke of Yong has completely cured it, I am very happy. Therefore, I have decided to bestow the entire Lantian County to the Duke of Yong as his fief. What do you think? Boom! Bestow the entire Lantian County to Li Zishuan? The moment he said that, the officials were in an uproar. Your Majesty, I don't think so. Although the Duke of Yong has made great contributions, it's too much to bestow the entire Lantian County to him. Please retract your order, Your Majesty. Wei Zheng frowned. He felt that Li Er was completely acting on impulse. Thus, he took a step forward and spoke righteously. Chapter 1174. HM? Why is the reward too excessive? Chang'el is the apple of our eye. We have said before that if anyone can cure Chang'el's illness, we will give them half of the country. Right now, it is only a small Lantian county. Wei Zhucheng, are you looking down on us or Chang'el by saying that the reward is too excessive? Within the Taiji Palace, Li Er saw that Wei Zheng was the first to jump out to oppose and frowned. He paused and snorted with displeasure. But how could Wei Zheng retreat because of Li Er's displeasure? This fellow was the most typical thorn in the imperial court during the Jingguan era. Opposing Li Er had already become a common occurrence for him. Your Majesty, this old subject is not looking down on anyone, but if all the citizens of Lantian County are in fief to Marquis Yong'an, how is that different from Western Zhou's enfeoffment system? Could it be that Your Majesty wants to restore the Zhou system? Enfeoffment system. Hearing this sensitive word, the faces of all the officials in the palace turned serious. In the history of ancient China, ever since the Qin dynasty unified the 6 states, the biggest problem that the founding emperors of each dynasty faced was which system to adopt to manage the country and ensure that the country would always remain in the hands of their own people. Regarding this, the Qin first emperor thought of a way to abolish the enfeoffment system and change it to a county system. As for the county magistrates, they were personally appointed by the emperor to govern the region. However, the Qin dynasty only existed for 15 years before disappearing. Later on, many founding emperors used the Qin dynasty's disappearance as a lesson and implemented the enfeoffment system. During the implementation of the enfeoffment system, because the emperor's relatives were watching over the country, they had a very close relationship. Thus, the citizens lived very well, and there were very few disturbances. However, this could only be done when the founding emperor was on the throne. Once the founding emperor died, there would be another catastrophe. Many vassals would start to fight for the throne and start to rebel. For example, the Western Han's rebellion of the state of Qi, and the Western Jin's rebellion of the 8 princes. However, during the Tang dynasty, although there were painful lessons from the Han and Jin dynasties, Li Er still wanted to use the enfeoffment system to reward his son and the officials who helped him obtain the throne. According to historical records, in the 7th month of the first year of Jingguan, Li Er sought out Xiao Yu to discuss the enfeoffment system. Xiao Yu was a person who greatly respected the Zhou rites and could be said to be the most enthusiastic proponent of the enfeoffment system. At that time he said, "Based on my observation of the previous dynasty, I believe that the enfeoffment system will last for a long time." The Qin dynasty had 6 states, but the second generation died. The Han dynasty had the world, and the commanderies participated in the construction, but it took more than 400 years. The Wei and Jin dynasties were abolished and could not last forever. Li Er was overjoyed that he had finally found a like-minded person. He was about to issue a decree to reward the officials who had rendered meritorious service. But at the crucial moment, Li Er's idea was vehemently opposed by the officials led by Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zheng, Li Baiyao and Yin Shirgu. In their view, the enfeoffment system was the root of the country's troubles. Once this loophole was opened, the Tang Empire would inevitably be plunged into a chaotic state of war. Thus, at that time, the imperial court was divided into the anti-enfeoffment system and the enfeoffment system. But after Li Er's consideration, he finally decided not to enfeoffment system. The anti-enfeoffment system faction obtained a temporary victory. Now that the old matter was brought up again, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others could not sit still. Bastard! How could Li Er, who was sitting at the head of the table, not know what was at stake? His expression changed as he slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Wei Zheng and said angrily, "Wei Xuanqing, don't confuse the public. I am only giving Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong. And as a fief, what does this have to do with the enfeoffment system?" Seeing Li Er so angry, the officials in the imperial court immediately dispelled the idea of joining in the fun. Now that Li Er had ascended the throne for a long time, he had accumulated more and more power. Many officials were still afraid of him getting angry. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other. Finally, the two of them looked at Zhang Sun Wuji at the same time. But the latter actually closed his eyes and crossed his arms, standing on the spot as if he was asleep. What a joke! Chang'e was Zhang Sun Wuji's niece. Now that Li Zixuan had saved Chang'e, no matter what, Zhang Sun Wuji as her uncle had to accept this favor. On this matter, even if he did not support it, he could not oppose it. Besides, in his heart, he also felt that Wei Zheng was making a big fuss over a minor issue. It was just a county in Lantian County. Although it was a little out of bounds compared to Li Zixuan's title, forcefully connecting it to the feudal system was a little too far-fetched. After reading Zhang Sun Wuji's attitude, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other and shook their heads. In the end, they did not go out to stand up for Wei Zheng. The pitiful Wei Zheng suddenly became a lonely warrior, facing Li Er's anger with his own strength. But the reason why a troublemaker was called a troublemaker was because he was not afraid of difficulties and faced them head-on. Wei Zheng was never afraid of difficulties. He took a step forward and said aggressively, "Your Majesty." As the saying goes, a small clue reveals the whole picture. Although a county cannot be compared to the enfeoffment system of the Western Zhou dynasty, once this example is made, I fear that our Tang Empire will repeat the mistakes of the Han and Jin dynasties. Speaking of which, this fellow was really stubborn and dared to say anything. If it was in the Ming and Qing dynasties, just based on his words, the emperor would chop off his head and even exterminate his entire family. However, even though Zhenguan's words were more liberal, when Li Er heard this disgraceful sentence, he could not help but spit fire from his eyes. He pointed at Wei Zheng and said in exasperation, "Good, good, good, good for you, Wei Xuanqing. Do you really think that the tolerance I gave you is indulgence? How presumptuous! Men, drag Wei Zheng out and flog him 100 times." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall was shocked. Ever since the Qin and Han dynasties, especially during the Sui and Tang dynasties, the monarchs had always treated their ministers with respect. It was extremely rare for them to use torture on their ministers. It was only after the Ming dynasty that it gradually became more common to use caning on ministers. What I say is for the sake of the country. I am worthy of the heavens and the earth. Today, if your Majesty wants to be like King Zhou of Shang, I am willing to do it. Wei Zheng's temper also rose at this time. He straightened his neck and looked directly at Li Er, tit for tat. Presumptuous. Men, drag him out and flog him 200 times. Hurry. When Li Er heard this, he was so angry that he almost flipped the table. He roared out of the hall. Suddenly, 2 silver-armored generals came in and walked in the direction of Wei Zheng. At this moment, Fang Xianling could no longer sit still. If these 200 flogs were to be flogged, wouldn't Wei Zheng die directly? He quickly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down." Wei Xuanqing is straightforward and outspoken. Although his words were a bit extreme, I hope that your Majesty can forgive him on account of his dedication to the country. Chapter 1175. Forgive? How do you want me to forgive? It is because I have forgiven him time and time again that he is so unbridled now. Li Er's angry voice roared in every corner of the Taiji Palace. Only now did people see Li Er's determination to reward Li Zixuan. Your Majesty, Minister Wei's words are indeed inappropriate, but it is not enough to warrant punishment. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Zhongsun Wuji also stood out. These were two separate matters. He indeed did not support Wei Zheng's words, but seeing that Li Er was about to punish the minister, he still had to step forward to stop it. This example could not be set. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Since Zhongsun Wuji had stood out to plead for leniency, the other ministers could not remain indifferent. Instantly, a large group of people bowed. When Li Er saw this, he was so angry that he did not know what to say. At this moment, Wei Zheng recklessly said, "This old minister's life and death are not important, but as your Majesty's minister, this minister should think for your Majesty's country. Giving Lantian County to the Marquis of Yong and is against the law, and this minister believes that the Marquis of Yong and will not agree. The people of Lantian County will also not agree." Li Er was so angry that he laughed. "Good. Since Wei Xuanqing is so confident, then do you dare to make a bet with me?" Wei Zheng said without hesitation. "Why wouldn't I dare? But how does your Majesty want to bet?" Li Er said with his hands behind his back. Let's bet on my decision. Whether Li Zishuan agrees or not, whether the people of Lantian County agree or not. With 2 days as the limit, I hope that after 2 days you Wei Xuanqing can still be so unyielding. Court dismissed. Without giving Wei Zheng a chance to refuse, Li Er flicked his sleeves and announced the dismissal of the court session. "Hey, Wei Xuanqing, don't you have nothing better to do? Your Majesty wants to give little Xian some land. What does that have to do with you? Jumping out in such a hurry to object. Isn't this just finding trouble for yourself?" The officials had been hungry all morning and wanted to go home to eat. When Li Er announced the end of the court session, the officials went back to their homes. Cheng Yaojin walked to Wei Zheng's side and patted his arm. As one of Li Zishuan's elders, he naturally stood on Li Zishuan's side in this matter. However, Li Zishuan's temper was too big in the morning assembly, so he didn't want to add fuel to the fire. He could only mock Wei Zheng after the assembly ended. Lu Guogong. This old man is wholeheartedly devoted to the public. I only care about the matter, not the person. No matter who is involved in this matter today, this old man will come out and stop His Majesty from acting willfully. Wei Zheng rolled his eyes and snorted at Cheng Yaojin. "Hey, what a stubborn old man. Just you wait. Old Cheng don't even need to look to know that you're going to lose this bet with His Majesty. Don't cry when the time comes." Haha. Cheng Yaojin waved his hand, not willing to waste any more time with a one-track-minded person like Wei Zheng. He left Taiji Palace and returned home. Damn it. This Wei Xuanqing has repeatedly contradicted me. It's really hateful. It seems that I have been too lenient with him in the past. After the assembly, Li Er came to the Sweet Dew Hall. Recalling everything that had happened in the morning assembly, he became angrier and angrier. In the end, he pushed away the memorials on the table and roared angrily. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Don't be angry." At this time, Empress Zhongsun happened to walk in from outside the hall. Her complexion seemed to be much better than 2 days ago. "Guanyin maid? Come and sit." When Li Er saw that it was Empress Zhongsun, he quickly restrained the anger on his face. After Zhongsun sat beside him, he asked with concern, "How is Chang'e recovering?" Empress Zhongsun smiled and said, "Your Majesty, Chang'e has completely recovered after 2 days of recuperation by Dr. Sunday. This morning, this concubine followed Chang'e and practiced Taiji fist twice." Li Er immediately forgot some of the unpleasantness in the assembly and said with a smile, Good. Guanyin maid, you have to practice Taiji fist every day in the future. If I have time, I will practice with you. I heard from the Marquis of Yong, and that even if ordinary people can't sense qi when practicing Taiji fist, if they practice more, it will only be good for the body. When the locusts flood this summer, the palace's food must have locusts every day. In the long run, Guanyin maid, your qi will definitely slowly improve. Li Chengqian's prediction was right. After the incident with Chang'e, there was indeed a craze for Taiji fist in the palace. Not only Empress Zhongsun, but some of the concubines, princes and princesses in the harem also followed to practice Taiji fist. Now Li Er could be considered to have performed a real-life version of delicious. Last year, when the Academy used locusts to make the delicacy soaring to heaven. Li Er wanted to find trouble with Li Zixuan after learning the truth. Unexpectedly, he was now looking forward to eating locusts in the palace again. Yes, delicious. The changes in the world could be said to be wonderful. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. This concubine understands. If there was a chance to live longer, she believed that no one would be willing to die early. Why wouldn't Empress Zhongsun want to live a healthy life with Li Er? Therefore, when she practiced Taiji Fist, she was more serious than anyone else. At this time, she looked at the scattered memorials on the ground and bent down to pick them up while smiling softly. On the way here, this concubine heard that Wei Zuoqing contradicted Your Majesty in the morning court. I think Your Majesty should be worried about this matter just now? Humph! That stubborn old man. When Wei Zheng was mentioned, Li Er immediately became angry. He briefly recounted what had happened in the morning to Empress Zhongsun. At the end he couldn't help but add, Guaninmei, do you think this Wei Zheng is arrogant because he is pampered? He completely took our previous tolerance for him as indulgence. He actually compared me to King Zhou of Shang and compared himself to Shanggan? Humph! If I were King Zhou of Shang, Wei Zheng would have died who knows how many times. In fact, the reason why Li Er was so angry today, other than Wei Zheng's attitude being a bit reckless, was that he had already promised to bestow Lantian County to Li Zixuan yesterday. Moreover, his father Li Yuan was still present at that time. In this way, if he really couldn't fulfill his promise because of Wei Zheng, not only would he lose his prestige, he would also become a joke in Li Yuan's eyes. This was absolutely not allowed to happen. Li Er had a very deep obsession in his heart, and that was to be an emperor for all eternity. No matter how bad it was, he had to be better than Li Yuan. He wanted to prove to his father that no one was more suitable to sit on the throne than him. Haha! Your Majesty, please calm down. That last bet of yours has caused Wei Zuoqing to suffer miserably this time.